In Chapter 1, The Shattered Silence. All happy families are alike. Each unhappy family is unhappy in its own way. This axiom, so often repeated by philosophers and poets, found its definitive, agonizing proof in the magnificent, yet utterly desolate home of the Oblonskys. The chaos that had erupted there was not the simple, predictable discord of temperaments or financial worries. It was a unique, profound misery, distinct and searing in its individuality. Prince Stepan Arkadyevich Oblonsky, universally known as Stiva, had betrayed his wife. He had done so with a French governess who had once lived in their household. Daria Alexandrovna, his wife, known to everyone simply as Dolly, had discovered the affair. The discovery had been a catastrophic blow, a seismic event that shook the foundations of their 10-year marriage and the entire structure of their domestic existence. For 3 long days that felt like 3 decades, the entire household had been living on the brink of collapse, submerged in the terrifying realization of the rupture. And every single soul under that roof understood the gravity of the situation. Even the children, though they could not articulate the horror they felt. They sensed the air of suffocation and the sharp, invisible barrier that had materialized between their parents. The very atmosphere was saturated with unspoken accusations and the chilling stillness of irreparable damage. Dolly remained locked away in her room, a self-imposed prison of suffering, utterly refusing to emerge. She was inaccessible to her husband, who was, quite rightly, consumed by a sense of guilt that was inconveniently mixed with a profound sense of injury at the disturbance of his life. He could not, for the life of him, understand why this matter had ballooned into such a colossal, life-threatening crisis. Stiva was a man of immense charm and flawless good humor. He was, to his core, an optimist who possessed a happy, easygoing disposition, capable of overlooking the moral complexities of life with an almost practiced grace. He was utterly incapable of feeling a true, gnawing repentance. Repentance for him would have involved acknowledging that he, Stepan Oblonsky, was capable of truly malicious harm, and this was an idea entirely foreign and repulsive to his self-image. His only regret was the inconvenience this discovery caused. He regretted the pain inflicted upon Dolly, but only because her pain in turn disrupted his comfort, his routine, and his peace. He had tried to smooth things over. He had attempted the usual, well-worn lines of apology. He had assured her that nothing serious had occurred, that he valued her and the children above all else, that the indiscretion was a fleeting, meaningless distraction. But his words were paper-thin, transparent and weightless against the granite wall of her silence and the immense, crushing weight of her heartbreak. Dolly's sorrow was an ocean, vast and tempestuous. It contained not just the sting of betrayal, but the comprehensive collapse of her entire worldview. She was a woman of absolute moral clarity, for whom marriage was a sacred, unbreakable covenant. The realization that Stiva had profaned that covenant, that he had introduced a foreign, unclean element into the very heart of their sanctuary, was unbearable. Her discovery had not been accidental. Though the telltale letter left carelessly in his desk had revealed the sordid details. When her eyes had scanned those few lines, the familiar walls of her home had melted away, and she felt herself standing exposed on the edge of a precipice. She remembered the exact physical sensation of that moment, a sudden, shocking coldness that pierced her chest, followed by a dizzying rush of blood to her head. Everything had gone blurred, then terrifyingly, sickeningly clear. She had read the letter, a document of banal wickedness, and realized that the man she had lived with, the father of her 6 children, the confidant of her heart, was a stranger. Worse, he was a liar and a cheat. The most humiliating, most agonizing part of her suffering was not the act itself, but the knowledge of the deceit. The years of shared dinners, of planning holidays, of intimate moments, all tainted by the realization that his mind, even then, was perhaps dwelling on the fleeting, shallow charms of the French girl. How many times had she been truly happy, truly secure, only for that security to be revealed as a carefully constructed lie? Though the happiness she had cherished was an illusion, a magnificent theatrical set with a rotten foundation. In her isolated room, she stared out the window at the familiar garden, but saw none of its color or beauty. She saw only the wreckage. She was not crying, her grief was too deep for tears. Her pain manifested as a cold, continuous ache. A dull, heavy stone settled right beneath her ribs, making every breath a conscious, painful effort. How was she to go on? What was the meaning of her life now? Her children were all she had, and yet even they seemed a painful extension of the man who had disgraced her. She loved them fiercely, but she felt detached, suspended in a terrible void where her maternal instincts could not anchor her. She reflected with bitter self-pity on the sheer injustice of it all. Dolly, who had sacrificed her figure, her youthful looks, her entire social life for the sake of bearing and raising his children, was the one who was betrayed. She had aged for him, had surrendered her own pleasures for the shared ideal of family, and this was her reward. Meanwhile, Stiva, still handsome and effortlessly charming, continued his life, his indiscretion simply a minor slip, a momentary diversion that his naturally buoyant spirit quickly dismissed. Stepan Oblonsky himself felt that he was in a genuinely awkward, even tragic situation. The truly tragic aspect in his mind was that he was a victim of his own loving, expansive nature. Why should a man so full of life, so appreciative of beauty and pleasure, be confined by the rigidity of a single vow. He saw himself not as a villain, but as a misunderstood hero of the modern age. He paced the small study he had retreated to, running his soft, white hands through his thinning hair. He was a man accustomed to comfort, and this sudden, acute discomfort was physically painful to him. The smell of the closed-up rooms, the heavy silence, the anxious looks of the servants, it all grated on his nerves. He felt the need for escape, for the easy camaraderie of his workplace, where witty conversation and light-hearted affairs were the currency of the day. The most difficult hurdle for him was the sheer impossibility of forcing Dolly to see reason. His customary tactics of light irony, gentle humor, and a charming, almost childish surrender, which usually worked wonders in his official life and with his friends, proved utterly useless against Dolly's unyielding, wounded spirit. She was deaf to his logic. She was blind to his attempts at charm. "She won't forgive," he muttered to himself, sinking into an armchair and pulling out a cigar, only to realize that smoking here would only further infuriate her, even if she couldn't smell the smoke from her room. He put the cigar away, another small self-sacrifice adding to his sense of martyrdom. He needed a mediator. He needed a voice of calm, of external authority and common sense to breach the fortified walls of Dolly's resentment. He realized with a sudden flash of hope that brightened his anxious face that there was only one person capable of performing this delicate, crucial operation: Anna. His sister, Anna Arkadyevna Karenina. Anna lived in St. Petersburg, immersed in a high-society life that seemed miles away from the domestic squalor of Moscow. She was a woman of powerful intelligence, charm, and crucially, a serene, magnetic quality that drew people to her, compelling them to confide in her and heed her counsel. She possessed an almost terrifying capacity for seeing the truth without judgment, a rare quality that Stiva felt was precisely what was needed now. He would send her a telegram immediately. He would plead with her to come and speak to Dolly, to explain to her that life was not meant to be rigid, that mistakes were human, and that the beautiful, complicated fabric of their family life should not be torn apart over a simple, trivial error of judgment. His decision to send for Anna brought him immediate, though shallow, relief. The weight on his chest eased slightly, replaced by the faint, comforting glow of a plan of action. He stood up, stretched, and felt a rush of renewed energy. The house for him had become intolerable. He needed to be among people who were pleasant, who did not frown, and who did not remind him of his moral shortcomings. He knew that the servants, from the head coachman to the lowest kitchen maid, were all on Dolly's side. He could feel their silent disapproval, their pitying looks, and their almost palpable hostility towards him. The former French governess, the source of this agonizing disruption, had been summarily dismissed 3 days ago. A necessary ritual of cleansing that had done nothing to cleanse the deeper stain on the marriage. She was gone, but the echo of her presence remained, a sour, persistent odor in the refined air of the Oblonsky drawing room. Stepan Arkadyevitch dressed himself in his usual meticulous manner. He took great care with his appearance, a habit that reflected his innate love of beauty and order, qualities which, ironically, he failed to apply to his moral life. He adjusted his cravat, admired his clean, well-trimmed beard in the mirror, and paused. He looked in the morning light filtering through the dust-streaked window, exactly like a man who was about to embark on a day of important, pleasurable business. A trace of genuine melancholy crossed his face, not for Dolly's pain, but for the loss of his own domestic happiness, which had always been the comfortable, reliable backdrop to his colorful life. But life, as he always believed, was meant to be lived, and it was certainly not meant to be suffered. He forced a smile onto his face, a charming, practiced smile that usually disarmed everyone, even himself, and left the silence of the room. He walked quickly through the deserted corridor, the thick carpet muffling his footsteps. He heard the distant, muffled sound of his children stirring, a sound that today felt like a distant, irrelevant choir. He paused briefly at the door of the nursery, tempted to go in to seek the simple, unconditional comfort of their affection, but he resisted. It would feel too much like seeking a refuge he hadn't earned, a manipulative attempt to use their innocence as a shield against Dolly's justified fury. He squared his shoulders, a final, conscious effort to shed the heavy cloak of domestic anxiety. The world awaited him. The ministry, the club, the dinners, the witty conversations, the beautiful, appreciative faces, these were the true, solid realities of his existence. The sorrow and shame of the home, he decided with a decisive mental sweep, were merely a temporary, unfortunate cloud. He would see Tversky, perhaps, and talk about the new appointment. He would lunch with Levin, who was conveniently in town. Yes, Levin. That honest, direct, somewhat clumsy friend who was always so intensely, beautifully earnest. Levin would understand, or at least he would listen without judging. With these thoughts, Stepan Arkadyevitch Oblonsky stepped out of his shattered home and into the busy, indifferent pulse of the city, carrying his unique burden of self-pity and his hastily formulated plan for mediation. The weight of his own triviality, though he was entirely unaware of it, was the only thing that truly pressed upon him. Dolly's anguish, meanwhile, remained solitary and immense, suspended in the desolate silence of the house. Chapter 2: Levin's earnest heart in the whirlpool of Moscow. Stepan Arkadyevitch, having decisively swept the domestic misery from his mind, arrived at his government office in a state of cheerful readiness. The ministry was his natural habitat. Here the air was light, the problems were matters of procedure rather than passion, and his intrinsic affability was not only valued but rewarded. He settled into his large, comfortable armchair, signed the stack of papers awaiting him with swift, professional flourish, and exchanged a few witty, meaningless remarks with his subordinates. The world outside the four walls of his own house was working again. His conscience, that inconvenient whisper which had caused him fleeting discomfort earlier that morning, now receded entirely. He was Stiva Oblonsky again, the charming, capable man of the world. He glanced at his watch. It was time for his luncheon appointment. This was no ordinary lunch. It was a rendezvous with a friend who represented everything Stiva was not, and yet a friend he genuinely admired, Konstantin Dmitrich Levin. Levin was in Moscow, having abandoned his beloved countryside estate, a place he managed with a meticulous philosophical intensity that Stiva could only vaguely comprehend. Levin had come for one terrifying purpose: to propose marriage to Kitty Sherbatsky. Stiva made his way to the most fashionable restaurant, the air thick with the scent of fine food, expensive cigars, and the faint, intoxicating musk of social ambition. He spotted Levin almost immediately. Konstantin Levin, tall, broad-shouldered, and dressed in a suit that looked slightly too rustic for the polished Moscow setting, sat rigidly at a small table, watching the doorway with an intensity that betrayed his nervousness. Levin felt utterly out of place, like a towering oak tree transplanted into a hothouse of exotic, delicate flowers. His deep, honest soul was perpetually ill at ease in the frivolous, glittering world of high society. His entire life revolved around the soil, the seasons, and the profound, tangible labor of farming, which he saw as a moral pursuit. In Moscow, he felt stripped of his authenticity, exposed and vulnerable, and all for the sake of one terrifying, beautiful creature, Kitty. He had loved her since she was a child, and now, at 18, she embodied every ideal of feminine grace and purity that his simple, earnest heart could conjure. The very thought of her was a sweet, paralyzing agony. Why must I suffer this? He wondered, clutching the menu, his hands rough and tanned from his outdoor life. Why can't I simply live my life honestly on the land, because she is here? And if she says no, then everything I believe about beauty and happiness is a lie. He despised the restaurant's opulence, the waiters in their fine white shirts, the excessive silver, the hushed, knowing conversations. This world was all facade, all surface. His deep-seated disdain for this superficial existence warred constantly with the desperate hope that Kitty, the brightest star of this world, would consent to join his simple, authentic one. When Stiva finally clapped him on the shoulder, Levin started, momentarily lost in his own turbulent self-analysis. "Levin, old friend, you look as grave as a bishop contemplating a sin he hasn't yet committed," Stiva exclaimed, his face radiating warm, uncomplicated pleasure. "Come, sit, tell me everything. You've been hiding on your estate for far too long." Levin managed a strained smile. He appreciated Stiva's genuine affection, but the prince's casual ease in this world was a perpetual source of discomfort. Stiva was gliding effortlessly through the superficiality that felt like quicksand to Levin. They ordered their meal, Stiva selecting dishes and wines with the connoisseur's confidence of a man for whom life's greatest dilemmas revolved around optimal flavor pairings. Levin, meanwhile, simply requested whatever Stiva was having, his mind too preoccupied for gastronomy. And so Stiva began, leaning back, the picture of relaxed grace. "You are here for the hunt, yes? The great Moscow fox hunt, Kitty Cherbatsky." Levin felt the blood rush to his face, a raw, almost childish reaction that made him instantly resent Stiva's flippancy. "Stepan," Levin said, his voice deep and earnest, his eyes fixed on Stiva's, seeking some deeper resonance. "I am here to propose. I need to know your opinion. You are her brother-in-law. Do you think I have a chance?" Stiva waved a hand dismissively, swirling the wine in his glass. "A chance? My dear fellow, you have every chance. The Cherbatskys like you, the princess adores you. Kitty, she is a girl of her own mind, but you are a splendid catch, a truly splendid man. Handsome, independently wealthy, and that absurd estate of yours that you treat like some kind of social laboratory." "It is not a social laboratory, Stepan," Levin insisted, the philosophical debate suddenly igniting, pulling him away from his anxiety. "It is life. It is the only true form of labor, the only place where I feel truly alive. I am trying to understand the relationship between the peasant and the land, to find a model that is both moral and efficient, not simply an exploitation." Stiva chuckled, a warm, indulgent sound. "Ah, there you go again, Levin, plunging into the abyss of abstract thought. Why must you always search for the general law in everything? Why can't you simply enjoy the fact that you have a huge farm that pays you a decent income? Because if I cannot justify my existence, if I cannot find meaning in my work beyond profit, then what am I? A parasite, a charming dilettante like you?" Levin retorted, instantly regretting the sharpness of his tongue. Stiva merely smiled, a politician's perfect deflection. "Ah, well, if I am a parasite, at least I am a well-fed one. Look, my friend, we are two different organisms. You are the deep-rooted tree, I am the quick-growing, elegant vine. They both have their uses, but we are here to talk about Kitty, not the communal agricultural system. Levin lowered his voice, the passion of the debate dying, replaced by the intense anxiety of his personal life. Stepan, I am serious. I cannot eat. I cannot sleep. This Moscow society, it makes me feel like a fool. I see Vronsky here, moving with such flawless confidence. He is handsome, polished, perfect for their world. How can I, the awkward landowner, compete with a man like that? The mention of Vronsky sent a slight, almost imperceptible shadow across Stiva's bright face. Count Vronsky was, in fact, one of the primary reasons Stiva had offered Levin this lunch. Vronsky was, indeed, paying Kitty significant attention. Vronsky, Stiva mused, selecting a piece of salmon with surgical precision. Vronsky is a fine fellow, certainly, but he is a man of the world, a career officer. He is not a man of family, not a man who will settle down and truly value a woman like Kitty. You, Levin, are solid. You are her first love, her childhood friend. That counts for infinitely more than Vronsky's charm and epaulets. Levin desperately wanted to believe him. He clung to Stiva's words, turning them over in his mind like precious stones. First love, childhood friend. But the image of Vronsky's effortless elegance, Vronsky's easy mastery of the social scene haunted him. Vronsky seemed to belong to this beautiful, frivolous world in a way Levin never could. What if she rejects me, Stepan? Levin whispered, the vulnerability in his voice raw and exposed. I have nothing left if she rejects me. Everything I've tried to build, my philosophy, my life on the estate, it all seems meaningless without her. Stiva reached across the table and patted his arm, a gesture of rare sincerity beneath his polished surface. If she rejects you, then she is a fool, and you, my dear Levin, will go back to your fields and forget all about us decadent city dwellers. But I do not believe she will. I know the Cherbatskys, I know women, they appreciate true substance. And you, my friend, are nothing but substance. The conversation turned to Stiva's own troubles, though he presented them with a comical, almost melodramatic spin, careful to minimize the real tragedy. The whole affair has been a complete, unmitigated disaster, Levin. Stiva sighed dramatically, but his eyes twinkled with a hint of self-amusement. Dolly is inconsolable, and rightly so, of course, but the house is hell. Utter domestic hell. I am relying entirely on my sister, Anna, to save my soul and my marriage. Anna Karenina is coming to Moscow? Levin asked, mildly surprised. He had only met Stiva's sister a few times, but remembered her as a woman of unusual poise and beauty, though slightly intimidating in her elegance. Yes, by the evening train. She has a way of seeing things clearly, Levin. A true gift of mediation. She will talk sense into Dolly. You will see. It will all be fixed as easily as replacing a chipped vase. Levin frowned, finding the comparison distasteful. A marriage is not a chipped vase, Stepan. It is the sacred core of life. If it is broken, it leaves a permanent scar. Stiva shrugged, ordering coffee. Such gravity, you and Dolly should marry each other. You share the same profound view of life's sorrows. Look, my friend, you are proposing to Kitty tomorrow. I have arranged for you to speak to her this evening at the princess's reception. Go now, go and prepare your noble soul for the great question. And remember, no grand speeches, just simple, honest sentiment. So that is your strength. Levin stood up, feeling a profound sense of foreboding mixed with the fragile, exhilarating hope Stiva had managed to plant in him. He knew Stiva meant well, but he also knew that the prince fundamentally misunderstood the sheer, life-altering seriousness of the step he was about to take. He paid his share, the gold coins feeling heavy and vulgar in his hand. As he walked out of the opulent restaurant and back onto the bustling street, the weight of his anxiety returned, amplified tenfold. Now he was going to face Kitty. He was going to risk everything. The carefree elegance of Moscow felt hostile and indifferent to the enormous gamble of his heart. His simple, honest soul was about to be put to the ultimate test in the very heart of this polished, artificial world. Chapter 3: The Fatal Spark at the Railway Station. The long, arduous train journey from St. Petersburg to Moscow was, for Anna Arkadyevna Karenina, a brief, necessary suspension of reality. And as the train hurtled through the monotonous landscape of snow-dusted fields and dark forests, Anna found herself in a state of tranquil detachment. She was escaping momentarily the perfectly ordered, yet emotionally sterile life she shared with her husband, Alexei Alexandrovich, and their son, Serezha. Alexei Karenin was a man of impeccable stature, a high-ranking official whose life was governed by duty, logic, and meticulous adherence to protocol. He was a good man, Anna knew, and he loved her in his own way. A quiet, proprietary affection like one might feel for a beautiful, prized possession that required careful maintenance. But his love was utterly devoid of passion, of the wild, untamed fire that Anna, despite her sophisticated exterior, secretly craved. On the journey, Anna read an English novel, finding its drama and passion a welcome contrast to her own placid existence. But even the book eventually dropped to her lap. Her own thoughts, usually kept tightly in check, began to flow freely, drawn by the emotional intensity of the mission that awaited her, saving her brother Stiva's marriage. She did not judge Stiva. His infidelity was merely the inevitable, if unfortunate, consequence of his overwhelming need for pleasure. She felt deep, genuine sympathy for Dolly, but her pragmatic mind already saw the path to reconciliation. She believed in the power of charm, of clarity, and of the fundamental desire for stability. Anna was a woman of striking, yet unconventional beauty. She possessed dark, thick eyelashes that framed eyes so expressive they seemed to capture and reflect the emotional texture of the world around her. Her face, though sometimes marked by a subtle, almost melancholy gravity, could instantly ignite with a brilliant, disarming smile. It was a smile that conveyed not just simple cheerfulness, but a depth of feeling, a profound appreciation for life that few women in St. Petersburg society dared to display. As the train slowed, groaning and hissing its way into the bustling chaos of the Moscow station, Anna felt a sudden, inexplicable tremor of excitement. A premonition, perhaps. An awareness that this moment, this arrival, was not merely a family intervention, but the prelude to something vastly larger. Meanwhile, on the platform, Count Alexei Kirillovich Vronsky waited with the easy confidence of a man accustomed to admiration and success. Vronsky was everything Stiva admired and everything Levin feared. He was a brilliant young officer, impeccably dressed in his military uniform, his handsome, athletic physique suggesting both discipline and boundless vitality. His face, though lacking any extraordinary intellectual depth, was intelligent, serene, and utterly self-assured. He was waiting for his mother, the Countess Vronsky, but his mind was not entirely focused on filial duty. He was thinking of Kitty Scherbatsky, the young girl who was currently providing him with agreeable, harmless amusement. Vronsky was a man who lived life as a series of pleasant distractions. Kitty's evident infatuation with him was flattering, a delightful ego boost, but it was nothing serious. The idea of marriage, of permanent commitment, was an absurdity he dismissed with a casual wave of his mental hand. His life was governed by the unwritten code of the cavalry regiment: honor, luxury, and the pursuit of fleeting, charming pleasures. He had no grand passion, no philosophical angst like Levin. He simply enjoyed his existence. The notion that he was unintentionally breaking Levin's heart, or indeed leading Kitty to a painful precipice, never truly crossed the smooth, untroubled surface of his consciousness. He was standing near the carriage entrance when the St. Petersburg train finally shuddered to a halt, releasing a great cloud of white, suffocating steam that momentarily engulfed the platform. The crowd surged forward. Stiva Oblonsky, having rushed from his office, immediately spotted his sister and moved towards her compartment with his usual eager stride. And then in the clearing steam, Vronsky saw her. Anna. She stepped out of the carriage with a grace that transcended the awkwardness of the platform. She was in a quiet, dark dress, her face framed by a simple, elegant hat, but there was an intensity about her, a magnetic vitality that seemed to pull all the light and movement towards her. Vronsky stopped dead. Every cell in his body registered her presence with a sudden, devastating shock of recognition. It was not merely physical attraction, it was a profound, instantaneous psychological awakening. He was accustomed to beautiful women. He had been loved, pursued, and adored, but Anna was different. She possessed a radiant darkness, a quiet, powerful depth that spoke of life lived and passions contained. Her eyes, those remarkable, honest eyes, met his for a fraction of a second, and in that moment the entire vast world of his former life, his military career, his society flirtations, his carefree future, collapsed. It was as if a physical force had struck him. He felt for the first time the terrifying, exhilarating sensation of being truly, irrevocably seen. Anna, too, felt the impact. As she reached out a hand to steady herself on the step, her eyes met the face of the handsome officer. She saw not merely a man, but an immediate, palpable danger, a challenge, a fate. His gaze was too direct, too intense, promising an overwhelming rush of life and emotion that was utterly foreign to her disciplined world. A flicker of that famous smile, radiant and brief, crossed her lips as she recognized her brother approaching. Stiva's warm embrace provided a necessary grounding distraction. Anna, my savior, I knew you would come. The house is a battlefield, my dear, a true battlefield, Stiva murmured, kissing her hand. I know, Stiva, but we shall put the swords away. Where is Dolly? She responded, her voice clear, rich, and musical. Vronsky stood motionless, paralyzed by the sheer force of his feeling. He had forgotten his mother, the crowd, the purpose of his day. There was only Anna and the terrifying, wonderful realization that this was what he had been waiting for his entire life. It was at this precise, suspended moment of electric realization that the disaster struck. A sudden, sharp shout cut through the hubbub. A moment later, a sickening, grinding sound of iron against flesh. A railway worker, clumsy in the snow, had slipped or perhaps been too preoccupied, and had been run over by one of the carriages being moved by the shunting engine. The crowd recoiled, a collective gasp of horror running through the platform. The sight was gruesome, the man instantly and tragically gone. The steam from the engine seemed to thicken, now carrying the chill of death. Stiva was horrified, his cheerful demeanor instantly shattered by the brute reality of mortality. Terrible. A terrible omen. This is the sign of ill fortune for my venture, Anna, he exclaimed, gripping her arm tightly. Anna, though deeply shaken, maintained her composure. Her face, usually so serene, was marked by a chilling pallor, but her eyes were fixed on the scene with a strange, contemplative intensity. Vronsky, shaking off his daze, moved instantly to the front. He was an officer, a man of action. He assessed the situation, spoke rapid, calm commands to the station master, and with characteristic generosity reached into his pocket. "This is truly dreadful," Vronsky said, addressing the station master, his voice firm. "This man has a family. Take this for his widow. It is the least we can do." He pressed a thick wad of banknotes into the station master's hand, his gesture effortless and purely humanitarian. Anna watched him. The contrast was stark. Stiva's emotional, self-centered horror versus Vronsky's immediate, decisive, and generous action. The image of Vronsky, handsome, powerful, and profoundly capable in a crisis, was seared into her mind. When he turned back, his eyes sought hers again. This time, the connection was undeniable, a silent acknowledgement of the shared moment, the mutual shock, and the instantaneous, overwhelming passion that had erupted between them amidst the horror of death. Anna felt the ground shift beneath her. The ominous sign of the accident, which should have served as a warning, instead solidified the terrifying, exhilarating understanding. Something momentous had begun. The death had marked the very threshold of their meeting, a black, dramatic curtain rising on their forbidden story. She quickly regained her composure, turning to Stiva. "We must go, brother. Dolly is waiting. Let us leave this place." But as she walked away, leaning on Stiva's arm, she knew the railway station had done its fatal work. She had arrived in Moscow to save a marriage. She had left carrying the seed of her own destruction, irrevocably tied to the image of the man who stood watching her retreat, the handsome officer whose casual, commanding presence promised a love that would consume her life. The world was already different. The air was charged, and the simple, ordered structure of her existence was now a question mark hovering over an abyss. Title: Chapter 4, Kitty's Choice and the Illusion of Love. Estimated word count for this chapter: 2,500 words. A total estimated word count completed: 10,000 words. The S.H. Cherbatsky household, ostensibly a place of light-hearted elegance and parental indulgence, was currently a crucible of youthful indecision. Princess Katerina Alexandrovna S.H. Cherbatskaya, or Kitty, as she was universally known, was only 18, yet she found herself standing at the most crucial crossroads of her life. She was the most beautiful of the S.H. Cherbatsky daughters, possessing a charm that was both innocent and deeply alluring. and her debut season in Moscow society had made her the most coveted match. She was sought after by two utterly distinct men, Konstantin Levin, the serious, unconventional, and profoundly good-natured landowner, and Count Alexei Vronsky, the brilliant, flawlessly polished, and captivating cavalry officer. Kitty's heart, in its youthful confusion, was currently a battlefield where duty, comfort, and exhilarating illusion fought a silent war. She genuinely liked Levin. She had known him since childhood. He was a friend of the family, and his adoration for her was a solid, comforting, undeniable fact. When she was with him, she felt valued for her true self, not just her superficial charm. Levin offered a deep, stable, meaningful existence on the land, a partnership based on sincerity and shared values. But meaning, stability, and sincerity seemed so ordinary when compared to the intoxicating promise offered by Vronsky. Vronsky offered excitement, the glittering approval of the highest society, the thrill of being chosen by the most desirable bachelor in Moscow. His attention was a public declaration of her triumph, a dazzling reflection that made her feel beautiful, sophisticated, and infinitely superior. She was convinced, with the absolute, unquestioning certainty of a young girl in the throes of first infatuation, that Vronsky was going to propose. His unwavering attentiveness, his long, intense glances, his smooth, practiced devotion at balls and parties, surely these could mean nothing else but serious intent. The sheer thought of Vronsky stirred something wild and irresistible within her. It was not a deep, quiet love, but a headlong, dizzying rush of anticipation. Her mother, the Princess Shtcherbatsky, tacitly encouraged this illusion. The princess was a woman whose vision of life was strictly confined within the boundaries of high society acceptance. Vronsky, with his title, wealth, and impeccable connections, represented the epitome of a successful match. Levin, with his eccentric philosophical interests, his refusal to participate fully in city life, and his awkward earnestness, was viewed as a less brilliant, though entirely respectable, second option. "He is a marvelous man, Levin," the princess had conceded to her husband, the prince, "but he is a savage, my dear. He smells of the country, and Vronsky is a dream." Kitty was waiting in the drawing room for the evening reception to begin, her nervousness translating into an acute awareness of her surroundings. Every reflection in the mirror, every adjustment of her elaborate gown was part of a terrifying, wonderful ritual. She knew Levin would come tonight, she knew he would ask the question, and she had, with a quiet, terrible finality, decided on her answer. Levin, meanwhile, was preparing himself in his Spartan, temporary lodging in Moscow, his heart pounding a frantic rhythm against his ribs. He had spent the afternoon wrestling with his philosophy, his work on the estate, and his own moral standing, trying to find the perfect intellectual anchor to stabilize his emotional turmoil. It was useless. Every grand thought, every logical proof dissolved into nothingness when faced with the simple, absolute power of his love for Kitty. He looked at his reflection, a man of rugged features, with a forehead furrowed by genuine thought, but lacking the effortless sheen of Vronsky. He felt clumsy, too old for her, too serious. If she says yes, he thought, pulling on his white gloves with painful care, my life begins. The world will suddenly be full of light and purpose. If she says no, and the thought was a crushing physical weight, I shall return to the country and never leave. I will live the life of a hermit, and only the land will know my name. His entire vision of the future was suspended on the fragile thread of her reply. For Levin, the proposal was not merely a social transaction, it was a cosmic gamble, a test of his fundamental faith in happiness and human connection. He would be destroyed if rejected, not merely disappointed. He arrived at the Shtcherbatsky house, the music and chatter washing over him, making him feel instantly isolated. He saw Kitty almost at once. She was a vision in white, moving through the crowd with an ethereal grace that took his breath away. Though the sight of her intensified his feeling of unworthiness, yet also his desperate resolve. Vronsky was already there, positioned near Kitty, his uniform setting off her beauty with magnificent contrast. They were speaking easily, intimately, and Vronsky's gaze held the look of comfortable, assured possession. Levin approached, feeling every inch of his awkwardness. He knew that the moment he spoke to Kitty, Vronsky would eventually drift away, and the moment would be his. He simply had to wait for the right, quiet moment when the music faded slightly and the crowd thinned. But Vronsky did not drift away. Kitty, caught in the intoxicating bubble of Vronsky's attention, barely registered Levin's presence with more than a quick, slightly nervous smile. She was radiant, her face flushed with the kind of brilliant, expectant joy that only deep assurance could bring. She was, in her mind, waiting for Vronsky to make his move, not for Levin. When Vronsky finally moved aside to speak to the hostess, Kitty turned to Levin, her smile still bright but brittle. Levin took a deep breath, the air tasting like failure before the fact. He led her slightly away from the center of the room towards a less frequented doorway. "Kitty," he began, his voice rough with emotion, the prepared speeches entirely abandoned. "I must speak with you. I have waited so long, and I cannot wait another moment. You know why I am here. I am asking you to marry me. I love you, Kitty. I love you with everything I am." His words, honest and deep, hung in the air, heavy with the weight of his soul. Kitty listened, and as she did, a profound sense of disappointment washed over her. It was not Vronsky's voice. It was the voice of the old friend, the reliable constant, the alternative. She suddenly saw his earnest face, his anxious eyes, not as marks of sincerity, but as symbols of the life she feared. A quiet life, a life without the social validation she craved. The illusion of Vronsky, shimmering and bright, blinded her to the reality of Levin's love. "Il Konstantin Dmitrich," she said, her voice soft but surprisingly firm, rehearsed in the long hours of anxious expectation. "You are very kind, I respect you deeply, but I cannot, I am sorry. I cannot be your wife." Her answer was a sharp, clean wound. It was final. Levin felt the world tilt. The music, the voices, the light, it all became a distant, muffled roar. He stood there motionless, the rejection a physical blow that robbed him of breath and thought. Though the pain was absolute, not merely because he had been refused, but because his grand, beautiful hope, his reason for living, was revealed to be an arrogant delusion. He managed only a single choked word: "Thank you." It was a formal, terrible surrender. He turned and walked away, not running, but moving with the heavy, unseeing gait of a man whose spirit has been mortally wounded. He walked out of the Cherbatsky house and into the cold Moscow night, leaving behind the glittering ball, the music, and the girl who had unknowingly chosen an illusion over a profound, true love. Kitty watched him go, feeling a strange mix of relief and a faint, cold pang of regret for the pain she had caused such a good man. But the regret was swiftly eclipsed by a renewed burst of excitement. The field was clear. She had dismissed the pretender. Now Vronsky would surely make his long-awaited, glorious declaration. She waited, her eyes shining with anticipation, convinced that any moment now Vronsky would approach, his victorious gaze confirming her excellent choice. But Vronsky did not approach. He was still engaged in polite conversation, occasionally glancing at her with that agreeable, slightly detached admiration, the look of a man who found her charming but not essential. As the hours passed, Kitty's radiant certainty began to dim. The exhilarating illusion that had sustained her, that had fueled her confidence, began to crack. She realized with a chilling, sickening certainty that Vronsky's attention was exactly what Stiva had implied: charming but ultimately meaningless. He was not looking at her with the intent of a prospective husband, but with the casual pleasure of a man passing the time. Her heart, which had just dismissed the truest devotion it would ever know, now began to ache with a sudden, devastating fear. She had gambled her future on a mirage, and in doing so had destroyed the only solid chance for happiness she had ever been offered. The music suddenly sounded hollow. The lights seemed too bright. The entire glittering room, which had promised her joy, now seemed to mock her terrible, irreparable mistake. Title: Chapter 5, Anna's peace and Dolly's despair. An estimated word count for this chapter, 2,500 words. A total estimated word count completed, 12,500 words. Anna Arkadyevna arrived at her brother Stepan's house in a state of quiet exhaustion, yet beneath the fatigue, a curious, almost fearful excitement simmered. The jarring spectacle of death at the railway station, coupled with the immediate electric presence of Count Vronsky, had shaken the foundations of her usual composure. The entire journey from the station to the Oblonsky residence had passed in a strange, half-conscious blur, punctuated only by Stiva's endless, self-pitying lamentations about the domestic hell he had created. When they arrived, the house was, as Stiva had dramatically predicted, steeped in a profound and suffocating silence. The silence of a tragedy that has already occurred, leaving behind only the cold ashes of despair. Darya Alexandrovna, or Dolly, met Anna not in the elegant drawing room, but in the nursery, surrounded by the tangible evidence of her broken life, her children. Dolly was utterly transformed from the charming, vibrant woman Anna remembered. Her face was haggard, her eyes red-rimmed and perpetually distant, fixed upon some internal landscape of betrayal. Her simple mourning dress seemed to hang loosely upon her, emphasizing her sudden fragility. The moment Dolly saw her sister-in-law, she broke. All the rigid self-control she had maintained for the sake of her children and her dignity shattered. "Anna!" Dolly cried, rushing forward. The sound was not a welcome, but a desperate, gasping plea for rescue. She threw her arms around Anna, clinging to her with a ferocious intensity. The embrace was less an expression of familial affection and more the desperate grip of a drowning person reaching for solid ground. Anna, despite her own inner turmoil, immediately slipped into the role of the compassionate mediator. Her innate serenity, a quality that set her apart in high society, immediately exerted a calming influence. She returned Dolly's embrace warmly, holding her close until the shuddering sobs subsided. "Dolly, my dear, dear Dolly," Anna murmured, her voice soft and infinitely soothing. "I am here, we will talk, we will fix this, my love, everything can be mended." Dolly pulled back, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand, a gesture that conveyed utter emotional exhaustion. "No, Anna. You don't understand, it cannot be mended, it is finished. When I found that letter, that terrible, vulgar letter, it was as if a piece of iron had been driven into my heart. And I am only a woman. I cannot live like this, I cannot forgive him." She led Anna away to her private sitting room, a small, worn space that spoke of maternal devotion and persistent neglect in equal measure. The atmosphere was heavy with the stale scent of worry and unshed tears. Anna sat down, observing Dolly with careful, non-judgmental empathy. She did not offer immediate platitudes or criticisms of Stiva. She knew that Dolly first needed to be heard to pour out the poison that was consuming her from within. Dolly paced the room, her movements jerky and erratic, the years of quiet resentment now exploding into fierce, eloquent pain. He is a stranger to me, Anna. He has always been a stranger. We have had 6 children. And yet he finds pleasure with that governess in my house near my children. It is not the act itself, Anna, not just the physical betrayal. It is the lie, the humiliation, the destruction of everything I thought was real. She stopped, her chest heaving. And the worst is, he cannot even understand my pain. He is genuinely perplexed that I cannot simply overlook it, forget it, and continue to live as his cheerful, accommodating wife. He is cheerful, he is still charming, he eats well, he sleeps soundly. While I cannot eat, I cannot look at the children without weeping, knowing their entire world is built on his corruption. Anna listened patiently, her dark eyes reflecting Dolly's distress with perfect clarity. She understood Stiva's superficiality, his ability to compartmentalize and escape moral responsibility. But she understood Dolly's humiliation even more profoundly. It was the humiliation of being superseded, of having her profound, sacred role as wife and mother reduced to a mere convenience. "And what is my purpose now, Anna?" Dolly whispered, her voice cracking with despair. "Am I to be an object of pity? As a martyr for the children? I am 33 years old. My beauty is gone. He will never look at me again as he looks at that fresh-faced creature. I am trapped. Trapped in a life that is fundamentally dishonest." She looked desperately at Anna, searching for the deep, clear wisdom that everyone in their circle attributed to her. "Tell me, Anna, what am I supposed to do? Should I leave him? Should I take the children and throw myself upon the mercy of my parents? Should I stay and pretend that the very core of my life has not been ripped out?" Anna rose slowly and approached Dolly, placing her hands gently on Dolly's shoulders. Her touch was firm yet soothing, conveying immense unspoken strength. "My dearest Dolly, look at me," Anna commanded softly. "You must stop thinking about what you should do or what society expects. You must only think about what you can bear and what you truly desire." She paused, ensuring their eyes met. "You are not trapped. You are hurt and your pain is justified and immense, but you are not powerless. Stiva is behaving abominably, yes, but he is a man incapable of true malice. He is simply weak and perhaps profoundly foolish." Anna leaned in slightly, lowering her voice to an intimate, confidential tone. "If you leave him, Dolly, you punish yourself and the children more than you punish him. He will simply move on, relieved of the burden of your suffering. But if you stay, you hold all the power. You are the mother of his children, the mistress of his house, the bedrock of his reputation. Now he knows this, even if he pretends not to. Anna's words, though simple, cut through Dolly's chaotic anguish with the force of clear reason. He sent for me, Dolly, because he knows he needs you. He is frightened. He is uncomfortable. He wants his life back, the comfort you provide. He does not want to lose you, Anna insisted. We must make him understand the true cost of his pleasure, not through tears, but through quiet, unshakable certainty. Anna then spent a long, unhurried hour simply talking to Dolly, not about Stiva's sin, but about Dolly's value. She spoke of the profound moral significance of raising children, of the tangible reality of the home Dolly had built, contrasting it with the ephemeral, false reality of Stiva's fleeting affair. She did not defend Stiva, but rather she redefined the battlefield, shifting the focus from the other woman to Dolly's own undeniable importance. By the time the conversation drew to a close, Dolly's shoulders had straightened slightly. The wild despair in her eyes was replaced by a look of profound, though tentative, gratitude. She still hated Stiva, but she no longer felt completely annihilated by his betrayal. Anna had given her the gift of perspective, the understanding that her life was not over, merely fractured. "Oh, Anna," Dolly whispered, clutching Anna's hands, "you are a saint. I feel as if you have looked into my soul and straightened everything out. You have made me believe that there is still something to fight for." Anna smiled gently, a fragile, almost melancholic smile. She was relieved to have brought peace to her sister-in-law, yet the effort had exhausted her. And in the very depth of her soul, she felt a profound, secret irony. She was preaching salvation and fidelity while her own heart still echoed with the dangerous, exhilarating memory of the handsome officer at the station. She had healed Dolly's wound, but she had opened one entirely new and terrifyingly deep in herself. Later that evening, exhausted but strangely revitalized, Anna sat in her room. She knew the hard work of diplomacy was yet to come, the necessary conversation with Stiva. But for now, the quiet victory of restoring hope to Dolly was enough. She was here as the peacemaker, the woman of stability and wisdom, a stark contrast to the reckless, impulsive feeling that had sparked to life within her mere hours earlier. This internal war between duty and the sudden, overwhelming desire for an unknown passion had just begun. Title Chapter 6, Levin's Retreat and the Healing of the Land. An estimated word count for this chapter, 2,500 words. A total estimated word count completed, 15,000 words. Konstantin Levin walked away from the Shtcherbatsky house and into the biting cold of the Moscow night, but he was unaware of the physical chill. His soul, far colder than the winter air, was reeling from the catastrophic failure of his great hope. Kitty's gentle, yet utterly final, refusal had not merely disappointed him, it had destroyed the very architecture of his future. He had always placed his faith in the inherent honesty of his own feelings, believing that the truth of his love must naturally lead to a corresponding truth in the world. Kitty's rejection shattered this belief, revealing his entire, carefully constructed philosophy of life to be based on an arrogant presumption of happiness. He wandered the dark, deserted streets, the gas lamps casting a sickly yellow glow on the snow. The glittering ball he had just left, the center of the city life he despised, seemed monstrous now, a theater of superficiality where genuine human emotion was mocked and discarded. "It is over," he thought, the phrase a dull, repetitive hammer blow in his mind. "It is not just that she does not love me, it is that she cannot see me. She is blinded by the artificial light, and I am too much a creature of the earth for her to notice." To the thought of Vronsky, the polished, effortless rival, added a fresh layer of corrosive bitterness. Vronsky was everything Levin was not, a man of society, of transient, dazzling charm, lacking any profound moral core. Yet it was Vronsky who had won the prize. It was the illusion that had triumphed over the substance. Levin returned to his temporary lodgings, a room that now felt airless and suffocating. He paced for hours, unable to seek the oblivion of sleep. The profound physical reality of his grief demanded action, not rest. He had come to Moscow with a fixed, singular purpose. Now that purpose was obliterated, and every second spent in the city felt like a continuation of the torture. By dawn, his decision was made, simple and absolute: he must leave Moscow immediately. He needed the land, the raw, demanding labor of his estate. A world where every action had an honest consequence, where effort led directly to results, a world free from the complex, deceitful games of human society. He packed his bags with a fierce, almost manic energy. He left a brief, polite note for his hosts and dispatched his coachman with hasty instructions. He wanted no farewells, no pity, and certainly no further encounters with the world that had so cruelly exposed his vulnerability. The journey back to Pokrovskoe, his ancestral estate, was a blur of discomfort and solitude. And as the train carried him further away from the city's glittering lies and closer to the vast, snow-covered plains, Levin felt a slow, reluctant easing of the intense pain. The landscape was his mirror, austere, solitary, yet possessing a quiet, enduring strength. Upon his arrival, the familiar sight of his old house, simple and unpretentious, brought a strange, grounding comfort. His faithful old servants, sensing his deep distress without needing to ask, received him with quiet, respectful solicitude. Levin immediately plunged himself into the work of the estate with a punishing intensity. He ignored the weather, the need for rest, and the polite inquiries of his neighbors. He threw himself into the practical problems of farming, the accounts, the forestry, the livestock, seeking refuge in the tangible, undeniable reality of the physical world. He found solace in the simple, profound honesty of the peasants and laborers who worked his land. These were men whose lives were governed by the sun, the rain, and the necessity of honest toil. They did not engage in the convoluted deceptions of high society. Their emotions were direct, their needs fundamental. Levin began to spend long hours working alongside them. An unusual practice for a man of his standing, but one that provided him with the only true distraction. He reveled in the physical exhaustion, in the satisfying ache of his muscles, in the shared rhythm of work. One afternoon he went out into the frozen woods with the forester, examining the timber yield. The silence of the forest was immense, broken only by the sharp, echoing sound of an axe. Levin felt an irresistible urge to seize the axe himself. He shed his greatcoat and, despite the protests of the forester, began to work. Though the initial swings were clumsy, fueled by his inner turmoil. But soon the repetitive motion, the effort required to send the axe biting deep into the resistant wood, began to clear his mind. With every heavy, satisfying stroke, he felt the pain and frustration of Moscow being expelled, transferred from his soul into the sheer physical exertion. The sweat froze on his brow, his hands developed blisters, but the work was purification. He found himself thinking, not of Kitty's eyes or Vronsky's effortless charm, but of the physics of the blow, the grain of the wood, the technique of his fellow workers. For these brief physical moments, he was simply a man working the earth, stripped of his title, his social anxieties, and his hopeless love. The forest was his confessional. Here he could mourn his loss without spectators. Here the rejection was merely a psychological wound, one that could not survive the blunt, undeniable truth of manual labor. Yet even the physical labor could not entirely silence the profound philosophical questions that haunted him. What was the purpose of his life now? The beautiful vision of family, of Kitty, of the domestic bliss that was to be the cornerstone of his existence was gone. He revisited his work on agriculture, the book he was writing about farming reform. He plunged into statistics and theories, seeking to replace emotional fulfillment with intellectual achievement. But the work felt suddenly cold, abstract, and irrelevant. What good was a theory about improving the lives of peasants if his own life was empty? His brother, Sergei Ivanovich Koznyshev, the esteemed writer and intellectual, wrote to him concerned about his abrupt departure from Moscow. Levin's reply was terse and melancholic, asserting that the city was a distraction from true reality. "What is true reality?" Levin muttered to himself, pacing his study late at night. "Is it love? Oh, it failed. Is it philosophy? It is useless. Is it the land? The land endures, but I, the man, do not." He began to search for meaning in the small, recurring rituals of rural life. Though the sight of the peasant women feeding the chickens, the sound of the children playing in the snow, the quiet shared meal with his bailiff, these moments held a strange, simple beauty, a kind of unthinking contentment that eluded him. He observed the marriage of a simple peasant couple and saw in their honest, unadorned commitment a reflection of the profound moral bond he had sought with Kitty. He envied their simplicity, their lack of complexity, the fact that their happiness was not dependent on the capricious whims of Moscow society. Levin was beginning the slow, painful process of intellectual and emotional realignment. He was learning to separate his happiness from Kitty, or rather, to acknowledge that while his pain was real, the necessity of existence continued. He was forced back upon his own resources, searching for a meaning that transcended personal fulfillment. The estate, with its demands and its truths, was forcing him to look outward, not inward. He realized that the love he had offered Kitty was perhaps selfish, a desire to complete himself through her. Now alone, wounded and despairing, he was learning a new, harder lesson. The purpose of life might lie not in receiving love, but in the simple moral act of living rightly, independently of outcome. He did not believe he would ever love again, or that he would ever be entirely free from the phantom of Kitty's face. But as the winter deepened and the snow settled heavily over his vast, silent fields, Konstantin Levin began to find a certain grim peace. He had retreated from the world of deception into the world of truth. The healing would be long, painful, and arduous, but the conditions for it were finally in place. Title: Chapter 7: The Peacemaker's Power. Estimated word count for this chapter: 2,500 words. A total estimated word count completed: 17,500 words. Stepan Arkadyevich Oblonsky was, by his own estimation, a man more sinned against than sinning. While he acknowledged, with a cheerful lack of genuine remorse, that his affair had caused a little unpleasantness, he genuinely could not fathom the depth of Dolly's suffering. His self-pity was profound and immediate. He felt like an innocent man caught in a disastrous weather event, bewildered by the chaos he himself had unleashed. He was waiting for his sister, Anna, in his private study, a room characterized by an air of cultivated, slightly slovenly comfort. He nervously smoothed his waistcoat, rehearsing the lines he intended to use. Explanations of how men were naturally built, how fleeting the infidelity was, and how ultimately Dolly was being unreasonable. When Anna entered, the atmosphere instantly shifted. Anna Arkadyevna Karenina possessed a charisma that was both magnetic and reassuring. She was dressed simply, having changed from her traveling clothes, but her elegance was intrinsic. Her face, framed by dark hair, was strikingly beautiful, but it was her eyes, clear and deep, and the quiet certainty of her movements that commanded attention. Stiva saw in her not a judge but a savior, a woman of the world who understood the complexities of the human heart, particularly the male heart. "Ah, Anna, my dear, dear sister," Stiva exclaimed, rushing to her with a look of desperate theatrical relief. "You are the only person who can save me. I am in hell, Anna, I assure you. This is insupportable." Anna smiled, a subtle, almost pitying curve of the lips. She refused the role of confessor or judge, opting instead for the role of the ultimate pragmatist. She did not condemn his actions, but focused entirely on the consequences. "Stiva, sit down," she said, her voice smooth and level, devoid of the emotional hysteria that Dolly had displayed. "I have just spent a long time with Dolly. She is heartbroken, not merely angry but truly broken." Stiva immediately began his defense, leaning forward earnestly. "But Anna, what was I to do? That is the natural order of things. A fleeting fancy, a moment of weakness, nothing more. Does she truly want to destroy the happiness of the entire household over a triviality? I love Dolly. I value my family." Anna listened patiently, allowing him to exhaust his superficial justifications. She realized that trying to appeal to his moral sense was futile. Stiva's moral sense was a charming but ultimately useless antique, kept for show but never used. Her strategy had to appeal to the only things Stiva truly valued: his own comfort, his reputation, and the seamless continuation of his easy life. "You value your family, Stiva. Then look at what you have done to it," Anna stated, her voice hardening only slightly, maintaining a tone of rational assessment. "Your children are terrified. Your house is in chaos. You cannot invite friends for dinner, you cannot sleep peacefully, and you cannot look your wife in the eye." She paused, letting the silence emphasize the true cost. "You have traded the comfort of a good, decent home, the respect of your children, and the affection of the best woman you will ever know, for what, Stiva? For a few moments of pleasure that you have already forgotten." Anna knew that Stiva hated discomfort more than anything. She pressed this weakness relentlessly. "Your life, Stiva, is built on ease and charm. Without Dolly, you lose both. Your reputation will suffer. Moscow society will judge you not for the affair, they forgive that easily, but for the catastrophe of a ruined home. They will see you as a failure, a man who cannot even manage his own affairs. The appeal to society's judgment was a masterful stroke. Stiva recoiled, his face clouding with genuine anxiety. He could endure Dolly's tears, but he could not endure the thought of his friends pitying him or, worse, judging his social competence. "That is true, Anna, absolutely true," he admitted, rubbing his forehead despairingly. "I haven't slept for 3 nights. My very existence is intolerable. But what can I do? She refuses to speak to me." "You must do the one thing that is hardest for you, Stiva," Anna said, leaning in, her eyes focusing intently. "You must be truly honest. Not just superficially sorry, but genuinely, profoundly sorry for the pain you have caused her, not for the difficulty you are now experiencing." She laid out the terms of his surrender, not as a moral obligation, but as the only logical path back to comfort. Go to her, do not offer excuses. Do not mention your own feelings. Confess your wrongdoing, acknowledge the terrible injury you inflicted upon her heart, and beg her forgiveness. Not forgiveness for yourself, but for the sake of the children and the life you both built. Tell her that she is necessary, that she is irreplaceable, and that you will never risk her love again. Anna painted a picture of the restored household, the quiet domestic peace, the children's laughter, the warm dinners, the acceptance of society, all the things Stiva truly missed. She made the price of the affair seem astronomically high and the price of reconciliation, a simple, sincere apology, surprisingly low. Stiva, utterly exhausted by his own guilt and the ensuing chaos, succumbed to Anna's flawless logic and compelling presence. He saw his sister as a beacon of sanity and stability, the only person capable of cutting through the fog of his marital disaster. "You are right, Anna. You are always right," he sighed, a man utterly defeated but immensely relieved. "I will do exactly as you say. I will go to her now. You have been sent by God to save me." Anna watched her brother depart, his usual jaunty step replaced by a heavy, contrite tread. She had succeeded. She had engineered the peace. Dolly would eventually forgive him, not because Stiva deserved it, but because life's practicalities, children, finances, social standing demanded a truce. Anna's talent for emotional diplomacy was unparalleled. As she stood alone in the quiet study, however, a deep, unsettling silence descended upon her. She had just championed fidelity, stability, and the sanctity of the domestic bond, yet the words felt hollow and hypocritical on her tongue. The image of Count Vronsky, with his confident posture, his cool gray eyes, and the bold, admiring light of his gaze, flashed vividly in her mind. His presence was the antithesis of the stable, comforting life she had just saved for Dolly. Vronsky represented danger, passion, and the exhilarating possibility of destroying everything for the sake of a moment's intoxicating truth. I am a good wife. I am a devoted mother. I am a successful peacemaker, she repeated to herself, trying to anchor her thoughts to her established identity. But the fear remained. The brief, profound encounter with Vronsky had awakened a part of her soul she had long believed dead, or perhaps never even known existed. The effortless ease with which she had secured Stiva's surrender now seemed like a demonstration of the emptiness of that life. A life built on smooth surfaces and predictable outcomes. She had restored order to her brother's house, but in doing so, she had intensified the disorder growing within her own heart. She felt a dangerous, thrilling pull towards the very chaos she had just condemned. Though the train journey, the shared glance with Vronsky, the sensation of his intense, singular focus, it all remained terrifyingly clear, like a vivid dream from which she did not fully wish to wake. Anna walked to the window, gazing out at the frosty Moscow street. She was scheduled to leave for Petersburg tomorrow, back to her husband, Alexei Alexandrovich Karenin, and her son, Serezha. The return to that life, a life of unwavering duty and intellectual rather than emotional companionship, suddenly felt like an unbearably heavy chain. She knew that Vronsky was also in Moscow, a fact that both frightened and thrilled her. Her work was done here. She should leave. She must leave. Yet a silent, reckless voice whispered that she should stay just for a little longer to see if the dazzling, impossible spark that had ignited their first meeting was real, or merely a trick of the gaslight and the travel fatigue. She needed to know. Though the fate of Dolly and Stiva was settled, now her own fate lay suspended in the balance. Title, Chapter 8, Kitty's Ruin and the Bitter Awakening. Estimated word count for this chapter, 2,500 words. A total estimated word count completed, 20,000 words. The great ball at the Moscow Assembly Hall was supposed to be the glorious climax of Kitty S.H. Sherbatsky's winter. Instead, it became the exact point of her utter collapse, the dividing line between girlish dream and the cruel, sharp edge of reality. Kitty had entered the ball with a confidence bordering on radiance. She knew, or believed she knew, that Vronsky would soon propose. The evening was to be her triumph, the public confirmation of her dazzling social success and the wisdom of her difficult choice. The choice to reject the quiet, earnest intensity of Levin. But the moment Anna Karenina arrived, the entire landscape of the ballroom and the landscape of Kitty's heart shifted irreversibly. Kitty had observed the subtle yet undeniable connection between Vronsky and Anna. It was not a superficial social flirtation. It was a profound, magnetic current that seemed to bypass all conventional boundaries. Kitty watched, utterly paralyzed, as Vronsky danced with Anna. Their proximity was intoxicating, dangerous, and completely absorbing. They moved together not as two people merely performing a social ritual, but as two souls recognizing a long-lost affinity, utterly oblivious to the hundreds of eyes watching them. The shock was physical. It was not mere jealousy. It was the abrupt, agonizing realization that she had been foolish, presumptuous, and wrong on every count. She had mistaken Vronsky's effortless charm, which was given equally to everyone, for singular devotion. The music, the laughter, the swirling silks of the other dancers, it all became a grotesque, dizzying blur. Kitty, who had been the belle of the ball just hours before, now felt transparent, small, and infinitely clumsy. The light in Vronsky's eyes, the intensity of his gaze, which she had so foolishly claimed for herself, was entirely, fiercely fixed on Anna. As the evening wore on, Kitty's pretense crumbled. The pain became a physical constriction in her chest, a burning shame that radiated outwards, making her hands tremble and her smile freeze into a fixed, unnatural mask. She knew with absolute certainty that Vronsky had never intended to propose to her. His attention had been merely the pleasant, fleeting pastime of a man of the world, a diversion before the real drama, Anna, had arrived. And worse, she was forced to remember Levin. The image of his honest, tortured face, the earnest sincerity of his proposal, the genuine, non-negotiable love that had illuminated his eyes, it haunted her. She had discarded true gold for sparkling costume jewelry. She had sent him away, wounding him deeply, not for a superior love, but for a glittering mirage. The shame of her mistake was unbearable. It was not Vronsky's fault, but her own. Her vanity, her social ambition, and her superficial understanding of the human heart had led her to ruin. The days that followed the ball were a descent into a quiet, internal illness. Kitty was unable to shake off the deep despair. The light and vivacity that had defined her personality vanished, replaced by a profound lassitude. She developed a nervous restlessness, an inability to concentrate or find joy in her usual activities. Her mother, Princess Scherbatsky, noticed the change immediately. Kitty became pale, thin, and prone to sudden, uncontrolled bouts of weeping. The doctor, consulted in hushed tones, could find no physical ailment, diagnosing only nervous exhaustion and recommending a change of air. But the root cause was clear. Kitty was suffering from a broken spirit. She retreated entirely from society, finding the scrutiny of others intolerable. Every sympathetic glance, every careful omission in conversation served only to underscore her humiliation. The world, which had once been her playground, now felt like a cruel, critical judge. One bleak afternoon, confined to her room, she looked at herself in the mirror. The girl who stared back was barely recognizable. The vibrant bloom of youth was gone, replaced by shadows under her eyes and a fragile, almost gaunt expression. She saw with brutal clarity the cost of her vanity. Her mother tried gently to distract her, proposing a short trip, a new dress, anything to lift her spirit. But Kitty rejected all efforts. "No, Mama," she whispered, turning away from the light. "I cannot go anywhere. I cannot bear to see anyone. I have made a terrible mistake. I have thrown away my happiness, and it cannot be retrieved." Though the regret over Levin was the sharpest, most constant pain. She knew that he loved her with a steadfast, enduring devotion, the kind of love that could build a real life, one based on mutual respect and shared values. She had mocked that devotion, believing that the sophisticated, empty passion of Vronsky was superior. Now Vronsky had moved on, completely unaffected by her pain, and Levin was far away, presumably healing his own wounds on his solitary estate. The thought of ever facing him again filled her with crushing remorse. She thought of the conversation she had with Anna before the ball, Anna's kind, encouraging words about finding true happiness. The irony was devastating. Anna, in her effortless magnetic power, had inadvertently destroyed Kitty's entire future simply by being herself. Kitty felt no hatred toward Anna, only a bitter, agonizing sense of self-loathing for failing to recognize the difference between genuine feeling and superficial admiration. Though the only solace Kitty found was in the quiet domesticity of her family. She watched Dolly and Stiva, whose marriage was now tentatively patched up under Anna's powerful mediation. Dolly was still wounded, but the house, though sobered, no longer felt shattered. They were functioning, enduring, moving forward, a demonstration of life's stubborn resilience. Kitty envied Dolly's capacity for endurance even in the face of betrayal. Her father, Prince Sherbatsky, also sensed her deep internal crisis. He was a man of old-fashioned integrity, and he understood the complexities of the heart better than his socially ambitious wife. He treated Kitty with a quiet, protective tenderness, not asking questions, but simply offering his presence. One evening he found her sitting alone by the fire, staring into the flames. "My little princess," he said, his voice husky with affection. "Life has a way of teaching us its hardest lessons when we are youngest. You chose the glittering toy, and now you see it is made of cheap glass." Kitty burst into tears, leaning her head against his shoulder. "Oh, Papa, I am so ashamed. I behaved so wickedly towards Konstantin, and I was so blind about Vronsky." "The blindness is cured now, my dear," the prince said gently, stroking her hair. "That is the only thing that matters. You have learned that the world of society is a theater, and the most charming actors are often the most shallow. The men of principle, they rarely look dazzling under the chandeliers. He encouraged her to leave Moscow. The constant reminder of Vronsky's presence and the judgment of her friends was preventing her spirit from recovering. Eventually, under the combined counsel of her parents and the persistent, quiet pain, Kitty agreed to go abroad. The official reason would be her fragile health. The true reason was the necessity of emotional flight. She needed to remove herself entirely from the scene of her humiliation to seek a place where the air did not vibrate with the memories of Vronsky's deceitful glance or the ghost of Levin's rejected love. The illness had not been physical but spiritual, a poisoning of her youthful innocence. Now she sought exile. She was leaving Moscow as a broken, humbled girl, the bright promise of her future extinguished. The lesson was learned, but the cost had been immense, leaving a permanent scar on the beautiful, once confident heart of Kitty Scherbatsky. Her only hope now lay in the distant possibility of finding, in a foreign land, the strength to rebuild her life from the ruins of her first great delusion. Title: Chapter 9, The Blizzard and the First Kiss. Estimated word count for this chapter, 2,500 words. A total estimated word count completed, 22,500 words. Anna Arkadyevna Karenina stood on the platform of the Moscow railway station, preparing for her return journey to St. Petersburg. The air was thick with the gray, indifferent chill of an early winter evening, and the bustling station was filled with the clamor of farewells and the hissing steam of the locomotive. She felt a profound and unsettling detachment from the life she was re-entering. Her mission to reconcile Dolly and Stiva was complete, yet the satisfaction was thin and fleeting. The true, enduring reality now seemed to be the vibrant, terrifying sensation that had blossomed inside her heart since the ball, the image of Count Vronsky. She told herself she was going home to her duty, to her respectable husband, Alexei Alexandrovich, and to her beloved son, Serezha. Yet her heart betrayed her. It pounded not with maternal affection or wifely devotion, but with a reckless, exhilarating anticipation. And then she saw him. Vronsky was there. He approached her, elegant and effortless in his military overcoat, his presence radiating a singular, focused energy that instantly isolated them from the crowd. His excuse that he was bidding farewell to his mother, who was also traveling, was transparently flimsy, a courtesy offered to society's rules but not to Anna. Their greeting was brief, formalized, and yet intensely charged. Their eyes met, and in that long shared glance the polite fiction of their encounter vanished. There was an unspoken agreement, a dangerous acknowledgement that their presence at that moment in that place was a matter of fate, not coincidence. Anna felt a momentary, sharp panic. I must leave now. I must not encourage this. But the impulse to retreat was overwhelmed by a deeper, irresistible current that was pulling her towards him. She allowed herself to be escorted to her compartment, the feeling of his gloved hand lightly touching her arm sending a shiver of nervous excitement through her. The train compartment was small, intimate, and dimly lit. Anna took her place, feeling the heavy rhythm of the idling engine beneath her. A few moments later, Vronsky appeared again. His mother, the Countess, had settled into her own carriage. Vronsky stood by Anna's door, his face alight with a determined yet respectful intensity. "Anna Arkadyevna, I must be completely honest with you," Vronsky began, his voice low and deliberate, cutting through the rattle of the train. "I am not returning to St. Petersburg merely for duty. I have abandoned my other plans. I am following you." The blunt confession shocked her, yet she found herself not angry but exhilarated. The world of polite suggestion and ambiguous flirtation was over. He was demanding a direct, terrifying truth. "You must not say that, Count," Anna replied, her voice steady despite the rapid drumming of her heart. "It is reckless, it is dishonorable." Perhaps, he conceded, allowing a trace of irony to soften his features. "But it is the truth. Since our meeting, my world has ceased to hold interest. The life I planned, the goals I pursued, they are all irrelevant. There is only one direction for me now, and that is towards you." Anna turned her face towards the window, watching the station lights retreat. "He is mad. I must stop him." Yet she did nothing but listen, drinking in the intoxicating devotion in his tone. Vronsky settled onto the seat opposite her, maintaining a careful, respectful distance that only amplified the emotional proximity. He began to speak of ordinary things, the severity of the winter, the boredom of military life, but every word was a pretext, a careful circling around the central, undeniable reality that connected them. Meanwhile, Vronsky was consumed by a passion he had never known. His infatuation with Kitty had been pleasant, a matter of social routine and light vanity. His feeling for Anna was volcanic. It demanded everything of him, his honor, his future, his very sense of self. He had always considered himself a man of conventional emotions, capable of light attachments but protected from ruinous passion. Anna, with her dark, restless beauty, her profound understanding of his unspoken thoughts, and the sheer authority of her married life, presented a challenge that transcended mere physical desire. She represented a forbidden territory that was infinitely more valuable than all the easy conquests of his past. "I am destroying her peace." I am compromising her, he thought, and the realization only fueled his reckless commitment. He did not want a mistress, he wanted Anna Karenina, the wife, the mother, the woman of society, and he wanted her wholly, entirely. He watched her now, noticing the weary tension around her eyes, the way her gloved fingers gripped the window ledge. He spoke softly, aiming his words not at her intellect but at the tired, vulnerable core of her soul. I know I have no right to disturb your peace, Anna Arkadyevna, he said, but I cannot return to my former indifference. You have awakened me, and I believe, forgive my boldness, that I have awakened something in you too. Anna flinched, the directness of his challenge hitting her like a physical blow. She looked up, her expression a mix of fear and angry defiance. You are mistaken, Count, she insisted, her voice sharp with effort. I am a married woman. I have my life, my duty, my son. I ask you to respect that, and I demand that you keep your distance. But even as she spoke the words, she knew they were a lie. The command to distance himself was a desperate plea for him to save her from herself. As the train sped through the night, the weather outside turned violent. A furious blizzard descended, howling around the carriages and coating the windows in a thick sheet of snow. The train was forced to slow down, then finally stop at a small, isolated intermediate station. The delay stretched into hours, trapping them in the intensifying intimacy of the compartment. The silence in the carriage grew heavy, broken only by the mournful shriek of the wind and the occasional crunch of the snow shovel outside. Anna and Vronsky were now effectively alone in the tiny, secluded world of the stalled train. The conversation that followed was slow, halting, and profoundly revealing. Stripped of the pretense of social duties, they spoke of their true feelings about life, love, and loneliness. Anna confessed the profound isolation of her marriage, the intellectual coldness of her husband, the lack of real passion. Vronsky confessed his long search for meaning, which he now realized was simply the search for her. In the close confines, the barrier between them dissolved layer by layer. The cold outside seemed to push them closer for warmth, both physical and emotional. Anna looked out at the storm-tossed darkness, a sudden, desolate thought striking her. I feel as if this blizzard is sweeping away my old life, she murmured, her voice barely audible above the wind. And I am afraid of what remains. Do not be afraid of what is true, Vronsky whispered, leaning forward slightly. It was at that moment in the dark, rocking compartment, trapped by the winter storm, that the inevitable happened. Vronsky reached out, taking her hands in his. His touch was firm, possessive, and electric. Anna did not pull away. Her resistance, finally exhausted by the storm and his relentless devotion, simply evaporated. He raised her hand to his lips, pressing a burning kiss onto her glove, then slowly, agonizingly lifted his head and kissed her bare wrist, lingering there as if to absorb her very essence. Anna closed her eyes, a gasp escaping her lips. The world dissolved into the overwhelming reality of the moment. The sensation was terrifying, shameful, and yet so utterly, profoundly real, more real than her 10 years of marriage, more real than her child, more real than all of St. Petersburg society. When the kiss broke and Vronsky looked into her eyes, Anna's expression was one of absolute, stunned surrender. Though the train began to move again, slowly at first, then gaining speed, carrying them and their newly ignited, forbidden passion towards the city, towards judgment, and towards their shared fate. They had crossed the line and there was no going back. Title, Chapter 10, Alexei Karenin, the Man of State. The estimated word count for this chapter, 2,500 words. A total estimated word count completed, 25,000 words. Alexei Alexandrovich Karenin was waiting for his wife's return at the St. Petersburg railway station. He was a figure of quiet, almost intimidating distinction, embodying the very spirit of state service and rigid protocol. At 50 years old, he was a man who had achieved significant rank through tireless, methodical effort, and he wore his dignity like an invisible, tightly buttoned uniform. His appearance was immediately striking, though not in a way that suggested charm or charisma. His tall, somewhat angular frame was always impeccably dressed. His shoulders were slightly stooped from years spent leaning over bureaucratic documents, and his head was crowned by sparse, gray-tinged hair, meticulously brushed back from his high forehead. The most characteristic features of Alexei Alexandrovich were his ears, which protruded slightly, and his eyes that seemed always to be reading a memorandum, assessing a regulation, or calculating the next strategic move in the intricate game of government. They rarely rested on any object or person with simple, unguarded affection. For Alexei Alexandrovich, life was a matter of correct procedure, of logic, and of duty. Emotions were messy, irrational variables that were best minimized, or failing that, managed through systematic routines. He believed that he felt affection for his wife, Anna, and love for his son, Serezha, but these feelings were conceptual, part of the orderly domestic structure necessary for a man of his standing, rather than spontaneous, heart-deep impulses. On this particular evening, his mind was wholly preoccupied with a new government commission concerning the conditions of the native tribes in distant provinces. The complexity of the reports and the necessary diplomatic maneuvering were, to him, intensely satisfying. The intricate web of administrative details was his true passion, his only mistress. He barely noticed the cold station air or the general bustle of travelers. He had dispatched his footman to find Anna's luggage and stood slightly apart, a pillar of dignified abstract thought, entirely focused on an amendment to a draft law. His expectations for Anna's arrival were simple: a brief, polite greeting, a confirmation that she had successfully completed her mission with Stiva and Dolly, and a quiet, domestic reintegration into the machinery of his St. Petersburg life. He anticipated the pleasure of recounting to her in moderate detail the difficulties he had encountered in his professional sphere during her absence. He felt no urgency, no nervous thrill of reunion. Anna was a beautiful accessory, a credit to his position and a capable mistress of his household. Her journey had been a necessary inconvenience. Now the convenience of her return was about to be restored. When the train finally arrived, its enormous black bulk sighing heavily, Alexei Alexandrovich went through the motions of a husband meeting his wife with impeccable social correctness. Anna stepped off the carriage, and for a fleeting, unsettling moment, Alexei Alexandrovich noticed something startlingly new about her. It was a luminosity, an intensity in her eyes, and a slight, almost feverish flush on her cheeks that hinted at a powerful, secret energy. It was beautiful, certainly, but to his mind, anything excessively vibrant was inherently destabilizing. "Ah, Anna, you are here," he stated, his voice calm, pitched at the necessary level of formal welcome. His lips curved into a precise economical smile, a smile designed to convey appropriate pleasure without wasting emotional expenditure. He offered his arm, his touch cool, the pressure purely functional. "I trust the journey was tolerable, and that your efforts on behalf of Stepan Arkadyevich and Darya Alexandrovna were successful." Anna looked at him, and in the sharp, merciless clarity that Vronsky's recent passion had given her, she saw Alexei Alexandrovich as if for the very first time. She saw the cold, precise machinery of his face, the calculated kindness of his expression, the slightly patronizing concern in his eyes. She saw the lines of routine carved around his mouth and the utter, frightening emptiness in the space where, she now realized, she had always hoped to find a human heart. In the intimate darkness of the train compartment, Vronsky's devotion had felt like a wildfire. Standing here next to her husband, she felt the chilling realization that her life with Alexei Alexandrovich was a vast, well-regulated glacier, imposing, stable, and utterly frozen. The contrast was suffocating. The physical contact, the brush of her hand on his stiff coat sleeve, felt alien and repugnant. "Yes, Alexei Alexandrovich," Anna replied, recovering herself with an effort that left her mentally exhausted. She used his full name, the formal address that had always been customary and now sounded like a measure of the infinite distance between them. The journey was long, and the situation with Dolly and Stiva is, I believe, resolved. Excellent, he responded, nodding with the satisfaction of a superior officer receiving a report of a successful, if messy, campaign. You handled the matter with characteristic diplomacy. Your brother, for all his charm, lacks the necessary moral ballast for domestic life. We must always strive for order, Anna, in the state and in the family. He began to walk, leading her towards the waiting carriage, already detailing his work. My own work, I confess, has reached a critical juncture. The Commission on the Native Tribes requires a new approach to the documentation procedures. I have been forced to write a memorandum outlining 3 specific points of departure from the current statute. It is a subtle piece of drafting, Anna, demanding both rigor and foresight. He spoke not expecting dialogue, but needing a receptive audience, a silent reflection of his own intellectual brilliance. He never noticed that Anna's hand was gripping his arm with unnatural tightness, not from affection, but from the desperate need to keep herself grounded, to prevent herself from screaming the simple truth. I have met a man who loves me, and you are nothing but a machine. They entered the carriage. The luxurious padding and quiet upholstery only emphasizing the suffocating intimacy of their life together. Alexei Alexandrovich continued to discuss his memorandum with the measured cadence of a man addressing a small, respected committee. He dissected the issue of legislative language, the necessity of unambiguous phrasing, and the philosophical underpinning of bureaucratic duty. Anna sat opposite him, her mind frantically racing between 2 inescapable realities. One was Vronsky, the fire, the truth, the passion that had dared to kiss her hand in the blizzard. The other was the man before her, the cold, polished glass of a perfect official, utterly incapable of seeing her as a woman with a soul, a heart, or a terrifying new secret. She realized with a profound clarity that Alexei Alexandrovich was not a bad man. He was merely an entirely self-contained system. He lived by rules, not by human warmth. He was kind in a procedural way, but entirely incapable of emotional spontaneity. If she were to confess her encounter with Vronsky, his reaction would not be rage or heartbreak, but a carefully worded, highly organized expression of professional disappointment in her failure to uphold the order of their household. The thought was chilling. It meant that she could not appeal to his passion, only to his sense of propriety. And as they drove through the night streets of St. Petersburg, a city defined by its formal neoclassical grandeur, Anna felt the oppressive weight of her respectable life settling back over her. She imagined Vronsky, somewhere in this same city, energized by their shared secret, ready to pursue her. The thought sent a jolt of exhilaration through the paralysis. Alexei Alexandrovich, finally concluding his summary of the memorandum, turned to her with his prescribed, measured attentiveness. "And you, Anna," he asked, "you are fatigued. I noticed a certain agitation in your manner at the station. I trust you are not displeased to be home." His question was phrased as a check of her status, a routine inquiry, not a deeply felt concern. Anna forced a smile, the effort painful. "You know, Alexei Alexandrovich, I am home, and I am tired." The mission was demanding. "Indeed," he confirmed, satisfied with the functional answer. He then returned to his own internal monologue, already planning the next morning's schedule. Anna looked away, staring into the dark corner of the carriage. She had returned to her cage, but the door had been mysteriously left open by the arrival of a force, Vronsky, that her ordered life had never accounted for. She understood now that her true struggle would not be against society's judgment, but against the suffocating coldness of her husband, a coldness she had endured for years but could no longer tolerate, having once felt the fire. The journey of her ruin had begun, not with Vronsky's kiss, but with the cold, unseeing eyes of the man who was supposed to be her husband. Title: Chapter 11: Vronsky's Determination and the Social Game. Estimated word count for this chapter: 2,500 words. A total estimated word count completed: 27,500 words. Alexei Vronsky arrived instant. A Petersburg consumed by a single, powerful and defining thought: Anna Karenina. The cold, logical city of his military and social obligations seemed utterly irrelevant, a mere backdrop to the personal drama that now dominated his existence. He returned not with the careless, detached air of a young officer resuming his duties, but with the focused intensity of a man who had discovered his life's sole objective. Though the flirtations, the ambitions, the easy pleasures of the past all seemed dull and childish in the searing light of his new passion. Vronsky was, by nature, a man who pursued a goal with elegant precision. In the military, he excelled not merely by courage, but by his ability to assess the terrain, the opposition, and the strategic weakness of the defense. Now he applied this disciplined approach to the most dangerous conquest of his life: a respectable married woman of the highest society, the wife of a powerful state official. His first action upon settling in was to establish his presence in the necessary social spheres. He called upon his regiment, presented himself to his superiors, and attended the mandatory gatherings. He moved through these circles with his customary grace, but his inner state was one of restless, urgent planning. He was searching for the crack in the ice, the subtle opportunity to breach the impenetrable fortress of the Karenin household. Vronsky understood the rules of the social game perfectly. In St. Petersburg society, adultery was a common, almost anticipated pastime, provided it was conducted with absolute discretion, subtlety, and adherence to the unspoken code of silence. Though the danger lay not in the act itself, but in the visibility, the scandal that threatened the rigid structure of the establishment. He also understood his own heart, or what he believed to be his heart. This was not a temporary infatuation. It was a complete, overwhelming commitment of his entire being. He felt an intense, almost spiritual connection to Anna, a feeling so potent that it eclipsed all considerations of morality, duty, or future career. He sought out his cousin, the Princess Betsy Tverskaya, a woman whose salon was the epicenter of the most liberal and often scandalous aristocratic society. Betsy, with her sparkling cynicism and casual disregard for conventional morality, was the perfect ally. Her drawing room was the neutral ground where boundaries could be blurred and daring conversations could take place under the guise of intellectual banter. Vronsky paid his visit to Betsy on a Monday evening. The room was filled with the usual constellation of high-ranking officials, young guardsmen, and fashionable, cynical women. Betsy greeted him with effusive, knowing warmth. "Alexei, my dear, you have returned from Moscow looking like a man who has seen a ghost, or far more interestingly, fallen into a deep abyss. Tell me everything." Vronsky smiled easily, adopting the required tone of light, ironic detachment. "Moscow was dreary, Betsy, a cold duty, but I saw Anna Karenina. And she was there to mediate the disastrous affair of her brother." Betsy's eyes widened slightly, her gaze sharp. "Anna? Ah, yes, such a magnificent creature. Pity she is married to a man who is essentially a living document, a man of such magnificent lack of human feeling. She is far too vibrant for that kind of domestic morgue." Vronsky felt a rush of satisfaction. Betsy had, with characteristic boldness, provided the exact social justification he needed. Alexei Alexandrovich's coldness rendered the marriage null in the eyes of passion. "She is magnificent," Vronsky agreed, keeping his voice smooth and neutral. "She possessed a certain energy I noticed, a desperate anxiety about the whole affair. She seemed terribly fatigued." "Fatigue is the lot of all women married to the higher bureaucracy," Betsy scoffed, waving a hand dismissively. "They are drained by their husbands' relentless pursuit of protocol. But tell me, Alexei, how long will you remain in the city? Are you attending the next great society gala?" Vronsky seized his opportunity. "I shall be here indefinitely. And I must, of course, pay my respects to the Karenins. It would be rude, after she performed such a service for her brother, not to call upon the wife of such a powerful man." Betsy laughed, a soft, cynical sound. "Ah, Alexei, you always had such commendable adherence to duty. Well, you may find that the Karenin house is somewhat colder than Stiva's. Alexei Alexandrovich runs his home like a ministry. But honor is a fire in that ice palace." Vronsky left Betsy's house that night with his plans solidified. He would not attempt an immediate, crude assault on her virtue. He would begin with an impeccable, socially justifiable courtship. He would call on her, speak to her at social events, establish a regular, noticeable presence in her orbit, a respectful, persistent admirer. The goal was to dismantle the walls of her duty piece by piece, not with force, but with the relentless pressure of constant, passionate attention. The very next day, Vronsky rode past the Karenin residence on a pretext of exercise. He saw the cold, imposing neoclassical architecture, a suitable home for a man defined by rigid symmetry and intellectual coldness. He realized that Anna was not merely a conquest, she was a rescue operation. He was offering her life, light, and passion in exchange for her soul, which was slowly being smothered by the weight of her husband's propriety. He decided that he would wait a decorous amount of time before his first official visit, perhaps 3 days. That time was spent in a feverish, almost unbearable impatience, but he maintained the outward appearance of the composed officer, capable of attending to the details of his service. He spent hours practicing riding in the arena, attempting to subdue the physical restlessness that consumed him. The exertion was a necessary distraction, a way to channel the explosive energy that Anna had unleashed. The waiting, however, was also a period of profound self-examination. Vronsky was forced to confront the immense consequences of his actions. He was risking his career, his social standing, and potentially Anna's reputation and her family life. He rationalized the danger with the blinding conviction of a man in love. Anna and I are destined. Her marriage is a farce, an intellectual agreement, not a union of hearts. I am doing her a service by showing her the true nature of feeling. This reasoning, however flawed, was essential to his continued pursuit. He needed to believe that his selfish passion was actually a noble rescue. On the appointed day, Vronsky dressed with unusual care, selecting a civilian coat that was perfectly cut, signaling the shift from his military life to the personal, social sphere. He presented himself at the Karenin mansion. He was admitted to the drawing room, a space of restrained, elegant luxury. characterized by the same cold, methodical taste that defined Alexei Alexandrovich himself. It was beautiful but lacked any trace of the careless, warm personality that usually marks a home. Anna was there, looking slightly paler than he remembered, yet the intensity in her eyes had only deepened. When she saw him, a fleeting spasm of confusion and fear crossed her face, quickly masked by the perfect, composed smile of a society hostess. "Count Vronsky, what an unexpected pleasure. I trust you had a tolerable journey back," she said, her voice even, but with an underlying tremor that only Vronsky, alert to her every nuance, could detect. "The journey was long, Anna Arkadyevna, but the memory of our conversation made it feel far too short," Vronsky replied, carefully modulating his tone. He infused the polite statement with a double meaning, a covert declaration of passion hidden beneath the veneer of social courtesy. Anna flinched internally, understanding the coded message. He was not going to retreat. He was here in her home, demanding to be acknowledged not as a mere acquaintance, but as the secret partner of their destiny. And Vronsky, observing the slight tremor in her hand as she offered him tea, knew that the game, the only game that now mattered to him, had truly begun. He would be relentless, patient, and utterly devoted. The great tragedy of their union was already unfolding within the gilded, silent rooms of the Karenin house. Title: Chapter 12, Dolly's Reflection on Love and Loss. Estimated word count for this chapter, 2,500 words. A total estimated word count completed, 30,000 words. Daria Alexandrovna Oblonsky, or Dolly, as she was known to her intimates, sat alone in the nursery. The quiet chaos of her children momentarily stilled by the early afternoon nap. The air was thick with the faint scent of milk and the gentle warmth of the stove. Dolly felt a crushing sense of solitude, a loneliness that had become her most constant companion since the discovery of Stiva's infidelity. The reconciliation with Stiva, brokered by Anna, had been achieved, but it was a reconciliation of form, not of spirit. The fragile peace had settled over the house, but the foundations of her trust and happiness had been irrevocably shattered. She moved through her days with the automatic grace of a devoted mother and housekeeper. But inside, she was perpetually questioning the nature of her life, her love, and the terrible fragility of marriage. She looked at her reflection in the dark, polished surface of the nursery cabinet. The years and the strain of constant child-rearing and domestic worries had etched lines of perpetual fatigue around her eyes. She was still beautiful, but the freshness of youth, the bright promise that Stiva had fallen in love with, had been severely depleted by the incessant demands of her life. "Is this all there is?" she wondered, a terrible weariness settling over her soul. "Is this the grand design of married life, to be perpetually betrayed, perpetually worried, and perpetually forgiving, her thoughts inevitably drifted to Anna. She admired her sister-in-law immensely. Anna had arrived like a strong, warm wind, effortlessly restoring order and injecting life into the stagnant air of the household crisis. Yet even in her admiration, Dolly sensed a danger, a profound restlessness beneath Anna's brilliant composure. Anna had spoken of her own life with a kind of desperate, forced tranquility, a veneer of contentment that Dolly, with her own recent descent into emotional truth, could instinctively recognize as false. Anna's passion, however, was directed at others. Dolly's own pain was a solitary, bitter draught. She tried to find comfort in her children, burying herself in the endless tasks of motherhood, but the emotional wound inflicted by Stiva remained unhealed. She could not escape the painful knowledge that she was no longer enough for her husband, that her body, exhausted by childbirth, and her mind, occupied by groceries and tutors, could not compete with the fresh, light attractions of a ballet dancer or a governess. She wept silently, quickly wiping the tears away so that the maid, should she enter, would see only the composed, slightly weary mistress of the house. The tears were not of rage anymore, but of an immense, helpless pity for herself. In the midst of this sorrowful reflection, her mind drifted to Konstantin Levin. The contrast between Stiva and Levin was so striking, so profound, that it offered Dolly a momentary, painful sense of clarity. Stiva, for all his charm, his social grace, and his infectious good humor, was fundamentally unreliable. His life was a series of pleasing, temporary impulses. He lived entirely in the superficial present, borrowing money, forgetting promises, and chasing momentary gratification, all with an air of charming, guiltless negligence. He was, in essence, a beautifully crafted piece of driftwood, floating wherever the social current took him. Levin, on the other hand, was rougher, socially awkward, and far less polished. But he possessed a formidable, demanding sincerity. He took everything seriously: his farming, his hunting, his faith, and most powerfully his emotions. His love for Kitty had been offered not as a fleeting compliment, but as a complete, solemn commitment of his entire existence. Dolly remembered Levin's intense, worried face at the Sherbatskys, his genuine distress when he spoke of his desire for an honest, meaningful life. She recalled his deep, almost painful shyness, which she now understood was not a lack of feeling but an overwhelming excess of it. He lacked the facile charm of men like Stiva and Vronsky, because he refused to dilute his genuine emotion with social performance. She had often teased Stiva about his friendship with Levin, calling him the wild man of the provinces. But now she saw the nobility in Levin's wildness. He was not wild in the sense of being uncontrolled, but wild in the sense of being untamed by the corrupting artifice of St. Petersburg and Moscow society. He pursued not titles or promotions, but truth and goodness. She felt a sudden, surprising pang of respect for him, a deep regret for Kitty's foolish rejection. Poor Kitty, Dolly thought, she chose the polished, empty facade of Vronsky over the deep, rich reality of Levin's heart. Dolly recognized the irony. Her own failure in marriage had given her the wisdom to see true merit in Levin, a man her sister had carelessly thrown away. She understood that a life with Levin would have been difficult, demanding, perhaps even austere, but it would have been a life of profound sincerity. With Levin, one would never have to doubt the truth of his affection or the reality of his commitment. She had asked Anna during their intimate conversation if Anna thought Stiva could truly change. Anna, with her characteristic confidence, had assured her that he could, that he was full of good impulses, but Dolly knew better. Good impulses were fleeting, a man's character was enduring. Though the sight of her children, stirring faintly in their cots, brought her back to the immediate pressure of her obligations. Her life was fixed now, defined by the 6 little souls entrusted to her care. She had no time for the grand passions of Anna, nor the philosophical quests of Levin. Her destiny was the pragmatic, often painful management of a flawed family unit. Yet the thought of Levin remained a comforting presence. He was a symbol of a different path, a moral anchor in the turbulent sea of their aristocratic circle. She resolved to visit him in the countryside soon, to witness his world of honest labor and simple, profound truth. She felt that perhaps through his sincerity she could find some small measure of purification for her own heart. The bell rang downstairs, announcing a visitor. It was probably Stiva, home early, needing to be entertained, his guilt manifesting as a need for distraction. Dolly sighed, adjusting her dress and composing her face into the familiar mask of the dutiful, patient wife. The peace she had achieved was purely external. The pain remained, a dull, constant ache. But she had gained something from the ordeal, the painful, illuminating knowledge of what true devotion looked like, and the tragic realization that she had chosen a life without it. Her love for Stiva, though diminished, persisted only through sheer force of will, sustained not by passion, but by her duty to her children and the overwhelming inertia of her position in society. Her reflection was clear. She was trapped, but she was not blind. She knew the difference between the glittering facade and the solid earth. Title, Chapter 13, The Steeplechase and the Revelation. An estimated word count for this chapter, 2,500 words. A total estimated word count completed, 32,500 words. The great steeplechase was the highlight of the St. Petersburg social calendar, a glittering intersection of military prowess, aristocratic spectacle, and high-stakes risk. The event was held on a brilliant, early summer day, the air charged with anticipation, the sounds of polished brass bands, and the nervous chatter of the enormous crowd. Alexei Vronsky, in the uniform of the Hussars, was one of the central figures of the day. But for him, the competition was secondary to a single, overriding objective: to perform a feat of such spectacular daring and skill that it would be reflected in Anna Karenina's eyes. He was riding Frou-Frou, a magnificent, small English mare, a creature of exquisite nervousness and immense power, whose fate was now inextricably linked to his own reckless passion. Anna, along with her husband, Alexei Alexandrovich, and their social ally, Princess Betsy Tverskaya, were situated in the pavilion reserved for the elite. Anna wore a light gray dress that contrasted sharply with the profound internal turmoil she desperately tried to conceal. Her outward composure was flawless. She acknowledged greetings, responded to polite inquiries about her journey, and even offered a few observations on the social nuances of the crowd. Yet her heart was a violent, erratic drumbeat beneath her ribs. Her entire focus was fixed on the figure of Vronsky, a brilliant flash of blue and gold against the green field. Alexei Alexandrovich sat beside her, calm and utterly absorbed in the technical logistics of the race. He held a program and occasionally offered a precise, dry commentary on the rider's form, the state of the turf, and the potential impact of the most challenging jump. A perilous water obstacle followed immediately by a solid barrier. To him, this was an exercise in systematic risk assessment, not a drama of life and death. He was entirely oblivious to the fact that his wife was breathing only in shallow gasps, her life force momentarily suspended, tied entirely to the fate of one rider. Princess Betsy, far more attuned to the undercurrents of society, offered Anna a glass of champagne, her eyes holding a look of mischievous, knowing sympathy. "Anna, you look pale. Do try to enjoy the spectacle. Alexei Vronsky is a marvel, his nerve is unparalleled." Anna forced a light laugh. "I am simply nervous for them all, Betsy. It is a dreadful race." But the effort cost her a great deal, and she turned her gaze back to the course. The riders lined up, their mounts tossing their heads, impatient with the momentary restraint. The signal gun fired, and the field erupted into a blur of color and thundering hooves. The initial run was a magnificent display of control and power. Vronsky on Frou-Frou quickly established himself among the leaders. His riding was superb, a masterful unity of horse and man. He was, as always, determined to win, but today his determination was inflamed by the knowledge of Anna's presence. Every jump was a silent, grand declaration of his love. As the riders approached the treacherous water jump, the crowd noise swelled to a roar, then quieted to a tense, collective silence. One rider, overconfident, missed his mark and fell heavily. The sight was momentarily shocking, but the race continued, the momentum of the others carrying them forward. Anna leaned forward, her fingers digging unconsciously into the rich velvet fabric of her seat. She could no longer maintain the polite facade. She was lost in the field, riding every stride with Vronsky, her entire being focused on the powerful rhythm of Frou-Frou's hooves. Vronsky approached the final, most demanding barrier. It required absolute precision, a perfect landing from the water jump followed by a measured run-up to the solid fence. Vronsky felt Frou-Frou surge beneath him, her spirit matching his own desperate resolve. In that final critical moment, Vronsky committed a momentary error, a slight, almost imperceptible loss of coordination between his body and the mare's immense leap. He pressed his weight back fractionally too soon, attempting to give the horse a needed rest, but instead disrupting her perfect parabola over the jump. Frou-Frou cleared the obstacle, but her landing was disastrous. Her hind leg caught the top of the barrier, and she pitched forward, landing heavily on her forelegs. The sound was a horrible, sickening crunch, instantly audible even above the receding thundering of the other horses. The mare, her back broken by the impact, fell awkwardly, throwing Vronsky clear. Vronsky landed on the soft turf and was immediately on his feet, apparently unharmed. But his focus was not on his triumph or his failure to win. It was entirely on the creature whose life he had just inadvertently destroyed. He saw the beautiful, small head of Frou-Frou struggling desperately to rise, the hopeless, broken movements of her limbs. The crowd's roar of excitement instantly converted into a collective gasp of horror and dismay. In the pavilion, the catastrophe unfolded with brutal clarity. Anna watched the fall, her practiced composure instantly, violently dissolving. The barrier between her inner self and the outside world, a barrier painstakingly maintained for years, snapped under the force of the vision. Seeing Vronsky thrown, seeing the mare's broken body, it was not the sight of an accident, but the sudden, horrifying vision of her own secret laid bare, of the ruin she was risking. A terrible, involuntary sound escaped her lips, a gasping cry, raw and naked, stripped of all social convention. "Ah, no, it is over!" Anna shrieked, clutching her chest, her face drained of color, her eyes wide with unadulterated terror and grief. She was not crying out because a horse had been injured or even because a rider had fallen. She was crying out for the man who was now standing over the fallen horse, weeping silently at the consequences of his recklessness. She had abandoned all pretense, all dignity, and all memory of her husband's presence. Alexei Alexandrovich turned sharply to his wife. He had heard her cry, seen the wild, uncontrolled panic in her eyes, and recognized with cold certainty that the depth of her distress was not that of a distant spectator. It was the emotional reaction of a woman deeply, personally invested in the fate of the man who had fallen. He did not feel jealousy or even immediate rage. Alexei Alexandrovich felt a more familiar, more chilling emotion, outrage at the violation of protocol. His wife had, in a public forum, displayed an unseemly and highly compromising lack of self-control. "Anna," he whispered, his voice dangerously low and precise, his face utterly devoid of warmth. "This is not how one behaves. You have betrayed a profound lack of regard for propriety." Anna looked at him, her eyes still clouded with the desperate terror she felt for Vronsky. She saw the cold, judging face of her husband, his entire being focused not on her soul or her fear, but on the breach of etiquette. The chilling realization of his true nature, his complete inability to feel human emotion, hit her with the force of a physical blow. She tried to regain control, to stammer out some excuse, but the lie caught in her throat. The truth, already spoken by her involuntary scream, hung heavy in the air between them. "I cannot, Alexei Alexandrovich," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "I saw him fall and I lost my head. I was worried for him." He stared at her, his lips thinning to a pale line. "I understand the nature of your concern," he said, the words carefully chosen, each syllable dropping like a shard of ice. "Let us speak of this later. In the privacy of our home. Such expressions, I must point out, are intolerable in public." He rose stiffly, offering his arm with his usual impersonal formality, the gesture now feeling like the iron grip of a jailer. Anna knew her life had just taken a decisive, terrifying turn. The secret was out. Her ruin was now a matter of public observation, confirmed by the cold, meticulous judgment of her husband. The title, Chapter 14, The Icy Confrontation and Karenin's Protocol. Estimated word count for this chapter, 2,500 words. A total estimated word count completed, 35,000 words. The carriage ride from the racecourse to the Karenin house was a silent journey through hell for Anna. The air inside the closed space, usually a zone of comfortable privacy, was now thick and suffocating, vibrating with the unspoken, terrifying truth that had been exposed. Alexei Alexandrovich sat opposite her, rigid and immaculate, his profile turned slightly away, looking out at the passing streets as if analyzing the city's infrastructure rather than the ruin of his marriage. Anna felt an overwhelming urge to confess everything, to throw herself at his feet and beg for mercy, not because she desired his forgiveness, but because the weight of the lie had become unbearable. Yet the icy composure of her husband froze the words in her throat. She saw in his posture, in the pallor of his tight lips, not the fury of an outraged husband, but the cold, systematic displeasure of a powerful official whose orderly domain had been breached by unforeseen vulgarity. When they arrived home, the house felt tomb-like, its magnificent scale only emphasizing the emotional vacuum within. Alexei Alexandrovich led the way to his private study, a place Anna rarely entered, a room filled with orderly rows of documents, protocols, and the dry, intellectual air that characterized his existence. It was a court of judgment, not a chamber for domestic crisis. He closed the door with a soft, final click. He did not ask her to sit. He stood by his desk, folding his hands precisely over a stack of official papers, a gesture that signaled his complete control, his preparation to deal with this matter as another item on his bureaucratic agenda. "Anna," he began, his voice perfectly modulated, low, and terrifyingly calm. "I believe it is imperative that we clarify the incident that occurred at the Steeplechase. Your conduct, as you are well aware, was highly imprudent, not merely in its expression but in its essence." Anna trembled, clutching her shawl around her. "Alexei Alexandrovich, I beg you to forgive my temporary loss of control. It was the shock of the accident. I was deeply affected by the sight of the horse's injury." He raised one hand, a small, precise movement to silence her. "I do not permit myself to be misled by such transparently inadequate explanations. Let us remove the veil of pretense. I am not speaking of the horse. I am speaking of your visible and wholly indecent attachment to Count Vronsky." His use of the phrase indecent attachment, a clinical, formal term, was more devastating than any word of emotional abuse could have been. It reduced her overwhelming passion, the source of her current vitality and terror, to a mere administrative irregularity. "I am aware, Anna," he continued, his tone that of a professor lecturing a dull student, "that for some time this officer's attentions have been, shall we say, excessive. I chose to disregard these petty rumors, placing my faith in your honor and in the fundamental stability of our position in society. I believed that you possessed sufficient understanding of the principles that govern our rank to avoid compromising my name." Anna finally found her voice tinged with genuine resentment. "And if I had felt nothing, if I had merely been indifferent, would that have satisfied you? I saw a man, a friend, thrown from his horse. What sort of coldness do you expect from me?" Oh, he looked at her with an expression of cold pity, as if she were a defective piece of machinery. "I expect from my wife, the wife of Alexei Karenin, the adherence to decorum. Emotion is irrelevant in the public sphere. Your spontaneous outcry revealed to every single observer, from the highest official to the lowliest groom, a truth that, while it may exist in the private chambers of your heart, must never ever be brought into the light of day. You have violated a crucial protocol." Anna felt a profound shift in her perception. He was not angry at the sin, but at the scandal. He was worried not about her soul, but about his career. "So, it is my public behavior you object to, not my feelings?" she asked, the challenge clear in her tone. "Your feelings are a matter for your conscience, Anna," he responded, turning to look out the window at the setting sun, which seemed incapable of warming the room. "My concern is with the consequences. A high-ranking official, such as myself, depends entirely on his reputation for integrity and domestic order. Your conduct threatens to undermine the very foundation of my administrative authority. Gossip is a corrosive element in St. Petersburg." He turned back, his gaze fixed on her with unnerving intensity. "I do not demand your love. That is an impossible fantasy of poets. I demand your loyalty to my name and to our son, Sergei. You must understand this clearly. I shall take no action against you, provided that this indiscretion ceases immediately, and provided that you adhere strictly to the external forms of our marriage." Anna was momentarily stunned by the sheer calculated coldness of his mercy. He was offering her a prison built of propriety, a life defined by secrecy and social performance. He was willing to tolerate her emotional betrayal as long as it remained invisible. "And what of Count Vronsky?" she whispered. "Count Vronsky will be dealt with in due course," Karenin said, his hand twitching slightly toward a silver letter opener on his desk. "For you the instructions are simple. You will cease all communication with him, both overt and covert. You will maintain your role as the respectable wife and mother. I will appear to the world as your trusting husband. We will continue our life as before in all external aspects. This is a matter of state, honor, not of passion. You must uphold the illusion." He walked slowly around his desk and finally approached her, but did not touch her. His proximity was clinical, not intimate. "If you violate these terms," he stated, his voice now lower, carrying a hint of genuine underlying menace, "if you provoke a scandal that necessitates my involvement, then I will be forced to take measures that will be disastrous for all parties concerned. I will destroy that man. I will separate you from your son. I will ensure your ruin is complete and immediate. Choose wisely, Anna." Anna finally broke, not with tears of regret, but with a surge of blinding, defiant hatred for this cold, bureaucratic creature who pretended to be her husband. His refusal to acknowledge the depth of her feeling, his obsession with the appearance over the reality, was a moral offense more profound than her own infidelity. "You are not a man, Alexei Alexandrovich," she cried, her voice strained and raw. "You are a machine, a principle. You have no heart, no soul, only papers and rules, and I hate your rules. And I hate your cold, false world." Her outburst had no visible effect on him. He merely watched her with a detached, clinical assessment, as if observing a hysterical patient. "Hysteria is unproductive, Anna," he said calmly. "I have stated my terms. I have given you my decision. You will reflect upon this and present yourself tomorrow morning at breakfast, prepared to resume the respectable course of your duties. I consider this painful and wholly unnecessary discussion concluded." He turned back to his desk, picking up a document and adjusting his spectacles, a clear dismissal. Anna stood there for a long moment, defeated not by force but by the sheer, unyielding inanity of his nature. She realized that she could not fight him with passion because he did not recognize passion as a valid currency. She could only submit to the terms of his protocol or risk utter destruction. She turned and fled the room, the silence closing behind her like the lid of a coffin. She knew then that she was trapped not by a furious man, but by an indifferent, powerful system that saw her only as an extension of its own order. Her love for Vronsky was real, but the price of that reality was the total surrender of her life to a public lie. She chose the lie, knowing that the real conflict, the one that would destroy the illusion, was merely postponed, not prevented. The title, Chapter 15, Levin's Retreat and the Search for Meaning. The estimated word count for this chapter, 2,500 words. A total estimated word count completed, 37,500 words. Konstantin Levin's return to his vast estate was not the joyous homecoming he usually anticipated. The familiar landscape, the rolling hills, and the orderly chaos of the farmyard, which once brought him a profound sense of rootedness, now served only to emphasize his internal desolation. He had fled Moscow not merely to escape the frivolous society, but to escape the burning humiliation of his rejection by Kitty Sherbatsky. The very air of the city had felt poisoned by his failure. He arrived home wrapped in a protective shell of despair, the heavy, silent house reflecting the emptiness in his own heart. The servants, led by the perpetually worried Agathia Mikhailovna, treated him with a clumsy, concerned reverence, sensing the deep, unspoken grief that he carried. They suspected the cause was related to the city and women, those incomprehensible forces that perpetually troubled their master. Levin plunged himself into the management of his estate with a frantic, punishing intensity. He rode out at dawn, surveying the fields, discussing seed rotation and livestock health with a fierce concentration that allowed him no time for introspection. He sought refuge in the pragmatic, demanding reality of the land, hoping that physical exhaustion and tangible problems could silence the corrosive voice of memory. If I cannot govern my own heart, I can at least govern my fields, he thought bitterly. His philosophical pursuit of an authentic, uncorrupted life now seemed tragically flawed. He had imagined that true happiness lay in honest labor, in brotherhood with the peasant, and in building a just social order on his land. But now, with his personal foundation shattered, these grand ideals felt distant and cold. All his striving, all his ethical systems had failed to secure the one simple, essential thing he desired: the love and companionship of the woman he adored. He spent hours alone in his study, pacing, trying to rationalize Kitty's choice. He concluded that he was simply too coarse, too awkward, too provincial for a woman raised in the refined elegance of Moscow society. His intense sincerity, which he valued as his highest virtue, must have appeared to her as mere rustic enthusiasm, an unbecoming lack of polish. The image of Vronsky, effortlessly graceful, socially supreme, and ultimately shallow, haunted him as the definitive counterexample of what women truly desired. This realization led him to redouble his efforts to bridge the gulf between himself and the peasantry. If he could not find connection in the upper strata, he would find truth in the elemental life of the soil. He resolved to not merely direct the labor, but to participate in it, to become, in body and spirit, a genuine part of the agricultural rhythm. The annual mowing season arrived, a time of collective, joyous labor that always uplifted Levin. This year he decided to join the mowers himself. He sent a message to the foreman instructing him to prepare a scythe for the master. The morning was cool and bright, the dew heavy on the tall grass. Though the scent of hay and wildflowers filled the air. Levin stripped down to a plain linen shirt and trousers, a deliberate act of shedding his social identity. He took his place in the line of mowers, positioned after the experienced old man Fyodor, who led the pace. The initial effort was exhilarating. The rhythm of the work was hypnotic. The swing of the arms, the satisfying swoosh of the blade slicing through the stalks, the simultaneous bending of the back. Before the first half-hour, Levin felt a profound, exhilarating joy. He was no longer a landowner, a rejected lover, or a failed philosopher. He was simply a man working, his body responding to the purest, most ancient form of human effort. He felt a fleeting sense of brotherhood, a connection to Fyodor and the other men that transcended their class differences. This, he thought, was the truth he had been seeking. Here was a life where actions spoke louder than words, where value was measured by sweat and yield, not by titles or wit. But the true test of this labor was its persistence. After the initial burst of energy, the relentless heat of the mid-morning sun began to bear down. His muscles, unused to such sustained, strenuous work, began to burn. His breath came in ragged gasps, and the rhythmic swing of his scythe grew labored and erratic. He stumbled slightly, and the blade of his scythe grazed the earth, forcing him to pause and sharpen it. Fyodor, the old peasant leading the line, stopped briefly, waiting patiently. His movements were continuous and effortless, the result of a lifetime spent in harmony with the field. His body, though aged, possessed an efficiency and endurance that Levin's educated, relatively soft physique simply could not match. "Hard for you, Barin," Fyodor said kindly, wiping the sweat from his brow with the back of a calloused hand. "It is hard, Fyodor," Levin admitted, his chest heaving. "But I like it. I must do my share." Fyodor merely smiled, a knowing, gentle expression. "It is not for liking, Konstantin Dmitrich, it is for need, it is our bread. The gentleman's labor is for sport, ours is for survival." This simple, pragmatic observation struck Levin with crushing force. He realized that despite his sincere intentions, he could never truly enter the world of the peasant. His participation was voluntary, a therapeutic exercise. For them it was destiny, an unceasing, absolute requirement. The very act of choosing to work distinguished him from those who had no choice but to work. The fundamental barrier of class, though he desperately wished to dismantle it, remained unyielding. He continued to work, forcing his aching body to maintain the pace set by Fyodor. He endured the pain not for the sake of the harvest, but for the sheer act of endurance. In the physical torment, he found a temporary escape from his emotional torment. The sweat, the sun, the sheer exhaustion, they cleansed him, emptying his mind of the perpetual, self-recriminating thoughts of Kitty and Vronsky. When the call for breakfast came, Levin collapsed onto the edge of the field, his whole body shaking with exhaustion. The simple food, thick, dark rye bread and kvass, tasted like the feast of the gods. He watched the peasants eat, their movements slow and economical, their conversation limited to practical matters of the work and the weather. There was a profound, quiet dignity in their presence, a lack of the nervous, self-conscious performance that defined Moscow society. Agathia Mikhailovna, who had brought the breakfast to the field, scolded him affectionately. "You will kill yourself, Konstantin Dmitrich." What need is there for the master to work like a hired hand? You are white as a sheet. It is good for the soul, Agathia Mikhailovna, Levin managed to say, struggling to catch his breath. It clears the mind. He understood, perhaps for the first time, that he would never attain the simple faith and immediate connection to life that the peasants possessed. His education, his intellectual anxieties, his very position as a landowning noble had erected an insurmountable wall between them. Yet in the exhaustion of that morning, he discovered a small, vital truth, that though his life was complicated by thought and failed love, his body remained a fundamental, simple entity. And when his body was used completely, his mind momentarily was forced into submission and peace. He had not found the complete answer to life's meaning, nor had he healed his broken heart. But in the rhythmic, brutal sincerity of the mowing, Konstantin Levin had found a temporary antidote to despair, a heavy, earthy anchor to hold him against the currents of his emotional tempest. Though the path to spiritual satisfaction, he now suspected, lay not in revolutionary schemes or intellectual debates, but in the small, relentless demands of the present moment. He stood up, picked up his scythe, and ignoring the dull ache in his back, returned to the line, ready for the afternoon's labor. Title Chapter 16, The Illusion of Order. An estimated word count for this chapter, 2,500 words. A total estimated word count completed, 40,000 words. Anna Karenina had committed to the lie. The morning after the confrontation in the study, she presented herself at the breakfast table, an immaculate vision of the respectable wife and mother, precisely as Alexei Alexandrovich had dictated. The external facade of the Karenin household had been seamlessly restored. No one, not the servants, not their young son Sergei, and certainly not the high society observers, would have detected the earthquake that had occurred beneath the surface of their domestic life. But for Anna, the illusion was suffocating. Every day became a grueling performance, a theatrical staging of virtue and indifference. She played the dutiful wife, inquiring politely about her husband's official business, attending the correct social gatherings, and devoting time to her son. Yet within her a ferocious, defiant spirit had awakened, fueled by the sheer contempt she now held for Alexei Alexandrovich's cold principles. Her husband treated her with a precise, chilling courtesy. He addressed her only on matters of necessary arrangement or social duty. His tone consistently formal, his eyes devoid of any spark of intimacy, love, or even hostility. He was not acting like a wronged man, he was acting like a partner to a necessary, regrettable agreement. This lack of human reaction was Anna's greatest torment, reinforcing her conviction that she was married to a principle, not a person. The terms of the truce were clear. Anna was to cut off all communication with Count Vronsky. This, however, proved to be an impossible demand. Vronsky, far from being discouraged by the Steeplechase disaster or the sudden chill in Anna's public demeanor, was only inflamed. Though the shared moment of terror, the glimpse of her raw, unprotected soul during his fall, had cemented his obsession. The risk was no longer a game, it was now a shared, terrible secret, binding them with an intensity that the polite drawing rooms of St. Petersburg could not possibly contain. He began a subtle, relentless campaign of presence. He did not call at the Karenin house, nor did he send letters that could be intercepted. Instead, he made sure he was present at every small gathering, every theater performance, and every social function where Anna was expected to appear. Their interactions were brief, conducted under the vigilant eye of society and the distant, calculating gaze of Alexei Alexandrovich. But these stolen moments, fragments of conversation, or simply the long, silent exchange of glances across a crowded room, were enough to sustain the relationship. It was a language of the soul, conducted entirely beneath the sophisticated surface of high society. One evening, at a charity ball, the illusion almost shattered. Anna was speaking with Princess Betsy Tverskaya, maintaining a facade of light-hearted interest in the latest gossip, when Vronsky appeared on the periphery. Their eyes met across the polished floor. In his, Anna saw not just desire but a profound, desperate understanding of her plight. In that moment, the entire crowded ballroom faded away, and only the two of them existed in a bubble of shared, fatalistic truth. Vronsky approached them, offering a perfectly polite, detached compliment to Anna, ensuring his words would pass the scrutiny of any eavesdropper. "Anna Arkadyevna, you are looking remarkably well tonight. Your recovery from the season's pressures is admirable," he said, the words utterly meaningless, yet delivered with a subtle inflection that conveyed volumes of emotional subtext. Anna, acutely aware of the danger, maintained her composure, answering with a measured distance. "Thank you, Count, but I confess society often wearies me now." And as he turned to speak with Betsy, Anna's heart was pounding so violently that she feared the sound might travel through the floorboards. She knew she had to leave. The proximity of Vronsky was becoming a physical agony, a force that threatened to pull her away from the safety of her prescribed role. The difficulty of maintaining the pretense began to weigh heavily on Anna's physical health. She suffered from headaches, sleeplessness, and a persistent, low-level anxiety that never left her. The duality of her life was exhausting her soul. One afternoon, sitting in her drawing room, Anna found herself in a deep, melancholic contemplation of her son, Serezha. He was her last true link to her life of respectability, the innocent victim of the disaster she was inviting. She loved him intensely, a fierce, protective love that transcended her passion for Vronsky. Yet her husband had weaponized this love, threatening to take the boy away if she broke the terms of their agreement. Serezha, a bright and sensitive child of 8, sensed the new brittle tension in the house, though he could not name it. He clung to his mother more closely, often asking innocent questions that stabbed at her conscience. "Mama, why does Papa look at me so seriously now? Does he think I have done something wrong?" the boy asked one evening, nestled in her lap. Anna stroked his hair, her voice trembling slightly. "No, my darling. Papa is very busy with important state affairs. He is only worried about his papers." But she knew the lie was poor. Karenin, in his sterile efficiency, made sure Serezha understood his father's great importance and the need for the entire family to maintain an impeccable reputation. He was grooming the boy to be an extension of his own administrative life, a cold manipulation that drove Anna to quiet fury. The constant effort to appear normal ultimately drove Anna to seek true solitude, where she could finally drop the mask. She began taking long, solitary rides in her carriage, ostensibly for her health, but in reality to weep and mourn the person she used to be. During these drives, she permitted herself to think of Vronsky without censure, to feed the powerful, forbidden hunger that Alexei Alexandrovich had tried to starve. It was during one of these solitary drives that the inevitable happened. Fate, or perhaps the sheer will of Vronsky, intervened. As her carriage turned down a quiet, snow-dusted avenue leading away from the city proper, she saw a rider approaching. It was Vronsky. He was not following her. His face, etched with a fatigue and a desperate intensity she had not seen before, suggested he was on some urgent personal errand. He spotted her instantly. He halted his horse, a powerful, dark-coated charger, and dismounted without a thought for social protocol or the risk. He approached the carriage door, his boots crunching on the frozen ground. Anna's coachman, sensing the gravity of the moment, slowed the carriage to a complete stop. Anna reached out to open the window, her hand shaking. Vronsky leaned into the opening, his face close to hers, his breath misting the cold air. The formality was gone. This was the language of two people who had passed beyond social conventions. "Anna, I cannot endure this silence," Vronsky said, his voice low, urgent, and thick with desperation. "The conditions your husband imposed, they are destroying you, and they are torturing me. I see the strain in your eyes. Tell me, Anna, what is it you want? Do you intend to obey him? To live this life forever?" Anna felt a dizzying wave of emotion, fear, passion, resentment, and a profound relief that someone finally saw the truth of her suffering. "I must, Alexei Kirillovich," she whispered, her voice cracking. "I must. He has threatened Serezha. He will take my son. He is cold, but he is absolute. He will ruin you too." Vronsky gripped the edge of the carriage door, his knuckles white. "Let him. I have nothing to lose but a career and a position that means nothing without you." "But you are dying, Anna. That beautiful spirit I saw at the steeplechase, the one that screamed out for me, where is she now? Hidden behind this veil of propriety, I will not accept it." He straightened up, his eyes blazing with a dangerous light. "I have told you before, I am yours. I ask nothing of you but the truth. If you want this to end, you must tell me so to my face. But if you do not, then I will not leave you. I will follow you everywhere. The illusion cannot hold, Anna. Oh, it is time to choose between his terms and our reality." With that, he stepped back, bowed quickly, and mounted his horse, riding away before Anna could form a single coherent response. She was left shattered, the cold air rushing into the carriage, bringing with it the chilling certainty that the peace Karenin had imposed was not a solution, but merely the prelude to an even greater and more public catastrophe. The illusion was fragile, and Vronsky, with his raw, passionate reality, was determined to shatter it. The title, Chapter 17, Kitty's Healing and the Light of Varenka. An estimated word count for this chapter, 2,500 words. A total estimated word count completed, 42,500 words. The journey from Moscow to the fashionable German resort town was a somber one, marked by the persistent silence of the Princess Shtcherbatsky's despair over her daughter. Kitty, once the vibrant, radiant center of Moscow society, had become a ghost of herself, pale, listless, and afflicted by a nervous melancholy that the family doctor had dismissed as physical illness, but which they all knew was the direct result of her heartbreak and humiliation. The doctors had prescribed the waters, the fresh air, and the quiet routine of the foreign spa, but the true cure needed to be internal. Upon arrival, the resort felt like a civilized, meticulously manicured prison. It was filled with invalids, some genuinely ill, others merely indulging in the European pastime of hypochondria, all united by a sense of melancholic ennui. Kitty, clinging desperately to her mother, felt an initial repugnance for the synthetic cheer and the enforced socializing required by the routine. She felt her failure, her rejection of Levin, her misjudgment of Vronsky, was a visible deformity, a moral sickness that no amount of mineral water could wash away. Though the regimen was dulling, morning strolls, scheduled baths in the famous springs, afternoon rest, and evening concerts where society attempted to pretend life was still gay. Kitty performed these duties mechanically, her mind often wandering back to two specific, painful images: the earnest, almost frantic face of Levin as he proposed, and the cold, smooth indifference of Vronsky after the steeplechase. She realized with chilling clarity that she had discarded gold for fool's copper. Her recovery was slow, almost imperceptible. She began to find a strange, quiet comfort in the anonymity of the foreign place. Here she was merely an ailing young lady, not the object of gossip and pity from her friends. She started to observe the other visitors, studying their small, self-important dramas and their genuine suffering. This external observation was the first sign of her spirit reviving. It was during one of her morning walks that Kitty first encountered Varenka. Varenka was the companion of a notoriously difficult and demanding Russian invalid, Madame Stahl. While Madame Stahl remained perpetually cloistered and complaining, Varenka was her quiet, indispensable anchor to the outside world. Varenka was not beautiful in the conventional sense. She was about 35, tall, slender, and dressed with a plain simplicity that was startling amid the flamboyant European fashions. Her most striking feature was her face, which, though serious, radiated a profound, almost spiritual calm. Varenka was always busy, tending to Madame Stahl, running errands, or volunteering at the small hospital chapel. She moved with an easy, unself-conscious grace, her hands perpetually occupied with tasks of quiet service. She possessed an air of self-effacement, yet her presence was entirely commanding, not through authority, but through genuine goodness. Kitty, consumed by her own self-pity, was instantly captivated by Varenka's life of disciplined altruism. Varenka's eyes, soft and clear, seemed to hold no room for the vanity or selfish calculation that had ruined Kitty's own season. One afternoon, Kitty saw Varenka gently assisting a poor, elderly French woman who was too weak to navigate the steps of the bathhouse. Varenka's movements were patient, expert, and utterly devoid of any display of merit. She did it simply because it was necessary. Kitty was seized by an overwhelming desire to be useful, to escape the cage of her own misery by serving another. She timidly approached Varenka later that day as Varenka was arranging flowers for the hospital chapel. "Mademoiselle," Kitty began, her Russian hesitant in the foreign air. Could I perhaps help you with the flowers, or perhaps with Madame Stahl?" Varenka looked up, her expression one of gentle surprise, but quickly softened into a warm, genuine smile. "Oh, princess, that is kind of you, but Madame Stahl is very particular. Perhaps you could help me take these remaining flowers to the kitchen. Now they are for the sisters." Kitty was immediately struck by the dignity Varenka accorded the simplest task. Working alongside Varenka, carrying the small damp bouquet, Kitty felt a stirring of purpose, a small quiet healing beginning in her soul. Varenka, without ever lecturing or probing, began to influence Kitty profoundly. She introduced Kitty to a different type of life, a life centered not on what one receives from others, but on what one gives. She spoke of simple faith, not in the rigid tenets of the church, but in a deep, abiding commitment to serving the daily needs of those around her. You must not seek grand gestures, my dear, Varenka advised one day as they were quietly mending linens for the sick. The greatest work is found in the smallest fidelity, in being present, in knowing that your hand, though small, can still hold the burden of someone else for a moment. And Kitty realized that Varenka's life was a constant stream of such small fidelities. Varenka seemed to live without the need for external validation, without the nervous pursuit of pleasure or position that consumed Moscow. She was perfectly whole, not because she had married well or won the attention of a count, but because her internal focus was entirely externalized toward good works. This realization was a painful yet necessary step in Kitty's recovery. She saw that her former life, focused entirely on marriage and society's approval, was spiritually bankrupt. Her ambition had been selfish, and her grief had been equally selfish. Under Varenka's subtle guidance, Kitty began to find joy in small acts of service. Reading to an elderly blind patient, delivering comfort items to the hospital, mastering a simple embroidery stitch for a patient's gown. These actions, devoid of any audience or reward, began to slowly rebuild her shattered self-worth. Her headaches lessened. The deep, dark circle of melancholy around her eyes began to fade. Her mother, noticing the transformation, was both relieved and slightly perplexed. "You look much better, Kitty, my dear. But you spend all your time with that Varenka. She is a very good girl, but such plainness. You must remember your position when we return to Russia." But Kitty no longer cared about her position. The trivial concerns of St. Petersburg society, the endless gossip, the calculation of alliances, the desperate maneuvering for advantage, now seemed distant and meaningless. She saw the true value of a life lived honestly and devotedly, a value embodied by the quiet strength of Varenka. One evening, as the sun set over the German hills, casting long shadows across the bathhouse gardens, Kitty and Varenka sat talking quietly. "You have found your feet again, princess," Varenka observed gently. "You are beginning to see that the world is much larger than the narrow path you were following." And Kitty nodded, a profound sense of gratitude overwhelming her. "It is entirely due to you, Varenka. You taught me how to live. I was chasing shadows in Moscow, and here you showed me a light. The light was always within you, my dear," Varenka insisted, smiling faintly. "I simply helped you sweep away the dust. The world requires our compassion, not our vanity. You must take this feeling home with you. Do not let the glitter of society dull this new understanding." Kitty knew Varenka was right. She had endured the bitter purification of suffering and emerged with a deeper, more mature spirit. Though the memory of Levin's rejection still pained her, she now understood it was a rejection of her former superficial self. She was ready to leave the sanitarium, not as a healed invalid, but as a young woman forged anew, possessing a quiet dignity and a readiness to embrace a life of genuine worth, whatever that life might entail. Her time of frivolous youth was over. Her journey toward true adulthood had just begun. Title, Chapter 18, The Moment of Ruin. Estimated word count for this chapter, 2,500 words. A total estimated word count completed, 45,000 words. The illusion of order that Alexei Alexandrovich had so meticulously constructed around his marriage began to crumble, not with a sudden crash of public scandal, but with a slow, internal deterioration within Anna's soul. Though the rigid terms of the agreement, the cold silence, the enforced separation from Vronsky had not starved her passion, they had instead condensed it, making the few stolen moments of communication burn with a more dangerous intensity. Anna found herself living in a state of perpetual feverish excitement. Though the slightest mention of Vronsky's name, the sight of his handwriting on an envelope addressed to someone else, even the color of a horse he might be riding, each detail was a sharp, painful pleasure that broke through the monotony of her respectable life. Her existence had become a torturous waiting game, punctuated by the agony of longing and the thrill of risk. Vronsky, equally tormented by the restrictions, became bolder. Though the polite drawing-room meetings were no longer enough, he began sending her encrypted messages through trusted intermediaries, requesting meetings at discreet houses owned by his less scrupulous friends, or in the isolated public parks on the outskirts of St. Petersburg. Each refusal from Anna was followed by another, more desperate plea, until her resistance, weakened by her own internal battle, finally gave way. The final, fatal capitulation occurred on a rainy, desolate evening. Anna had accepted an invitation under a flimsy pretext of visiting a sick friend that she knew was a carefully orchestrated opportunity to meet Vronsky alone. The air was heavy, mirroring the moral weight pressing down upon her. She was terrified, yet simultaneously swept up in a current of fatalistic inevitability. She found him waiting in a small, luxuriously appointed drawing room, the kind of space designed for secret meetings, far removed from the cold marble and official portraits of the Karenin mansion. When she entered, Vronsky was standing by the fireplace, his face pale and drawn with the strain of their prolonged emotional warfare. He did not rush to her, he simply looked at her, and in his eyes Anna saw not just desire but a profound shared suffering. "Anna," he whispered, his voice hoarse, a single word that contained the exhaustion of months of yearning. She walked towards him slowly, her magnificent composure finally breaking down. The pretense of resistance evaporated. She was not the virtuous wife or the elegant hostess. She was a woman on the verge of emotional collapse. The hours that followed were a whirlwind of devastating passion, a fierce and absolute surrender that defied all laws of society, morality, and God. It was not a moment of quiet, tender discovery, but a mutual, violent release from the intolerable tension they had both endured. In that moment of ruin, Anna felt a searing, contradictory mix of euphoria and terror. The fulfillment of her passion was absolute, but the realization of its consequence was equally immediate and terrifying. "It is done," a voice screamed inside her mind. "The bridge is burned, there is no turning back." As the initial fever of the meeting subsided, a terrible silence fell upon the room. Anna moved away from Vronsky, sinking onto a nearby sofa, covering her face with trembling hands. The joy she had anticipated, the pure, unadulterated happiness of being united with the man she loved, was immediately contaminated by a sense of profound, irrecoverable loss. The loss of her honor, her innocence, and her status as a respectable mother. Vronsky, watching her distress, felt a complex surge of emotion. He had achieved his aim, the culmination of his relentless pursuit, yet the victory was bitter. He had expected elation, but instead he felt a strange, sobering sense of ownership and a sudden, crushing weight of responsibility. He had taken a woman of high position and dragged her down to the level of the mistress, and the gravity of that act was now undeniable. He knelt beside her, reaching out to touch her hand. "Anna, my love, look at me. What is it? Why do you weep? Are you regretting this?" Anna lifted her face, her eyes dark with a despair that chilled him to the core. "Regret? I don't know. I feel as if I have just murdered my own life. I am nothing now, not a wife, not an honest woman. I am a monster, Alexei." "No, you are magnificent," he argued fiercely, trying to rekindle the fire of passion to ward off the cold reality. "You are the only truth in a world of lies. You chose freedom, you chose life." "I chose death," she whispered, standing up and moving towards the window, gazing out at the rain-swept streets that seemed to offer no refuge. "The lie with my husband was a suffering, but it was a life. This truth is the end of everything I know." Vronsky understood then that the conquest of Anna was not the end of his challenge, but the beginning of a relentless campaign to justify their sin, both to society and to honor herself. Though the romantic drama was over, the painful reality of their shared existence had begun. He tried to reassure her with promises, with the absolute declaration of his undying love and devotion. He offered to abandon his career, to defy society, to take her away to the ends of the earth where they could live without the shadow of Karenin. "My life is yours, Anna," he pleaded, holding her tightly. "I will make you happy. We will rebuild a life based on our own truth. Do not let fear steal this moment from us." His words, though sincere, failed to penetrate the absolute horror she felt. She knew that Vronsky, for all his devotion, could not protect her from the internal damnation she had just inflicted upon herself. The social consequences were immense, but the moral consequences, the betrayal of her own values, the shame of facing her son, the failure of her duty, were infinitely worse. When Anna finally returned to the solitude of her own home, the external facade of the Karenin household felt more suffocating than ever. She walked past the empty library, the familiar scent of old leather and Alexei Alexandrovich's dry cologne overwhelming her. She went straight to her son's room. Serezha was asleep, his small, innocent face utterly tranquil in the lamplight. Seeing him, Anna was pierced by a guilt so profound, so physical, that she stifled a cry. Her purity, which had been his only inheritance, was gone. She stood there, frozen in the doorway, unable to approach him, feeling unworthy to touch the hem of his blanket. She was no longer the sacred, untouchable being who presided over his life. She was a woman marked, ruined, the knowledge of which would one day poison his innocence. The moment of surrender to Vronsky had been blindingly passionate, but the consequence, standing before her sleeping child, was chillingly clear. She had chosen her own pleasure over her son's honor. This knowledge was the first price of her passion, and it was a price Anna knew she would be paying for the rest of her shattered life. The illusion had been shattered, and in its place was the raw, terrifying responsibility of a truth she could not escape. The title, Chapter 19, Karenin's Principles and the Question of Divorce. Estimated word count for this chapter, 2,500 words. A total estimated word count completed, 47,500 words. Alexei Alexandrovich Karenin, in his 30 years of devoted public service, had faced numerous crises of state, budgetary disputes, intricate bureaucratic maneuvers, and the thorny politics of appointments and dismissals. He had solved them all with the same methodical, principled, and utterly unemotional precision. But the domestic crisis presented by Anna's betrayal was a problem that refused to submit to administrative logic. He was not a man built for emotional turmoil. Love, passion, and jealousy were messy, illogical variables that had no place in his official universe. His response to Anna's confession, or rather, his realization of her guilt following the Steeplechase incident, had been to issue a decree, an official ultimatum designed to restore order. The shock of the subsequent final capitulation did not ignite rage or sorrow in him. It ignited a sense of administrative failure. The night Anna finally surrendered to Vronsky was, for Karenin, simply a night of intense mental labor over a particularly complex committee report. He had noted her late return, the slight tremor in her hands, the unnatural brightness in her eyes, with a professional, detached suspicion. The next morning, the evidence of her guilt seemed to him as clear and undeniable as a mathematical proof. His immediate thought was not of the betrayal of their marriage vows, but of the threat this posed to his position. His career, his honor, and his meticulous reputation were built on the unshakable foundation of a respectable domestic life. Anna's adultery was not a sin against him, but a violation of a binding social contract that could lead to immediate political ruin. Karenin retreated into his library, the sanctuary of his intellect, and began to approach the problem of Anna as he would approach a problem of state, analytically, systematically, and devoid of personal feeling. The potential solutions presented themselves as clearly defined courses of action, each with associated political and social risks. Option A: maintain the status quo. Continue to live with Anna, but strictly separate. Preserve the illusion of marriage for society and for Serezha, demanding absolute discretion from Anna. Risk the eventual inevitable leakage of the truth, leading to a public scandal more humiliating than immediate action. Benefit: avoidance of scandal now, preservation of his career inertia. Option B: the formal separation. Arrange a quiet, agreed-upon separation where Anna would live elsewhere but without a legal divorce. Risk: immediate societal judgment, though less severe than full divorce. Benefit: the practical removal of the source of instability from his home. Option C: divorce. Proceed with a full legal divorce, citing her adultery. Risk: extreme public scandal, the messy, emotional reality of court proceedings, the involvement of the church, and the potential ruin of his career by associating his name with filth. Benefit: absolute legal freedom, the restoration of his personal honor in the eyes of the law, and the right to custody of Serezha. The idea of divorce, option C, was the most repulsive. It was not the shattering of the marriage that horrified him, but the emotional messiness it required. The divorce was a vulgarity, a public admission of failure, and worst of all, it necessitated engaging with raw human failing. He would have to expose his private life to strangers, judges, lawyers, and gossiping society women, all of whom would analyze him, not his administrative reports. His internal monologue was dominated by legal and moral precedents, never by his heart. What does the law require? What does society demand? What would a man of my reputation choose? He considered the religious aspect. Christian morality demanded forgiveness. Could he, Alexei Alexandrovich, not show the magnanimity of a Christian man, rising above his wife's transgression? This path, forgiveness without reconciliation, appealed to his vanity. It would elevate him morally in the eyes of his peers, showcasing his profound superiority and restraint. He could forgive her and thus hold her perpetually indebted, ensuring her eternal shame while preserving his own moral stature. It was this thought, the potential for moral superiority, that brought a cold, calculated sense of comfort. He could endure the situation, maintain his dignity, and force Anna to live in a state of continuous, quiet penance. To solidify this decision, he drafted a precise, formal note to Anna. He wrote it in the impersonal tone of an official correspondence, addressing her not as his wife, but as a party to an unfortunate situation. I have been made fully aware of your transgression and the regrettable circumstances that now govern our shared residence. I have chosen, after due consideration of the social and ethical dimensions, to exercise a degree of Christian forbearance. I shall not pursue the degradation of a public divorce, which would inevitably bring scandal upon my name, and more importantly, severely damage the future prospects of our son, Sergei. I demand that you maintain the outward appearances of our life. You are to be meticulous in your discretion. Our household will continue as before, but the intimate relations are, of course, severed. I trust that the gravity of this reprieve will impress upon you the necessity of strict obedience to these terms. He read the note twice, adjusting a comma, ensuring the tone was sufficiently dry and authoritative. It was perfect. It was a masterpiece of cold, self-preserving principle. It was a decree, not a declaration of a broken heart. Though this solution, the avoidance of messiness, brought a temporary feeling of relief. He had successfully contained the crisis. He believed in his bureaucratic heart that by refusing to acknowledge the depth of Anna's passion and Vronsky's intensity, he could effectively negate their reality. For Karenin, what was not officially recognized did not truly exist. Yet a small, persistent shadow of human emotion remained, a tiny, unfamiliar ache that he refused to categorize as pain. It manifested as intense irritation with trivial details, the squeak of his boot sole, the way the lamp flickered on his desk, the overly familiar scent of his son's school books. This irritation was the suppressed grief masked by his rigid self-control. He pushed the feeling away, channeling his renewed mental energy into the committee report. He would prove his strength and superiority not through emotional drama, but through the flawless execution of his public duty. However, the cold logic began to falter when he contemplated the necessity of speaking to Anna face-to-face about his forgiveness. He dreaded the interaction. He did not fear her anger or her defense. He feared the possibility of seeing any raw emotion in her eyes, pity, contempt, or worse, indifference. He realized that his fear was of the truth he had gone to such lengths to bury. He knew intellectually that the cause of his wife's infidelity must lie partly in the nature of their own marriage. A marriage he had always considered impeccable because it was convenient, predictable, and respectable. And to admit that he had failed as a husband would be to admit a flaw in his perfect administrative self, a concept utterly intolerable to his pride. His solution, therefore, was to depersonalize the issue entirely. He would not confront Anna as a man, but as a representative of society's moral code. He would deliver his decree with the authority of the state, ensuring that Anna understood that her crime was against the system, not against his heart. Karenin rose from his desk, the note clutched in his hand. He smoothed his uniform, adjusted his high collar, and with the measured, deliberate stride of a man entering a session of the Imperial Council, he went to find his wife, fully armed with the cold, unassailable logic of his bureaucratic principle, utterly unaware that his forgiveness was a far greater cruelty than any punitive divorce could ever be. Title: Chapter 20, Levin's Land and the Brotherhood of Ideas. Estimated word count for this chapter, 2,500 words. A total estimated word count completed, 50,000 words. Konstantin Levin's return to his estate, Pokrovskoe, after the disastrous Moscow season, was not a retreat of leisure, but an exile of the soul. He plunged into the demanding, physical realities of farming with a near-religious fervor, attempting to scour the painful memory of Kitty's rejection from his consciousness through sheer, exhausting labor. The land offered a harsh, tangible reality that the frivolous society of Moscow had utterly lacked. He found a strange, compelling satisfaction in the sweat on his brow and the ache in his muscles. When he worked alongside his peasants, scything the tall grass or supervising the late harvest, he felt a kinship with the earth and with the simple, unvarnished men who drew their life from it. This work was honest. It yielded visible, measurable results, unlike the empty ambitions of the city. Levin was deeply troubled by the great social question of his time, the relationship between the landowner and the emancipated peasant. He struggled with a profound sense of guilt and injustice regarding the system of land tenure. He saw the inefficiency and the inherent conflict, but his intellectual solutions, derived from economic theory, consistently failed when applied to the practical realities of the Russian village. His older half-brother, Sergei Koznyshev, had arrived for a summer stay, bringing with him the intellectual atmosphere of St. Petersburg and the world of high-minded philosophical discourse. Serezha was Levin's direct opposite, cool, measured, a celebrated writer and thinker whose life was devoted entirely to abstract concepts and social reform. He was revered as a public intellectual, a man who debated the fate of Russia's peasantry and the future of its government with effortless eloquence. The relationship between the brothers was one of deep, enduring affection, yet punctuated by the constant, low hum of intellectual dissonance. Levin respected Sergei's mind profoundly, but often felt intimidated and frustrated by his brother's lack of physical engagement with the very life he theorized about. One sweltering afternoon, they sat on the veranda after a meager dinner, the air thick with the scent of linden blossoms and the distant, metallic ringing of the blacksmith's hammer. Sergei, dressed impeccably in white linen, was discussing his latest treatise on the restructuring of local government. "The key, Konstantin," Sergei explained, gesturing with a hand that had never held a scythe, "is the implementation of true, representative local governance. The peasant must feel he has a stake, a voice. We must empower the zemstvo through progressive." Levin interrupted, his voice rougher, less articulate. "But Sergei, that is all in theory. I live with the peasant, I work with him. He doesn't care about the zemstvo, he cares about his field, his family, and whether he can afford the horse feed. I tried to lease them the land under a percentage system, giving them the ownership, and they drank the profits and ruined the soil." Sergei sighed, a subtle expression of intellectual pity crossing his features. "My dear brother, you confuse the individual case with the general principle. Your failure to implement a system successfully does not invalidate the universal truth of the system itself. You must rise above the anecdotal and look at the whole picture." This constant clash between the abstract and the concrete was the central theme of Levin's internal struggle. He knew Sergei was logically correct, but the human, tangible reality on his estate felt more important, more true than any political theory. He felt a desperate need to find a way to live justly, not just to write about justice. Levin had recently become obsessed with the idea of merging his life with the life of the peasants, to live entirely without the privileges of his class. He had tried sleeping on hay, eating peasant food, and performing the most arduous labor, but he was always met with a gentle, polite bewilderment from the peasants themselves. They saw his efforts not as a joining, but as a temporary, slightly eccentric sport. "They do not want my help, Sergei," Levin confessed, rubbing his temples in frustration. "They want my land, perhaps, but they reject my soul. They are wise in their simplicity, and I am merely restless in my complexity. They know what they live for, and I, the educated man, do not." Sergei, finding his brother's existential crisis tiresome, steered the conversation back to the upcoming publication of his book. He possessed the intellectual's detached ego, drawing sustenance from the anticipation of public debate and scholarly praise. "The reviews are already promising a great deal of controversy," Sergei noted, his eyes bright with professional satisfaction. "It will force the public to confront the fundamental flaws in the current agricultural model. It is a necessary catalyst for real change." Levin listened, nodding, trying to appreciate the magnitude of his brother's work. Yet as he watched a peasant woman walking slowly across the field, carrying a bucket of water with the heavy, rhythmic gait of deep fatigue, the philosophical argument seemed to dissipate into thin air. That woman's concrete suffering, her specific need, felt infinitely more urgent than the theoretical reformation of the zemstvo. Levin realized that Sergei, for all his goodness and genius, lived in a world of ideas, whereas he himself yearned for a world of being. And Sergei's motivation was duty to humanity. Levin's was the desperate pursuit of personal spiritual clarity. This contrast was thrown into sharp relief by the topic of marriage. Sergei, a lifelong bachelor, treated marriage as another social institution to be analyzed. The institution of marriage, Konstantin, often impedes the true development of the individual, Sergei pronounced. It creates unnecessary dependencies and distracts from the higher calling of service. Levin, his heart still raw from Kitty's rejection, felt a sudden, fierce resentment. "You speak of it as a theorem, you talk of dependencies, but what about connection? What about the absolute need for one soul to recognize and complete another? You analyze the social form, but you ignore the terrible, magnificent human instinct that drives it." Sergei merely smiled, a gentle, superior smile that did not reach his eyes. "You are emotional, my dear brother. You allow your personal drama to cloud your objective judgment." Levin retreated, knowing the argument was futile. He could never win against Sergei's flawless logic. But as he sat watching the sunlight fade over his fields, he felt a deeper, non-verbal knowledge. His brother might be right about the zemstvo, but Sergei was profoundly wrong about life. Levin's search for meaning was not in books or reforms, but in the specific, the particular, the immediate reality of his land and his feelings. He had tried to substitute the vastness of human philosophy for the small, necessary completeness of personal love, and the attempt had failed him utterly. He understood that his true path lay in embracing this specific world, not in escaping it. He needed to find his own organic solution to the management of his land, and he needed to reconcile his restless soul with the idea that perhaps the greatest meaning was not a grand intellectual discovery, but the quiet, everyday devotion to one small, tangible piece of life. He yearned for the return of that specific, luminous girl, Kitty, who was the physical manifestation of the simple, honest meaning he sought. He was ready to try again, to seek the truth in the immediate reality of love instead of the comforting illusion of abstract principle. Title: Chapter 21, The Contempt of Forbearance. An estimated word count for this chapter, 2,500 words. A total estimated word count completed, 52,500 words. Though the great, stately house of the Karenins in St. Petersburg had become a gilded prison, less oppressive in its external structure than in its internal atmosphere. Following Alexei Alexandrovich's formal declaration of Christian forgiveness and his decree of maintaining appearances, Anna found herself trapped in a perpetual state of silent warfare. The cold, meticulous cruelty of her husband's forbearance was a far greater torment than any outburst of jealousy or rage would have been. Karenin had transformed himself into a martyr, and Anna was cast, by his quiet, moralizing behavior, into the role of the ungrateful sinner. His presence, once merely tiresome, now carried the heavy weight of accusation. He did not yell, he did not weep. He simply moved through his life, attending to his duties, discussing politics, overseeing Serezha's education, with the slow, deliberate dignity of a man enduring an unmerited cross. Anna's life was split violently into two irreconcilable halves. By day she was the elegant, if slightly withdrawn hostess, fulfilling the social minimum required by Karenin's decree. She played the part of the respectable wife in their few shared social appearances, her eyes carrying a subtle, feverish intensity that society chose to interpret as melancholy or illness. She was isolated, not because society overtly condemned her yet, but because she condemned herself. She knew that the polite inquiries and pleasant smiles of her acquaintances were built on a lie she was forced to maintain. By night or in stolen hours, she lived the true, consuming existence of her passion with Vronsky. Their meetings were a fierce, desperate clinging to happiness, a temporary oblivion from the crushing reality of their situation. Vronsky brought to her a warmth and absolute devotion that made Karenin's cold principles seem like the absurd ramblings of a machine. Yet Vronsky's presence, while life-giving, also intensified the pain. Their passion had to be concealed, not just from society but from Serezha, Anna's young son. The guilt of her betrayal, which had first pierced her when she saw him sleeping, had become a dull, constant ache. Every innocent question Serezha asked, every spontaneous hug he offered felt like a fresh wound. Anna tried desperately to compensate for her guilt by showering Serezha with love, becoming overly protective and clinging. She taught him games, read to him for hours, and tried to pour the entirety of her maternal affection into their limited time. But the secret she carried was a wall between them, a barrier that even love could not cross. One evening, after a particularly draining day spent navigating a dinner party where Karenin spoke at length about the new budget proposal, Anna found herself unable to breathe in the suffocating silence of their shared study. Karenin was standing by the fireplace, seemingly engrossed in a technical journal, his profile carved in stone. Anna decided she could no longer bear the unspoken contempt. "Alexei Alexandrovich," she began, her voice trembling slightly. He lowered his journal slowly, his gaze cool and professionally neutral, as if she were a minor colleague presenting an unexpected memorandum. "Yes, Anna, I cannot continue under this burden of your generosity. Your forgiveness is a weight that is crushing me. It would be easier if you simply hated me." Karenin adjusted his cuff, a small, irritating gesture of fastidiousness. "I assure you, Anna, my feelings are of no consequence to the present arrangement. The matter is one of principle and public welfare, not of personal sentiment. A hatred, as you term it, is an emotion I do not find productive. I have stated my terms. I have acted according to the tenets of Christian charity and common decency. I expect you to adhere to your side of the compact." His words, delivered in the measured tone of a legal brief, were devastating. He did not see her suffering, he only saw her failure to comply with his decree. He denied her the dignity of being recognized as a woman driven by human passion, reducing her instead to a variable causing public inconvenience. "You believe you are showing Christian charity," Anna retorted, her voice rising slightly. "But there is no heart in your charity, there is only pride. You save yourself, you save your reputation, and you doom me to living in a lie where I am despised for not being grateful enough for my own ruin." Karenin looked genuinely puzzled, as if confronted by a logical fallacy. "You seem to misunderstand the nature of sacrifice. It is precisely because I suppress my personal feelings, my natural repugnance for your transgression, that I demonstrate a higher moral standard. I am preserving the sanctity of our son's life, which you have recklessly endangered. His use of Serezha as the ultimate shield was deliberate and effective. Anna recoiled, the shame flooding back. She could never fight him on that ground. Her love for Vronsky was her truth, but her love for Serezha was her weakness, the one thing Karenin could wield as an absolute weapon. Anna withdrew, retreating to her room, where she would wait for the brief, life-affirming escape of a note from Vronsky. She realized that Karenin would never grant her the escape of divorce because her continuous silent presence, the visible manifestation of his moral superiority, was far more valuable to his ego than freedom. The burden of living this lie began to wear heavily on her physical and mental health. The constant need for secrecy, the fear of discovery, the moral anguish of betraying Serezha, and the chilling, ever-present contempt of her husband's forbearance were slowly consuming her vitality. Vronsky, though devoted, struggled with the passive role he was forced to play in this domestic drama. He was ready to fight, to duel Karenin, to take Anna away, but Anna insisted on maintaining the appearances for Serezha's sake, and Karenin simply refused to engage on a personal, emotional level. Karenin's strategy was to defeat Vronsky not through confrontation, but through the dull, paralyzing effect of bureaucratic waiting. Vronsky saw Anna fading, the quicksilver sparkle in her eyes dimmed by anxiety. He urged her constantly to leave, to choose absolute freedom, but Anna hesitated, tethered to her son by an unbreakable, invisible chain of guilt. The house became a tomb where Anna was slowly suffocated by her husband's principles. She knew her choice was not sustainable, that the fever of her love and the coldness of her prison would eventually collide in a final destructive act. But for now, she could only endure the agonizing pace of life dictated by the man who chose to forgive, and in doing so condemned her to a slower, more profound despair. Title: Chapter 22, The Second Sight of Love. Estimated word count for this chapter, 2,500 words. A total estimated word count completed, 55,000 words. Konstantin Levin arrived at his sister-in-law Dolly Oblonsky's modest country estate, Yergashevo, with a sense of relief. After the intense philosophical sparring with his brother Sergei, the quiet, chaotic warmth of Dolly's home, currently overflowing with children and domestic necessity, offered a welcome, tangible distraction. He valued Dolly as one of the few women in his acquaintance who possessed true moral depth, untainted by social artifice. Dolly, worn down by her husband's constant infidelities and the relentless demands of motherhood, nevertheless radiated a quiet, enduring goodness that Levin found deeply comforting. She greeted him with genuine joy, her eyes full of sympathetic understanding for the grief she knew he carried from the Moscow winter. Levin had come to discuss the purchase of a nearby tract of land, but his true motive was the need for human connection, a place where his own earnest struggles were understood without the critical, analytical gaze of a theoretician like Koznyshev. He was attempting to settle his soul into the routine of the land, accepting the pain of Kitty's rejection as a permanent, if agonizing, scar. The summer days unfolded in a pattern of simple, arduous pleasures. Mornings spent surveying the crops, afternoons dedicated to discussions with Dolly about the children, the estate, and the eternal paradox of Stepan Oblonsky's charming faithlessness. Levin observed Dolly's patient resilience and felt a profound respect for the quiet heroism of her domestic life. It seemed far more real, more valuable than the grand passions and bureaucratic achievements of St. Petersburg. Then, without warning, the entire atmosphere of Yergoshovo shifted. The carriage arrived one humid afternoon, dusty from the journey. Out stepped the Sherbatskys, who had been traveling home from their cure abroad, and with them stepped Kitty. Levin was in the midst of a detailed explanation to Dolly about a new cooperative farming venture. He stopped mid-sentence, the name of the new crop dissolving on his tongue. He had braced himself for this potential meeting for months, imagining it in countless agonizing scenarios. But the reality was nothing like his anticipation. Kitty stood before him, not the dazzling, untouchable beauty he had obsessed over in Moscow, but a woman subtly, fundamentally changed. The artificial brightness and nervous gaiety that had so blinded him before were gone. She was thinner, certainly, and wore the quiet, almost solemn air of someone who had recently recovered from a serious internal malady. Her eyes, those beautiful, dark eyes, held a new depth, a quality of profound stillness that he had never seen before. She greeted him calmly, without the forced animation she used to employ in society. Her hand was cool and steady in his. "Konstantin Dmitrich, it is good to see you." Her simple composure instantly disarmed him. All the passionate resentment, the self-pity, and the rehearsed dignity he had planned to deploy vanished. He saw her, truly saw her, for the first time, not as the unattainable symbol of his happiness, but as a person who had also suffered, grown, and found a different kind of strength. "Ekaterina Alexandrovna," he managed to reply, the formal name sounding clumsy on his tongue. "You look restored." Kitty smiled, a gentle, slightly melancholy curve of her lips. The smile told him of lessons learned and wounds healed, though not forgotten. To her time at the foreign spa, the spiritual guidance of Varenka, and the realization of her own superficiality had stripped away the layers of vanity and youthful pride. She had faced her own emptiness and found a quiet purpose in service and compassion. They spent the evening in forced but polite proximity. Levin watched her interactions with Dolly's children, how she knelt easily to tie a shoe, how she spoke to the nanny with gentle courtesy, how she listened, truly listened, when Dolly spoke of her financial worries. This was a Kitty he did not know, a version of her that seemed perfectly attuned to the honest, unvarnished life of Yergashavo. His heart, which had been rigidly guarded against her image, began to thaw with a painful yet intoxicating slowness. He realized that the woman he had loved in Moscow was an ideal he had created. The woman he was seeing now was infinitely more real and terrifyingly more lovable. He also noticed the subtle, significant change in the way Kitty looked at him. There was no coyness, no hint of the flirtatious distraction she had used to reserve for Vronsky. Her gaze was direct, earnest, and appraising. She looked at his sun-tanned hands, his rough country clothes, and the way he spoke with such serious intensity about the peasant's needs, and she seemed to find him not awkward or rustic but authentic. Kitty, on her part, had been shocked by the strength of her own reaction to seeing Levin. The Levin she remembered was anxious, jealous, and socially uncomfortable. This man was grounded, quieter, and carried the undeniable authority of a person deeply committed to a genuine life. She had learned through her emotional breakdown that the glittering charm of Vronsky was hollow, a beautiful gilded shell. Levin's sincerity, which she had once found almost embarrassing, now seemed to her the most precious and enduring quality a man could possess. She remembered her mother's subtle disapproval of Levin's lack of polish, and she dismissed it entirely. She now understood that she needed a partner who would share not her fleeting desires, but her deepest need for meaning and goodness. The Levin who had gone to the country to search for his soul was the only man who could ever understand the soul she had found in the quiet recovery of her own exile. Later that night, as the air cooled and the crickets hummed, Kitty and Levin found themselves alone on the veranda, separated by the small wooden table. They spoke of the cure, of the weather, of anything but the profound shared history between them. But the silence that fell between them was not the strained, awkward silence of their past. It was a comfortable, accepting silence filled with the communication of their unspoken change. It was a silence of profound recognition. Levin suddenly spoke, his voice low, almost hoarse. I apologize for the intensity of my feelings that evening in Moscow. I behaved badly. I did not see you clearly. Kitty met his gaze, and this time the melancholy was replaced by clarity. No, Konstantin Dmitrich, it was I who could not see clearly. I saw shadows where there was light. I had to go very far away to realize the truth that was here all along. Her admission, so honest and unassuming, was a balm to the deep wound he carried. It was the first true acknowledgement of his worth that had nothing to do with society or status. It was the recognition of soul by soul. Levin felt an overwhelming wave of tender happiness, mixed with a fearful reverence for the new, delicate state of their relationship. Though the passionate fire of his first love had matured into a deep, quiet resolve, he knew then with absolute certainty that his life's path led back to her. The search for meaning in the fields, the reforms, and the philosophical debates all led to this one singular truth. His destiny was tied to this woman who had once rejected him, but now saw him with new eyes. He did not dare to speak of love yet. The ground was too sacred, too fragile. But as Kitty's eyes met his under the vast, starlit silence of the Russian night, they exchanged a promise far deeper than any spoken vow, a quiet, mutual acceptance of their imperfections and the dawning realization that they might, after all, be meant to heal each other. Title: Chapter 23: The Unspoken Burden and the Legal Labyrinth. Estimated word count for this chapter: 2,500 words. A total estimated word count completed: 57,500 words. Though the winter in St. Petersburg deepened, and with it the emotional isolation of Anna Karenina. The burden of the lie she was forced to live, combined with the profound secret of her pregnancy, began to manifest physically, stripping the famed vibrancy from her beauty. Her pallor was often commented upon in the limited social circles she still frequented, attributed vaguely to the severity of the climate or the stress of domestic affairs. No one save Vronsky and herself knew the devastating truth that was growing within her. Anna's meetings with Vronsky became fraught with a desperate intensity. The passion, once intoxicating and liberating, was now tinged with a constant, harrowing fear. She was living on borrowed time, knowing that the physical evidence of her betrayal would soon be impossible to conceal, thereby forcing a crisis that Karenin had meticulously tried to postpone. She struggled with the increasing distance from her son, Serezha. Her guilt intensified her love, making her clingy and over-emotional, which only served to confuse the boy. She saw in his innocent eyes a mirror reflecting her own sin, and she could not bear the idea that her impending disgrace would tarnish his childhood. The moments spent with him were now laced with the silent, self-inflicted pain of future loss. One evening, Vronsky found her weeping uncontrollably, hidden behind the curtains of her drawing room after a tense, silent dinner with Karenin. "Anna, my love, you are destroying yourself," Vronsky cried, holding her close, desperate to absorb her pain. We must leave now before he forces your hand. We must choose freedom, even if it is a scandalous freedom." Alana shook her head, her body convulsing with suppressed sobs. "It is a Serezha, Alexei. I cannot leave him to that cold man, and I cannot bear to bring your child into this world under the shadow of his roof. It is a punishment I deserve, but not our child." Vronsky, though deeply in love, felt a rising irritation at Karenin's passive resistance. He was a man of action, accustomed to fighting and conquering. Karenin's strategy of cold, official forgiveness made him feel powerless, like a schoolboy caught in an unending detention. He wanted a duel, a fight, a clear conflict to resolve the impossible situation. But Karenin offered only silence and the meticulous adherence to societal appearance. Meanwhile, Alexei Alexandrovich Karenin wrestled with the question of divorce, not in his heart, but in the dreary, calculated space of his bureaucratic mind. His initial, morally high-minded decision to forgive and ignore had been purely driven by a desire to preserve his public image and avoid scandal. But now the threat of Anna's pregnancy loomed. A public, undeniable proof of adultery that would expose him to ridicule and inevitably damage his career. Karenin consulted his lawyer, a man whose soul was as dry and dusty as the official documents he handled. The conversation, held in the quiet solemnity of Karenin's study, was strictly procedural, devoid of any human emotion. "The grounds for divorce are clear, Alexei Alexandrovich," the lawyer droned, tapping a sheaf of papers. "Adultery, however, the process is fraught with complications, particularly for a man of your stature." Karenin steepled his fingers, his eyes focused on a distant, abstract point. "The complications, the public nature of the process, the need for witnesses, the potential for counter-accusations from your wife's lover, Vronsky, I believe. He may attempt to cite your own neglect or incompatibility. Furthermore, the ecclesiastical court proceedings are slow, humiliating, and frankly, could be used by your political rivals to paint you as weak or, God forbid, foolish." The word "foolish" struck Karenin with the force of a physical blow. To be considered morally reprehensible was one thing; he could cloak that in the mantle of martyrdom. But to be judged professionally incompetent or personally ridiculous was an intolerable threat to his ordered universe. The lawyer continued, detailing the protracted legal steps, the potential for public gossip, and the risk that the political enemies Karenin had accrued over his long career would seize upon the scandal to undermine his position in the ministry. "There is, however," the lawyer proposed, leaning forward conspiratorially, "a more discreet method, the private separation. You could simply arrange for your wife to live elsewhere, maintain an allowance, and retain the custody of the child, Serezha, thereby silencing all public dissent and preserving your name and, most importantly, your position. This solution appealed deeply to Karenin's sense of order and self-preservation. The divorce was messy, emotional, and public. Separation was clean, administrative, and manageable. He could keep his career intact and still punish Anna by depriving her of Serezha, fulfilling his perceived duty to morality without risking his public standing. Yet a small, unfamiliar ache began to surface in the deepest recess of his soul. It was not love for Anna, but a curious, intellectual pain regarding the destruction of his concept of family. He had built his life on rigid principles, and the dissolution of his marriage felt like the collapse of a supporting wall in his carefully constructed world. He suddenly thought of Anna, not the adulteress, but the tired, elegant woman he had last seen, her face tight with despair. He had a brief, disturbing flicker of pity, but he immediately suppressed it, treating the emotion as another unwelcome administrative detail. I will consider the option of separation and the retention of full custody, Karenin declared, dismissing the lawyer with a cool nod. Though the decision, as always, was made not by the heart, but by the cold, calculating mind dedicated entirely to the maintenance of Alexei Alexandrovich Karenin's position in the state. He felt a grim satisfaction. He had contained the potential scandal. He had protected his political life. He had executed justice as he understood it. But as he sat alone, surrounded by the silence of his vast house, the image of Anna's despairing eyes and the looming, irreversible fact of her pregnancy remained, a human disruption his protocols could never fully suppress. Anna, unaware of the legal maneuvering, only felt the walls closing in. The passion that had once been her liberation was now the cause of her enslavement. And as she felt the first faint movements of Vronsky's child within her, she realized that the moment of crisis was imminent, and she would soon be forced to confront not just Karenin's cold principles, but the absolute cruelty of a society that reserved all its condemnation for the woman. Title: Chapter 24. Chalk, Initial Letters and the Truth of the Heart. Estimated word count for this chapter: 2,500 words. A total estimated word count completed: 60,000 words. Though the few days that Konstantin Levin and Kitty Cherbatsky spent under the same roof at Yergashovo were days of excruciating, yet exquisite, emotional tension. Though the painful history of their past rejection was not forgotten, but it served as a foundation for a new, deeper intimacy. They spoke less about personal feelings and more about shared ideas, about farming, about education, about Dolly's children, and the search for goodness in life. This shared moral compass, discovered only after both had endured private suffering, was the true bridge between them. Levin saw that the frivolous girl of Moscow was gone, replaced by a woman of genuine compassion and quiet seriousness. Kitty, in turn, saw the nervous suitor replaced by a man deeply rooted in the soil, possessing a raw, unshakable integrity that Vronsky had utterly lacked. Levin knew he could not wait to be near her, to see her gentle competence with the children. Her earnest interest in his land reforms was both life-giving and unbearable. He wanted to speak, to confirm the truth that was now singing in his blood, but the memory of her swift, brutal rejection in Moscow still held him back, cloaked in a paralyzing fear of renewed humiliation. The opportunity arose one evening in the drawing room. The older children were playing a word game, writing initial letters on a small slate board. Dolly, occupied with a fussy infant, had drifted away, and the children were soon distracted by a spilled toy, leaving the slate behind on the table. Kitty was sitting alone, sewing. Levin approached the table, his heart hammering against his ribs with a violence that made him feel faint. He had to convey the magnitude of his feelings, but he could not articulate the words. They were too sacred, too overwhelming, and prone to error. He picked up a piece of chalk and, with a hand that trembled despite his effort to control it, began to write a sequence of letters on the slate. A private code that had sprung fully formed into his mind. He wrote WYBMT. Or he placed the slate near Kitty's hand and stepped back slightly, his eyes fixed on her face, pleading for understanding. His gaze was so intense, so desperate, that it was impossible to mistake the urgency of the moment. He was risking everything again, using this childish medium to speak the truth his adult tongue could not manage. Kitty picked up the slate, her brow furrowing slightly as she read the cryptic message. The blood rushed to her cheeks, staining her neck and ears with a flush of sudden realization. Her hand trembled as she deciphered the letters. When you by me that love you, I feel as a man and at that of a rock. She looked up at him, her eyes wide with a luminous, tearful joy that instantly erased the memory of all his past suffering. She understood the deeper, awkward meaning hidden beneath the grammatical flaws. When you are near me, that love which I feel for you makes me feel like a man, but one who is also so rooted and strong as a rock. She did not speak. The children were still nearby, though distracted. She took the chalk, and her hand, steadier than his had been, quickly wrote her reply on the slate, a continuation of his desperate game. She wrote CNIDA. NFOIRT ZLTYASM DFTS. Levin stared at the slate, his mind racing to translate the sequence, the air thick and electric around them. He recognized the pattern, the structure of her thought, the precise, truthful clarity of her new character. He worked through the letters one by one. Cannot I do anything for it, recognizing that love that you and me talk for this sorrow? He struggled for a moment, then the meaning crystallized, overwhelming him with a wave of ecstatic relief. Can nothing be done about it? If I recognized the truth of that love, would you forgive my past sorrow? He looked at her, his lips parted, unable to believe the implicit affirmation in her question. Before he could write again, she took the chalk once more and wrote the final, simple, and utterly decisive message, the one that ended all doubt and years of heartache. EYAF Levin read it, "You are forgiven." The finality, the simple power of those three letters struck him with the force of an ancient covenant. It was not just forgiveness for his awkwardness, but for her own folly, for the suffering they had both endured, and the validation of their mutual enduring love. He grasped the slate, pressing it hard against his chest, his eyes burning with unshed tears. He moved closer to her, and the words which had failed him before now tumbled out in a raw, overwhelming torrent. "Kitty," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion, "I have never stopped loving you. Can you, dare I believe, can you love me?" Kitty did not need the coded letters now. Her face, luminous with a happiness that felt almost holy, spoke the answer before her lips moved. "Yes," she breathed the word, a soft, profound sound in the quiet room. "Yes, Constantine, I love you. I have always loved the real you." In that moment, the entire world outside the small radius of the drawing room, the complexity of social codes, the pain of Anna's betrayal, the distant bureaucratic world of Karenin seemed to vanish. There was only the slate with its chalk marks, the mutual recognition of two honest souls, and the overwhelming, simple truth of their future. They spoke for a long time, the hurried, necessary exchange of two people who had found each other after a long and painful detour. They planned their future with the solemnity of builders starting a great, lifelong project. Levin told her of his ideas for the estate, of his fear of the social world, and of his need for her intellectual and moral partnership. Kitty, in turn, shared her own resolutions to live a meaningful life, to be a true helpmate, and to use the superficialities of the world only when absolutely necessary. That night, Levin rode home through the dew-soaked fields, feeling a joy so intense it was almost unbearable. He was no longer the isolated, brooding philosopher. He was a man tethered to the world by a sacred, living bond. His search for meaning was over. The answer was not in abstract theory or reform, but in the specific, tangible, and beautiful reality of Kitty's heart. He was rooted now not just to his land but to her. He was a man and he was strong. The simple, honest code on the slate had given him his life back, whole and eternal. Title, Chapter 25, Death's Door, Conversion and the Agony of Truth. An estimated word count for this chapter, 2,500 words. A total estimated word count completed, 62,500 words. The weeks following Karenin's cold, calculated decision to pursue legal separation rather than divorce became a living nightmare for Anna. The physical signs of her pregnancy were now undeniable, though concealed by elaborate, high-necked gowns, and the constant fear amplified the physiological toll. She felt herself wasting away, consumed by the gnawing guilt of her separation from Serezha and the realization that her liberation had come at an unbearable cost. The crisis struck with sudden, brutal force. The premature birth of Vronsky's child, a frail, tiny girl, was accompanied by a fierce, life-threatening fever that plunged Anna into delirium. For days, the grand house in St. Petersburg, usually so quiet and orderly, was filled with the hushed dread of impending death. Vronsky arrived, summoned by a desperate message. He stood in the corridor, ravaged by anxiety and self-reproach, unable to face the sight of Anna in her agony. He had dreamed of the passion, but never the consequence. He had desired the woman, but never the devastation of her physical being. The sight of the little premature baby, a living symbol of their transgression, only deepened his despair. He felt a profound moral nausea. His world, too, was collapsing. The shame of being the cause of Anna's death, the social opprobrium, and the realization of his own destructive selfishness struck him with a new, terrifying clarity. He longed for some dramatic, final act to purge his guilt, but there was nothing, only the quiet, relentless ticking of the death watch. Meanwhile, Alexei Alexandrovich Karenin was informed of the crisis. He approached Anna's bedside with the stiff, formalized intention of performing his final duty to a doomed wife. A duty he saw as the ultimate act of Christian charity, and incidentally, one that would guarantee him public martyrdom. He had prepared his words, his posture, his cold, noble forgiveness. But as he looked upon Anna, wasted and burning with fever, her hair damp and clinging to her temples, something entirely unexpected happened. The prepared speeches dissolved. The political calculations vanished. He saw not the adulteress, the social error, but a small, suffering human being. In her delirium, Anna mistook him for Vronsky, clutching his hand fiercely. "Alexei, forgive me, I am wicked, but I am dying. Forgive me, if you are a Christian man, forgive me." Her words, so raw and stripped of all pride, broke through the frozen shell of Karenin's soul. In that moment of true, profound suffering, his decades of adherence to rigid formality were obliterated by an overwhelming, inexplicable surge of pity. It was not pity that could be categorized or filed. It was the simple, terrifying, spontaneous human recognition of another's pain. He knelt by the bed, tears streaming down his face, tears he had not known himself capable of shedding. "I forgive," he choked out, his voice unrecognizable even to himself. "I forgive completely. I do not want the divorce. I will stay. I will care for you and for the child. Everything is forgiven." Though the transformation was absolute. Though the cold, logical functionary had vanished, replaced by a man experiencing genuine spiritual awakening. The discovery of pity became, for Karenin, the discovery of faith. He felt a sudden, profound calm, a sense of rightness that transcended all social, political, and personal humiliation. He felt purified by his own sudden capacity for true, selfless love. Anna, briefly lucid, stared at his face wet with tears. She understood the magnitude of his change. "This is too good," she whispered, her voice barely a thread. "You are a saint, Alexei. I did not deserve this." Karenin, now acting with the fierce tenderness of his new compassion, sat up, taking on the role of nurse and guardian. He sent for the wet nurse, arranged the household, and took charge of the infant, Vronsky's daughter, with the quiet, solemn dignity of a priest performing a holy service. When Vronsky timidly entered the room, utterly shattered by guilt and despair, he found Karenin sitting beside Anna, holding the child. The sight was a profound, unendurable shock. Vronsky saw his mistress's husband, the man he had wronged, transformed into a figure of pure Christian nobility. Anna turned her head toward Vronsky. "You see. Now he is a saint, I told you. He has forgiven us both. Go away, Alexei, please. He is too good for us. I feel only shame and love for him now." Vronsky stood frozen, unable to comprehend the magnitude of the spiritual conversion. He had expected anger, challenge, a duel, anything but this profound, humiliating display of grace. Karenin's forgiveness did not liberate him, it crushed him under the weight of his own moral inferiority. Karenin looked at Vronsky, his eyes now clear and devoid of malice. "I ask you to leave. Not in anger, but in sorrow. Anna needs peace. I have forgiven you, Count, as a Christian must forgive." Vronsky staggered out of the room, utterly defeated. Karenin's forgiveness was a far greater punishment than any revenge. It exposed the cynical, superficial core of his own passion and honor. He realized that the noble figure in the sick room was not him, but the man he had sought to ruin. The ensuing hours were a blur of self-hatred. The passion he had exalted now seemed a disgusting, trivial thing. He could not live under the weight of Karenin's sublime goodness and Anna's self-condemnation. Driven to the absolute extreme of despair, Vronsky sought out his service pistol in his rooms and, in a fit of desperate, self-destructive shame, attempted to take his own life. The attempt failed, resulting only in a painful wound and deepening the layers of melodrama and scandal surrounding the sick room. Anna, slowly rallying from the fever, awoke to the news of Vronsky's attempt. The shock paradoxically brought her back fully to life. She was pulled from the brink of death by the sheer devastating chaos of the human drama she had unleashed. The events, Karenin's incredible transformation, Vronsky's despairing act, had crystallized the entire impossible situation. The three individuals were bound together now, not by love or law, but by a shared traumatic act of forgiveness and destruction. Karenin, radiating a gentle, newfound spiritual serenity, cared for the newborn and his wife. Anna was engulfed by guilt and an agonizing gratitude toward her husband. And Vronsky, nursing his wound, was utterly broken by the moral defeat handed to him by the man he had despised. Though the tragedy had reached its emotional zenith, marking the end of the first, most passionate phase of their drama. The title, Chapter 26, The Persistence of Pity and Vronsky's Decisive Act. An estimated word count for this chapter, 2,500 words. A total estimated word count completed, 65,000 words. The household of Alexei Alexandrovich Karenin settled into a state of unnatural, almost suffocating peace. Anna's recovery was steady yet slow, hampered less by physical ailment and more by the constant, agonizing presence of her husband's Christian compassion. Karenin's spiritual awakening proved to be no fleeting moment of passion. It was a firm, guiding principle that governed his every action. He tended to the newborn daughter, whom they named Annie, with an unexpected, gentle devotion. He visited Anna's room twice daily, always asking about her health with quiet sincerity, and never once mentioning the betrayal, Vronsky's attempt on his own life, or the potential scandal. He had transcended the conflict, leaving Anna alone in the mire of her guilt. Anna found this impossible goodness more unbearable than any anger or revenge. Karenin's forgiveness had stripped her of the one justification she had, that her husband was a cold, unfeeling obstacle to true life. Now he was a saint, and she felt vile, unable to reconcile her agonizing gratitude with the persistence of her passion for Vronsky. She lay in her sick bed, struggling with the dual nature of her feelings. When she looked at Karenin, she saw a noble martyr and felt deep, profound shame. But when she thought of Vronsky, a violent, almost desperate yearning would seize her, overriding all moral compunction. The two men, representing two irreconcilable loves, one of the spirit, one of the flesh, were tearing her soul apart. Meanwhile, Vronsky was confined to his rooms, nursing the painful but superficial wound from his self-inflicted gunshot. Though the physical pain was nothing compared to the laceration of his honor and the spiritual defeat delivered by Karenin. He had failed even in his attempt at a dramatic, expiatory suicide. He felt ridiculous, humiliated, and most crucially stripped of the grand illusion of his love. Karenin had claimed the moral high ground, leaving Vronsky with nothing but base terrestrial desire. He could not tolerate the sight of Karenin acting as the benevolent guardian, sharing intimacy with the mother and child that should have been exclusively his. It was a passive-aggressive torment designed to remind Vronsky of his defeat every second. His old friends and comrades, alerted by the scandal, began to visit. They offered sympathy, but their looks were tinged with curiosity and thinly veiled judgment. They saw not the heartbroken lover, but the man who had failed to secure his passion, had bungled his suicide, and was now trapped in a stalemate with a cuckold-turned-saint. The public verdict was damning. Vronsky had disgraced himself. This social isolation, however, served to sharpen Vronsky's focus. He realized he had only one path left to restore his honor and his self-respect: action. He had to tear Anna away from Karenin's suffocating goodness and claim her openly, defying society and all its conventions. He must choose Anna over everything else. He summoned his most trusted confidant, his elder brother, to discuss the only action that could change the impossible dynamic. "I must resign my commission," Vronsky stated, his voice ringing with a sudden, decisive clarity. "I cannot stay here under the roof of the man who has shown me such forgiveness. It is humiliating, it ties my hands." His brother, a man of conventional honor and ambition, was horrified. "Resign? Alexei, you have the promise of a promotion. You are set for greatness in the service. You cannot throw away your entire career, your entire life, for a married woman who is, by all accounts, on her deathbed, and whose husband has so nobly forgiven you both." "My life is Anna," Vronsky replied, the simple truth of the statement cutting through all his brother's arguments. "I have ruined her, and I will not let her die under the moral thumb of her saintly husband. His forgiveness is not an act of grace. It is an elegant form of torture, designed to keep her eternally grateful and eternally shamed. I must free her from his goodness." The decision was a final, painful severance from the world Vronsky knew. He wrote his letter of resignation, an act which was met with shock and disapproval by his superiors. It was a profound declaration that his love for Anna transcended his ambition, his social standing, and his duty to the state. Armed with this radical resolve, Vronsky visited Anna again. He found her awake, sitting up in bed, the look of grateful despair still etched upon her face. Karenin was absent at a ministerial meeting. This was Vronsky's only window. "Anna, you must listen to me," Vronsky said, his voice firm, entirely devoid of the previous weakness. "I have resigned my commission. I am ruined socially and professionally. I have done it for you to be free to take you away from here." Anna stared at him, tears welling in her eyes, not of shame, but of renewed passion and fear. "Alexei, you threw everything away for me. Oh yes, now it is your turn. We must leave. We must accept the ruin and build our own life outside the judgment of this society, and most importantly, outside the moral condemnation of your husband. His pity will kill you, Anna. You must choose me, the flawed, selfish man, over his impossible, self-sacrificing virtue." The choice Vronsky presented was a painful relief. It took the matter out of Anna's hands, requiring not an internal struggle but a physical action. The prospect of fleeing, of finally embracing the true passion that had nearly killed her, was intoxicating. "But the children, Serezha," she whispered, the familiar, crippling obstacle rising up. "Serezha belongs to him by law, and you know Alexei Alexandrovich will never yield him," Vronsky said gently yet firmly. "We will take Annie, and we will leave this place where your love is considered a sin and his goodness is a weapon. We choose life, Anna, and our own life." Anna looked at the tiny bundle that was their daughter, then at the man who had just sacrificed his entire future for her. The choice was agonizing but clear. Karenin's forgiveness demanded her spirit, Vronsky's demand promised her soul's liberation despite the social cost. In that moment, the passion won. The tragic couple prepared for their clandestine, ruinous flight from St. Petersburg. Title, Chapter 27, The Wedding Vows and the Reality of Married Life. Estimated word count for this chapter, 2,500 words. A total estimated word count completed, 67,500 words. The wedding of Konstantin Levin and Kitty Scherbatsky was a day of profound, if nervous, joy. It was not the glittering, effortless social spectacle that Kitty might have once dreamed of, but an event rooted in deep sincerity, held together by the quiet affection of their families. Stepan Oblonsky, true to form, managed the social details with charming aplomb, while Dolly, with her quiet, knowing smile, was the stabilizing heart of the ceremony. Levin felt an almost paralyzing terror. As he stood before the altar in the small, ancient church, the weight of the vows and the sanctity of the institution pressed down upon him. He was a man accustomed to questioning everything: social conventions, political theories, the meaning of life, and now he was binding himself to one person for life before God and society. His mind, always seeking the absolute truth, struggled against the symbolic ritual, feeling the words inadequate to contain the immense, terrifying significance of what he was doing. Kitty, by contrast, was enveloped in a profound, simple peace. Her youthful, turbulent emotions had settled into a quiet, focused happiness. Though the superficial hopes for Vronsky, the pain of rejecting Levin, the recovery abroad all contributed to a solemn, unshakable conviction that this moment, standing beside Konstantin, was her true and destined place. She saw the nervousness in his eyes, the slight tremor in his hand, and she felt a surge of tender protectiveness toward the complex man she was about to marry. The ceremony itself was a blur of golden light, the solemn chanting of the choir and the heavy scent of incense. When the final words were spoken and they were officially husband and wife, a new chapter opened, not with a burst of fiery passion, but with a quiet, mutual recognition of a lifetime of shared duty. The initial days of their marriage were not, as romantic novels promised, an uninterrupted idyll. They were marked by small, unexpected clashes and the painful realization that two separate lives cannot instantly fuse into one harmonious whole. The first conflict arose immediately upon their arrival at Levin's house. Kitty, eager to take charge and make her new home perfect, began to suggest changes to the existing order, moving furniture, dismissing a housekeeper she found inefficient, and demanding an accounting system that Levin found needlessly complicated. Levin, who had spent years cultivating his solitary, efficient existence, found his deeply ingrained habits under siege. His books were moved. His papers, which he understood perfectly in their chaotic piles, were neatly stacked and subsequently misplaced. He interpreted these small acts not as loving improvements, but as a subtle, constant encroachment upon his personal freedom. One afternoon, in a moment of sheer frustration over a misfiled farm document, a sharp word escaped him. "Kitty," he said, his voice curt with exhaustion, "you must understand that my arrangements suit me perfectly. This level of interference in my affairs is difficult." And Kitty, wounded by his tone and his rejection of her efforts, burst into tears. She saw his words as a brutal, final rejection, a sign that he regretted marrying her, and that her efforts to be a perfect wife were failing miserably. "You hate me," she sobbed, turning away from him. "You hate that I have disrupted your perfect life. You told me you loved me, but you only loved the idea of me when I was distant." Levin was instantly horrified by the depth of her pain, yet simultaneously irritated by what he perceived as her unreasonable emotionality. He had only meant to express a factual preference about paperwork, but she had transformed it into a devastating existential crisis. This was the terrifying, unpredictable landscape of a woman's soul he had feared. He struggled to articulate his true feelings, hampered by his inability to speak softly during conflict. "No, Kitty, I do not hate you, but why must everything be a tragedy? I merely ask that you respect my methods of work. Your tears are unnecessary, they obscure the simple fact." His logic, meant to calm, only fueled her despair. She felt misunderstood, minimized, and utterly alone in her new role. The crisis lasted for several agonizing hours. They were forced, almost immediately, to confront the ugly, messy reality of intimacy. The need for relentless, precise communication, and the painful recognition that love does not instantly erase separate personalities. Levin, driven by his deep, unshakable love, was the first to yield, not by winning the argument, but by abandoning his rigid principles. He approached her not with logic, but with the simple physical act of remorse. He knelt beside her chair and held her, acknowledging the truth he had failed to see. "Forgive me, my darling, my life," he whispered into her hair. "I was cruel. I am a coarse, selfish man of habit. You are right to want to improve things, and you are right to cry because I have hurt you, and that is all that matters. I will change. Tell me how to change. Please, just tell me what to do." His surrender, so genuine and complete, broke her resistance. She realized that his love was not dependent on her perfection, but strong enough to withstand their imperfection. They clung to each other, realizing that the great, solemn truth of marriage was not the fusion of two souls, but the constant, compassionate work required to accommodate two fundamentally different, flawed people. The conflict, though painful, served as a purification. It taught them both the essential truth of their commitment, that they had chosen each other not for an idealized love, but for a real love, one that required patience, forgiveness, and the humility to constantly apologize and adjust. And as the sun set over the fields of his estate, bathing their bedroom in a gentle orange light, Levin looked at his wife, her eyes still slightly red but shining with newfound trust. He realized that the chaos she brought was necessary. It was the vital, unpredictable force of life that his ordered, philosophical existence had desperately lacked. Their marriage would be a constant negotiation, a blend of his stability and her dynamism, a living, imperfect, and wholly fulfilling organism. The title, Chapter 28, The Honeymoon's End in Italy. The estimated word count for this chapter, 2,500 words. A total estimated word count completed, 70,000 words. Iona and Vronsky's flight from St. Petersburg was an act of profound desperation, a conscious leap into social ruin that paradoxically brought them an initial, intoxicating sense of liberation. They settled first in Italy, drawn by the promise of art, sunshine, and a world where their past transgressions might be seen merely as romantic eccentricity rather than mortal sin. The first few months were a blinding, passionate idyll. Anna had shed the crushing burden of Karenin's forgiveness and the hypocritical constraints of Petersburg society. She was entirely Vronsky's, devoted to him with the ferocious intensity of a woman who had staked her entire existence on a single emotion. They spent their days immersed in the vibrant life of Italian cities, visiting galleries, riding through sun-drenched vineyards, and enjoying the sheer novelty of being together, openly and without apology. Vronsky, too, experienced a fleeting sense of peace. The resignation of his military career, though a source of regret, now felt like a noble sacrifice to a great love. He saw Anna's beauty, her intelligence, and her vivacity flourish outside the oppressive atmosphere of her former life. He adored the tiny daughter, Annie, a quiet reminder of their irreversible bond, and he found pleasure in arranging their perfect domestic sphere. Yet this happiness was fragile, a bubble existing outside the gravity of reality. As the weeks turned into months, a subtle, cold truth began to seep into their paradise. Isolation is not freedom. Anna, who was accustomed to being the center of her social universe, the admired, the sought after, the source of witty conversation, found the endless, beautiful solitude monotonous. Vronsky was her only connection, her only audience. She began to cling to him with an intensity that slowly transformed from adoring loyalty into demanding dependence. Vronsky, whose internal structure was built upon the rigid disciplines of the military and the endless external validation of high society, found his life becoming aimless. He was a man without duty, without career, and without the constant, easy camaraderie of his former comrades. He had sacrificed the very framework of his identity for Anna, and now, with the passion cooling to comfortable routine, the void began to echo loudly. He tried to fill the emptiness. He took up painting seriously and passionately, hiring an Italian master. He even briefly attempted to patronize some Russian artists they encountered, viewing this as a form of meaningful cultural duty. But his efforts lacked the genuine commitment he had once devoted to his regiment. His painting was competent but soulless, his patronage a distraction. The lack of external social friction meant that their relationship was now the sole focus of their existence. Every subtle mood swing, every small failure in communication was magnified into a crisis. Anna, fearing that Vronsky regretted his sacrifice, constantly searched his eyes and words for signs of boredom or disaffection, creating the very tension she feared. One evening, after Vronsky returned late from his studio, Anna confronted him. She had spent the entire day alone watching the servants, unable to concentrate on her books, simply waiting. "Alexei," she began, her voice tight, "you were late. Are you tired of me already? Are you finding my company insufficient now that you have your precious paintbrushes?" Vronsky, genuinely weary from his attempts at creative fulfillment, felt a familiar wave of irritation. "Anna, please, you know that is absurd. I was working. I am trying to find something to occupy my time, something that gives me purpose now that my career is gone." "And is that my fault?" Anna challenged, her voice rising. "Is it my fault that you are without purpose? You blame me for your sacrifice. If you truly loved me, the sight of me should be all the purpose you need, Alexei. You gave up one thing for another. Did you truly believe a life of endless conversation in my presence would suffice?" Vronsky sighed, his weariness turning to frustration. "Of course not. I believed our life would be fuller than this. I believed that love would be enough to sustain both of us, but I am a man, Anna. I need work. I need the respect of other men. Though this silence, this beautiful, empty life, it is not life, it is stagnation." The argument was devastating, not because of what was said, but because of the underlying, undeniable truth it revealed. Their love, however fierce, could not replace the world. It was a consuming fire, but the external world, work, society, honor, the framework of a life, was necessary fuel. Anna wept bitterly that night, realizing the burden she had become. She had asked Vronsky to sacrifice everything, and now she was faced with the shadow of his empty life. A shadow that constantly reminded her of the cost of her happiness and the loss of her own son, Serezha, whom she missed with an acute daily grief. And to escape the pressure, Vronsky eventually took up a new ambition, the purchase of an estate outside Italy. He hoped that the management of land, the application of capital and modern ideas might replace the lost structure of his military career. Anna, sensing his need for purpose, agreed immediately, eager for any change that might save their love from the crushing weight of their solitude. Their departure from Italy, beautiful and full of great promise, was in reality the end of the honeymoon phase. They were leaving the artistic refuge for a new, more dangerous territory. Re-entry into the fringes of society, where their relationship would be judged anew, and the true, complicated work of enduring love would begin. Title Chapter 29, A Year of Marriage and Levin's Jealousy. Estimated word count for this chapter, 2,500 words. A total estimated word count completed, 72,500 words. A year had passed since the joyous, if emotionally turbulent, wedding of Konstantin and Kitty. They were now firmly settled in the rhythm of their life at Pokrovskoe, Levin's ancestral estate. The first year had been a relentless process of mutual education and adjustment, characterized by small victories, frequent misunderstandings, and a deepening, quiet love that both surprised and anchored Levin. Kitty had not merely adapted to country life, she had transformed it. She governed the household with efficiency and a grace that surprised Levin, who had always viewed domestic life with philosophical disdain. She organized the servants, managed the larder, and oversaw the comfort of every guest with a confident maternal authority that belied her youth. She was no longer the fragile, easily wounded girl of the Moscow balls, but a woman whose happiness radiated from her purpose. Yet Levin remained fundamentally, stubbornly the same man, philosophical, obsessive, and prone to extreme emotional swings, especially jealousy. His love for Kitty was so absolute, so central to his meaning of life, that the mere thought of losing her or of her attention being diverted caused him disproportionate agony. This jealousy was not based on any concrete action by Kitty, but was a phantom born of Levin's own insecurity and his relentless quest for certainty. The trouble often began during their social visits. They attended a dinner party at the local marshal of the nobility's house, a man whom Levin, in his usual analytical way, found intellectually shallow but harmless. However, during the dinner, the marshal, delighted by Kitty's warmth and beauty, engaged her in an extended, animated conversation about local charity work and an upcoming agricultural fair. Levin watched this exchange from across the table, his wine untasted, his attention entirely consumed. He saw Kitty's effortless charm, the way her eyes lit up, the easy, genuine smile she offered the marshal. The light conversation that was merely pleasantry to Kitty was, to Levin's tortured mind, a sign of dangerous intimacy, a betrayal of the unique spiritual bond he believed they shared. He began to construct an elaborate internal narrative of deceit and preference. She is happier with him, Levin thought bitterly, pushing his plate away. His mind is simple and cheerful, mine is dark and demanding. He entertains her while I only offer her work and philosophical questions. She regrets her choice and is now subtly searching for an escape. His philosophical mind, which could dissect the economy of a 1,000-acre farm, was utterly useless in controlling the small, irrational demon of jealousy. He returned home in a dark, brooding silence that Kitty immediately perceived. "Kostya, what is wrong?" she asked, concern clouding her brow as they entered their dimly lit bedroom. Levin could not bring himself to state the absurd truth, that he was jealous of a conversation about prize-winning bulls and village schools. And instead, he resorted to generalized bitter accusations. "Nothing is wrong," he said curtly, pulling off his coat with unnecessary force. Except, perhaps, that I find that sort of shallow, insipid conversation absolutely wearisome. You seemed to enjoy it immensely, however. It makes one wonder where your true interests lie, Kitty." And Kitty stiffened, hurt and confused. "You wearisome, Kostya, I was talking about the new primary school for the children. And how is that a reflection on my true interests? I was simply being polite and trying to gather support for the project. Why are you so angry?" "You know why," Levin muttered, his eyes avoiding hers, afraid to reveal the full extent of his humiliation. "You were too animated. And too eager to please that dullard," you flirted. The accusation was so outrageous, so far removed from her reality, that Kitty's confusion dissolved into genuine anger. She had dedicated her life to him, given up Moscow and society, and yet he still doubted her loyalty over a harmless conversation. "Flirting?" Kitty exclaimed, her voice vibrating with offense. "Kostya, I am your wife, I am carrying your child. How can you use such a word? You are being utterly absurd. You invent these monstrous ideas in your head and then torture me with them. Oh, it is not me you distrust, it is your own judgment." Levin, faced with the stark truth and the blazing indignation of his wife, felt the walls of his paranoid fortress collapse. He saw the genuine pain and the clear honesty in her eyes. His jealousy was not a noble, protective love, but a selfish, corrosive poison. He approached her slowly, his rigid posture melting into defeat. "You are right," he whispered, the admission a heavy weight. "You are always right. It is I who am the fool. I am sick with love, Kitty, and my sickness makes me see shadows where there is only light. Forgive me. I am tormented by the idea that you might find anyone else more worthy of your happiness." Kitty's anger melted away, replaced by a tenderness born of deep understanding. She had learned over the past year that Levin's intellectual complexity masked a soul of childlike vulnerability. His love was so vast it often overwhelmed him. She took his face in her hands, her touch firm and comforting. "My Kostya, my only love," she said softly. "You must stop torturing yourself with these ideas. Your work, your thoughts, your goodness, they are what I love. I chose you over the entire world, and I will choose you every single morning we wake up together. I have no life, no interest, no thought that does not ultimately return to you." That night, in the safety of their room, they embraced the difficult, purifying reality of their bond. Their love was not the easy, constant passion of Anna and Vronsky's initial flight, but a complex, enduring structure built by forgiveness, communication, and the constant choice to look beyond self-doubt and into the eyes of the one you choose to share life with. Levin finally understood that the true, lasting joy of marriage was not the absence of conflict, but the certainty that conflict could be overcome and that their commitment was strong enough to absorb his flaws and her inevitable, charming interactions with the outside world. He fell asleep, not with the peace of a man who had solved a philosophical equation, but with the warm, simple peace of a man who was deeply, truly loved. Title, Chapter 30. The icy reception in St. Petersburg. Estimated word count for this chapter, 2,500 words. A total estimated word count completed, 75,000 words. The return to Russia was a jolt of cold reality after the sun-drenched, protective bubble of Italy. Anna and Vronsky first settled in a newly purchased house in St. Petersburg, a dwelling that was lavish, impeccably furnished, and utterly devoid of the comfortable warmth and genuine life that had defined her former home. It was a golden cage purchased with the currency of scandal. They had arrived with a desperate, unspoken hope. That time and their devotion might have softened the judgment of society. This hope was quickly, brutally extinguished. St. Petersburg society, especially the women who dictated the moral landscape, offered them a reception as icy and unyielding as a Russian winter. Anna, who had once reigned as the epitome of grace and brilliance, was now a pariah. Invitations ceased. The few people she encountered in public offered distant, fleeting nods, careful not to let their eyes linger, lest they be contaminated by the association. The silence of the phone in her opulent salon was louder than any condemnation spoken aloud. This social death was a physical pain for Anna. She had lived her life by the breath of social approval. Her beauty, her wit, and her intelligence were all amplified by the admiration of others. Now deprived of that oxygen, she began to wither. She realized with crushing clarity that her love for Vronsky, while the source of her life, was simultaneously the instrument of her isolation. Vronsky, though suffering his own professional losses, was armored by his status as a man. While excluded from the very highest governmental circles, he could still pursue land management, ride in the company of men, and maintain a semblance of professional life. The full weight of the social ostracism fell squarely on Anna's delicate shoulders. He tried to distract her. He arranged extravagant dinners and invited bohemian artists, eccentric foreigners, or acquaintances of dubious reputation, anyone who dared cross the threshold of their scandalous home. But Anna saw the hollow pity in their eyes, recognizing them as the scavengers of high society, drawn by notoriety rather than genuine respect. One evening, Anna attempted a desperate gamble. She forced Vronsky to take her to the theater, a place she had once adored. She dressed in a gown of dark velvet, a studied masterpiece of taste designed to command admiration. As they entered their box, the subtle, collective shift in the audience was palpable. Opera glasses turned away sharply, conversations suddenly dropped to whispers, the air thickened with silent, glacial judgment. Anna felt every eye, every cold glance piercing her. She saw one woman, an old acquaintance, swiftly turn her back, deliberately cutting off any chance of contact. The sight was a dagger to her vanity and her heart. Vronsky, seated beside her, felt a surge of protective anger and deep discomfort. He hated seeing Anna in pain, but he also hated the spectacle, the public display of their fall. He realized that the social cost of his passion was endless and non-negotiable. When they returned home, Anna was trembling, her elegant composure shattered. She threw herself onto the sofa, weeping hysterically, not for her lost reputation, but for the profound unfairness of the burden. "They despise me, Alexei," she choked out, burying her face in a silk cushion. "They hate me because I dared to live. They can forgive Stiva his affairs, but they cannot forgive a woman who dared to choose happiness over hypocrisy. It is monstrous." Vronsky tried to console her, but his words rang hollow even to his own ears. He felt a deep, uncomfortable resentment rising. He had sacrificed everything, yet Anna seemed determined to cling to the very world that had rejected her. He longed for her to find inner peace, to be satisfied with his devotion, rather than constantly craving the validation of a society they had both agreed to defy. "Why do you care so deeply for the opinions of those withered old women?" Vronsky asked, his voice strained. "We have everything, Anna. We have our love, our child, our freedom. We have the truth. Let them live in their petty lies. Come to me, I am enough for you." But for Anna, Vronsky was not the world. He was only her world, and the two were not the same. Her clinging intensified. She became excessively demanding of his time, terrified that if he was out of her sight, he might find a connection, a purpose that excluded her. Every delayed return, every preoccupied look became proof of his cooling affection and her looming abandonment. Vronsky began to feel the heavy chain of her love. Her devotion, once intoxicating, now felt like a crushing weight of expectation. He found himself subtly seeking refuge in external distractions, management of his estate, riding, or even brief solitary trips to Moscow. This phase of their life was marked by a terrible inverse law. The more Anna feared losing Vronsky, the more she pushed him away with her desperate demands, the more Vronsky sought space, the more Anna confirmed her greatest fear. One morning, Vronsky announced his need to travel to his estate briefly to oversee new agricultural machinery. Anna's reaction was immediate and disproportionate. She became pale, accusing him of using business as an excuse to escape her, to find the life and status he truly missed. "Go then," she finally screamed, her voice breaking. "Go to your fields and your men. Go and be reminded of the life I destroyed for you. But when you return, do not be surprised if you find that I am no longer here to witness your regret, Alexei." Vronsky left, frustrated and chilled by the dark melodrama of her words. He knew the path ahead of them was long, difficult, and marred by the deep wounds inflicted by a society that refused to forgive. Their magnificent love, once a banner of freedom, was slowly, painfully turning into a source of their mutual imprisonment. Title: Chapter 31, Levin's Terror and the Birth of a Son. The estimated word count for this chapter, 2,500 words. A total estimated word count completed, 77,500 words. The great absorbing process of Kitty's confinement became, for Konstantin Levin, a prolonged state of philosophical terror. He, who could confidently discourse on agrarian reform, spiritual purpose, and the nature of God, was rendered completely helpless by the simple, ancient mystery unfolding within his own home. He was trapped between the overwhelming reality of life's creation and the equally overwhelming reality of its potential loss. The philosophical calm he had achieved through manual labor and rational thought vanished completely. All his attempts at finding the meaning of life through reason felt suddenly hollow and absurd in the face of this imminent, biological, and utterly unpredictable event. Though the days leading up to the birth were a blur of restless pacing, pointless activity, and a desperate, frantic search for certainty where none could be found. Levin began to view his beloved wife, Kitty, not as his partner, but as a vessel, a precious, delicate ship sailing through a violent storm. His role was relegated to that of a helpless spectator. He felt deeply alienated from the female world that had taken over his house. The efficient, silent midwife, the bustling maidservants, and his mother-in-law, Princess Shtcherbatsky, whose calm, practical competence seemed an impossible contrast to his own internal chaos. His anxiety manifested as irrational bursts of emotion. He would rush into Kitty's room, consumed by a need to comfort her, only to be dismissed with a gentle, if slightly irritated, wave of her hand. She, the sufferer, was calm and focused on the work of enduring. He, the observer, was frantic. One late afternoon the pain intensified and the midwife ushered him out. Levin retreated to his study, a room once dedicated to thought, now a torture chamber of waiting. He attempted to read, to write, to immerse himself in the works of philosophical masters, but the words swam before his eyes. He saw only the image of Kitty's pale, strained face, the sound of a muffled cry echoing in his mind. He was suddenly consumed by the terrifying thought of death. What if she died? What if the child died? His entire world, built painstakingly on the foundation of his love for her, would collapse into an incomprehensible void. He realized that for all his talk of God and eternal truth, the true anchor of his faith resided entirely in the fragile, mortal existence of his wife. He fell to his knees not in the practiced posture of prayer, but in a sudden, spontaneous act of raw human desperation. He was not asking for a philosophical insight or an explanation of the universe. He was begging for a reprieve, a miracle, a simple guarantee of life. This moment of pure, unadulterated fear stripped away all his intellectual defenses. God, he pleaded aloud, the word ragged and unfamiliar on his lips, if you exist, save her. Save her, and I will believe in anything. I will do anything, just let her live. He stayed there, paralyzed by the enormity of his fear and the realization that his life was entirely out of his control. This was a deeper, more profound truth than any he had found in a book. Life was a vulnerable gift, not a logical certainty. The hours stretched into an eternity of muffled noises and creaking floorboards. Finally, a small, tentative knock on the door broke the trance. It was the princess, her face tired but alight with a solemn joy. "Kostya," she whispered, her voice husky with relief, "go in now. God has been merciful. You have a son." Levin stumbled from the room, his limbs heavy, his heart threatening to burst from his chest. He entered the room and saw Kitty, exhausted but radiant, leaning against the pillows. She looked small, bruised by her ordeal, but undeniably alive. The sheer, overwhelming fact of her presence, her survival, erased all memory of his hours of philosophical agony. He approached the bedside, his eyes fixed only on her face. Kitty offered him a weak but beautiful smile. "Kostya," she murmured, her hand reaching for his. "It is over, he is here." Though the touch of her hand, warm and real, was the only proof of reality he needed. He kissed her hand repeatedly, silent tears streaming down his face, tears of relief, of adoration, and of a gratitude so profound it bordered on religious ecstasy. Then he finally looked at the source of all this chaos, a tiny, wrinkled, screaming creature held by the midwife. It was the baby, his son. The sight of the child filled him with a confusing mix of emotions, a sudden, fierce protectiveness, a bewildered recognition of his own immortality, and a strange, almost absurd sense of detachment. This was the entity for whom he had suffered such existential terror. It was not a philosophical concept. It was a hungry, demanding, utterly innocent piece of flesh. He bent and kissed Kitty on the forehead, the gesture a renewed vow. "Thank you," he whispered, a prayer and a promise combined. The moment of birth was not an answer to his intellectual questions, but the utter annihilation of their importance. The meaning of life was not to be found in abstract theories, but in the immediate, painful, and glorious reality of creation. Levin left the room a changed man. He had faced the abyss of non-existence and returned, not with innate philosophy, but with a new, robust, and vulnerable love for the simple living world. He had found his faith not in the quiet of his study, but in the chaos of the birthing room. His son was a challenge to his reason and therefore the greatest truth he had ever encountered. Title: Chapter 32, The Forbidden Visit to Serezha. Estimated word count for this chapter, 2,500 words. Total estimated word count completed, 80,000 words. The isolation of her life with Vronsky, even after their return to the relative anonymity of the country, weighed on Anna with crushing, suffocating force. Her love for him, which had been her liberation, now felt like a gilded prison. Her greatest source of pain, however, remained her complete separation from her son, Serezha. As Serezha's 9th birthday approached, Anna's suffering became unbearable. She carried the image of her son constantly in her mind. His quick intelligence, his shy affection, the way his hand fitted perfectly into hers. She knew he was being raised under the austere, emotionally sterile eye of Alexei Alexandrovich, and the thought that her son might grow up to despise her, or worse, forget her, drove her to the brink of madness. Vronsky tried to reason with her, pointing out the danger and futility of attempting a visit. "You will only distress yourself, Anna," he argued gently, "and invite a fresh, public humiliation from Karenin. Though he will use it against you, he has forbidden contact." "Forbidden?" Anna cried, pacing their drawing room like a caged animal. "He can forbid my presence in his house, he can forbid my name to be spoken, but he cannot forbid me from being a mother. I gave birth to Serezha, Alexei, not him. That boy is a part of my soul, and I cannot exist knowing he believes I have abandoned him." Her desperation was so fierce that Vronsky eventually conceded, recognizing that to deny her this attempt would only hasten her complete emotional collapse. She made her plans with the meticulous secrecy of a conspirator. On the morning of Serezha's birthday, Anna took a train to St. Petersburg, heavily veiled and dressed in clothes specifically chosen to be nondescript. She slipped into the carriage, her heart hammering against her ribs, every familiar street corner filling her with a painful, suffocating wave of nostalgia and regret. She arrived at her former house, a fortress of cold marble and unforgiving silence. She paid the driver an extravagant sum, instructing him to wait far down the street. She knocked tentatively at the servant's entrance, her breath catching in her throat. An old footman, Vasily, who had served her faithfully for years, opened the door. His face, usually impassive, crumpled into an expression of shock, pity, and fear upon recognizing her. "Anna Arkadyevna," he whispered, looking nervously over his shoulder. "Madame, you cannot be here. If Alexei Alexandrovich discovers this." Ilona grasped his arm, her eyes pleading. "Vasily, I beg you, it is his birthday. In just 5 minutes, tell me where he is. I must see him. Please, for the sake of the child you watched grow up." Pity won out over prudence. Vasily, weeping silently, directed her up the back staircase to Serezha's schoolroom. The house smelled exactly as she remembered, of old leather, starch, and the faint, dusty scent of official documents. Every creaking step was an agony of memory. She pushed the door of the schoolroom open. Serezha was sitting at a large mahogany table, attempting to write a formal letter to his father. He was taller, thinner, and looked hauntingly like Karenin. He looked up, surprised by the intrusion, his expression shifting from curiosity to sudden, startled recognition. Mammon. Though the sound of that single, pure word, mother, was the release of all Anna's pent-up suffering. She rushed to him, enveloping him in a frantic, desperate embrace. She buried her face in his hair, drinking in the scent of him, weeping uncontrollably. Serezha clung to her, the confusion in his young mind battling with the powerful, instinctual love for his mother. "Mammon, where have you been? Why did you leave me?" he asked, his voice shaking. They told me you were dead to us." Anna pulled back slightly, forcing a desperate smile through her tears. "No, my angel, no, I am alive. I was sick, very sick, but I came back just for you, for your birthday." They spoke in hurried, breathless fragments. Anna tried to pour a year's worth of love and explanation into a single, terrifying 5 minutes. She asked about his studies, his tutor, his dog. Serezha, still innocent, tried to connect his current life with the miraculous return of his mother. The brief moment of pure joy was shattered by the sound of heavy, measured footsteps ascending the main staircase. It was Karenin, returning unexpectedly early. Vasily's frightened face appeared at the door. "Madame, he is coming. You must go now, quickly." Anna froze, the blood draining from her face. She knew the consequences of being caught. This brief, fragile connection would become a weapon in her husband's hands. She kissed Serezha one last, agonizing time, pressing his face against hers. "Remember, my sweet boy, Mammon loves you. Always, no matter what they tell you, never doubt my love." Serezha, terrified by the sudden panic, could only watch as she rushed to the window overlooking the snowy street. As Anna flew down the back stairs, she ran directly into Karenin's private secretary, a nervous, precise man named Capitulation. He stared at her, horrified, his mouth hanging open. Anna, past caring about decorum, pushed past him and fled through the servants' entrance, running until she found her waiting carriage. She collapsed into the velvet seat, gasping for breath. The image of Serezha's tear-stained face burned into her mind. The visit was a failure of calculation and a triumph of the heart. She had seen her son, but the brief encounter had only magnified her loss and confirmed her status as a scandalous outcast. She returned to Vronsky's side exhausted, but with a renewed, grim determination. The visit had confirmed that she could not live without a connection to her son, and that the society that forbade it was her true enemy. The brief, illicit joy of seeing Serezha had been purchased at the high cost of increased anxiety and the certain knowledge that Karenin would now retaliate with crushing severity. Anna had defied the rules, and now the rules would destroy her. Title: Chapter 33, Karenin's Isolation and Moral Struggle. The estimated word count for this chapter, 2,500 words. A total estimated word count completed, 82,500 words. The discovery of Anna's clandestine visit to Serezha plunged Alexei Alexandrovich Karenin into a state of profound, cold fury. It was not the act of a desperate mother that enraged him, but the brazen, open violation of the formal agreement they had established. An agreement designed to protect his honor and social standing above all else. Anna had shattered the illusion of his controlled life, and for Karenin this was an unforgivable offense. He was a man who lived entirely within the framework of rules, protocols, and public opinion. The thought of the scandal leaking out, the whispers, the knowing glances, the potential for mockery in the official circles he valued above life itself was a physical illness to him. He was haunted by the image of Kapitanish's shocked face, realizing the secret was already leaking out through the servants' hall. And Karenin sought refuge, as always, in his work. He retreated to his office, burying himself under mountains of state papers, petitions, and intricate administrative details. He convinced himself that the stability of the empire, or at least his department, rested solely on his rational, methodical execution of duty. Yet even the comforting, dry logic of his reports failed him now. His concentration was perpetually disrupted by the agonizing memory of Anna on her deathbed, the image of her sudden, incomprehensible goodness, and his own moment of transcendent forgiveness. That period of moral elevation, which he had once cherished as proof of his spiritual superiority, now felt like a humiliation. He realized that moment of grace had been a trap, binding him to her while she continued her defiance. He began to view his initial merciful refusal to divorce her as a catastrophic administrative error. He had allowed sentiment to cloud his judgment, and now he was paying the price in public ridicule. He felt an intense need to correct this mistake, to re-establish the rigid moral boundaries that Anna had deliberately trampled. Karenin summoned his lawyer, a man whose cold, legalistic mind matched his own. Though the discussion was clinical and devoid of human emotion, they spoke of grounds, proceedings, custody, and alimony, reducing his failed marriage to a series of legal clauses. Karenin sought a solution that would preserve his dignity, severely punish Anna, and grant him full custody of Serezha. The lawyer, however, presented the brutal reality. A public divorce trial would be long, messy, and devastatingly public. It would involve details of Anna's affair being read aloud, thereby generating the exact kind of high-profile scandal Karenin feared most. His political enemies would use the proceedings to ruin him. The proposed solution was silence and continued endurance. The lawyer advised him to hold firm, maintain his position, and use Anna's latest infraction, the unauthorized visit, as leverage should she ever demand a formal settlement. Karenin was advised to be a stoic victim, allowing the social machine to do the work of isolating Anna, thereby preserving his own image as a man wronged but morally superior. Though this strategy appealed to Karenin's core nature, it allowed him to punish Anna without descending into the messy, passionate chaos of a real human confrontation. He would remain aloof, principled, and utterly miserable. His life became a desolate landscape of self-imposed isolation. He ate alone, walked alone, and spoke only in brief, official utterances to his staff. His evenings were spent in his study, rereading official documents, finding perverse comfort in their dry, impersonal language. He avoided all mention of Anna, treating her existence as an administrative problem that had been temporarily filed away. But Serezha's presence in the house was a constant, sharp reminder. The boy was now distant, silent, and confused, clinging to the memory of his mother's frantic embrace. One evening, Karenin found Serezha weeping softly in the nursery, clutching a worn, ribboned book Anna had given him long ago. Karenin approached his son, his heart tightening with a feeling he refused to name as pity or love, but categorized as duty. "Serezha," he asked, his voice stiff and unnatural, "what is troubling you?" Serezha looked up, his face blotched with tears, and quickly hid the book. "Nothing, Papa, I was just thinking." "Thinking of what?" Though the boy hesitated, then whispered, "They said Mammon was bad, but she wasn't bad when she was here. She was beautiful and she loved me." The boy's simple, unburdened love for his mother was an assault on Karenin's carefully constructed moral fortress. He wanted to rage at the child for his misplaced affection, but instead, he uttered the cold, correct reply. "Your mother made choices, Serezha, which separate her from us. These choices are matters of principle. You are a man now, almost 9 years old. You must understand that principle is more important than mere sentiment." Serezha merely nodded, his eyes wide and vacant, the complexity of his father's philosophy completely inaccessible to him. Karenin had won the legal and moral argument with his son, but he had lost the connection. Karenin walked away, feeling a chill deep in his bones, colder than any St. Petersburg winter. He had successfully maintained his moral posture. He was the wronged husband, the stoic servant of the state. He was correct, dignified, and utterly alone. The isolation was crushing. He realized that the love and compassion he had briefly felt on Anna's sickbed were gone, replaced by a deep, rigid resentment. He had chosen the path of administrative rectitude over human feeling, and now he was condemned to walk that path alone, forever defined by the principles he had so religiously defended. The public victory he sought came at the cost of his private soul. Title: Chapter 34: The Reality of Love and Labor. An estimated word count for this chapter: 2,500 words. A total estimated word count completed: 85,000 words. Life on the estate of Pokrovskoy, though idyllic in the abstract, presented Konstantin and Kitty Levin with a relentless, sometimes brutal reality. Though the philosophical tranquility Levin had once sought in his solitary labors was now complicated and often disrupted by the thousand small necessities and petty irritations of domestic and estate management. The initial rapturous period of their marriage had matured into a partnership defined by shared work, mutual, if sometimes clumsy, support and frequent, petty arguments born of sheer proximity and exhaustion. Their love was no longer the airy, idealized dream of courtship, but a robust, demanding edifice built on the foundation of the mundane. Levin, ever the idealist, struggled constantly with the administration of his estate. He wanted to institute radical reforms, empowering the peasantry and increasing productivity through shared interest. But the peasants themselves, ingrained with generations of tradition and suspicion, met his modern ideas with frustrating inertia or outright distrust. He spent hours arguing passionately with his bailiff Nikolai, a practical man who measured worth not in abstract ideals, but in the yield of the harvest. Levin would storm back into the house, exhausted and defeated, complaining bitterly about the hopelessness of transforming Russian agriculture. Kitty, learning her new role, was often the sounding board for his agricultural despair. She listened, offering quiet, practical suggestions, a remarkable transformation from the fluttering society girl of Moscow. Her maturity had bloomed through the act of giving herself entirely to her new life. One evening, a fierce, senseless quarrel erupted between them over a trifle, the arrangement of the new nursery furniture. Kitty insisted the crib should face the window to catch the morning light. Levin, claiming the sun would irritate the baby's eyes, demanded it face the opposite wall. The argument quickly spiraled beyond furniture, tapping into their deeper, unspoken anxieties. Levin accused Kitty of being manipulative and clinging to city habits. Kitty, tears welling in her eyes, accused him of being tyrannical and prioritizing his own rigid theories over her instincts as a mother. "You see everything as a principle, Kostya," she cried, her voice trembling. "Even how a child should sleep. There is no humanity in your logic." Levin recoiled, wounded by the accuracy of the strike. "And you, Kitty, you only see sentiment. You want a soft, pretty life like a drawing room arrangement, and you ignore the harsh reality that everything we do here has a purpose, a necessary method." Though the silence that followed was thick with unspent frustration. They retired to opposite sides of the room, both miserably conscious of the absurdity of their fight and the depth of the pain they had inflicted. Levin sat, head in his hands, feeling the familiar onset of existential despair. If he could not manage a simple domestic dispute, how could he possibly manage his soul? Kitty, however, showed a new pragmatic strength. After a period of quiet contemplation, she approached him, her face softer now but resolute. "Kostya," she said simply, placing her hand gently on his shoulder. "It doesn't matter where the crib faces. It matters that we fought over it. I was wrong to call you tyrannical. And you were wrong to say I only care for pretty things." Levin looked up, surprised by her immediate, unadorned honesty. He felt a sudden, profound shift, the barrier between them dissolving like mist in the morning sun. "I am wrong, Kitty," he confessed, the admission heavy but liberating. "I am so terrified of being wrong about everything, about the farming, about God, about being a father, that I cling too tightly to these small, foolish certainties. Forgive me." They embraced, the argument not truly resolved, but transcended by the power of their shared commitment. The moment was not one of romantic fervor, but of deep, shared understanding. A recognition that marriage was not the fusion of two perfect halves, but the continuous, sometimes violent work of two imperfect wholes learning to coexist. Levin realized that his constant search for external philosophical answers had been misplaced. The true struggle, the real meaning, lay in this daily demanding work of loving his wife, managing his passions, and dealing with the frustrating human reality of the land and its people. He looked at Kitty, who was now calmly moving the crib back to the wall, a slight smile playing on her lips. She had known all along that the act of reconciliation was more important than the placement of the furniture. She was teaching him, not through philosophy but through life itself, that true purpose was found not in escaping the mundane, but in embracing it with love and patience. The impending birth of their child served as a silent, powerful unifying force. It made the small irritations of the estate seem trivial, forcing them to focus on the essential miracle ahead. Kitty's attention was already transferring from Levin to the life she carried, a primal focus that Levin deeply respected, even as it made him feel slightly marginalized. He watched her in the evenings, sewing tiny clothes, her face serene, and felt a profound, humbling sense of gratitude. Their life was chaotic, difficult, and imperfect, but it was real. It was a solid, tangible structure of shared responsibility, far removed from the sterile, rigid isolation that defined the life of Alexei Karenin. In their constant, clumsy attempts to love and manage, they were building not just a family but a meaningful world. Title: Chapter 35, The Erosion of Passion. The estimated word count for this chapter, 2,500 words. A total estimated word count completed, 87,500 words. Through the glorious, feverish passion that had bound Anna and Alexei Vronsky together, justifying their immense sacrifice, began to show the brutal wear of time and isolation. They lived in a beautiful, sprawling country estate, far removed from the judging eyes of St. Petersburg society, yet their love was slowly being suffocated not by external pressure, but by its own intensity. Vronsky, a man accustomed to the rigorous discipline and communal life of the regiment, now found himself adrift. He had traded his comrades, his career, and his future prospects for the perpetual presence of one woman, and the exchange, though desired at first, now felt like a heavy golden chain. Though the relentless, singular focus on Anna's emotional landscape, which demanded constant validation and reassurance, was exhausting. He tried to distract himself with activities appropriate for a man of the land. He took up the management of his estate, attempted to involve himself in local zemstvo district council politics, and devoted hours to his horses. But these pursuits lacked the inherent purpose and structure of his military life. They were in the end only fillers, ways to escape the claustrophobic atmosphere of their drawing room. Anna, acutely aware of her position as the sole reason for his exile, watched his efforts with a growing, terrifying suspicion. She interpreted his moments of distraction, his absorbed attention to a new breeding project or a late return from a political meeting, as concrete evidence of his cooling love. She had sacrificed everything, her honor, her standing, and her son, Serezha, for his passion. If that passion were to falter even momentarily, she would be left with nothing but ruin. This fear drove her into a state of perpetual demanding jealousy. The smallest incidents now sparked enormous emotional conflagrations. One morning, Vronsky was preoccupied with a letter concerning his stud farm. He read it while drinking his coffee, his brow furrowed in concentration. Anna watched him from across the breakfast table, the porcelain cups and silver platters reflecting her strained expression. The silence lengthened, growing heavy with her unspoken accusations. "Alexei," she finally said, her voice strained with artificial lightness, "you seem utterly absorbed. Is the fate of the horses truly more compelling than my presence?" Vronsky sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Anna, please, it is a necessary annoyance. The price of the new mare is exorbitant. I must attend to it, or we will suffer for it later." "A necessary annoyance?" Anna repeated, the words tasting bitter. "And I, Alexei, am I not a necessary annoyance too, one you must endure between the more compelling matters of finance and flesh? If I were still in St. Petersburg, still proper, still inaccessible, would you not find a moment to look at me?" Vronsky pushed the letter away, his patience finally snapping. "That is unfair, Anna. I gave up my entire world for you. We are together every hour of the day. Is it too much to ask for 10 minutes of quiet focus so that I can provide for this life we chose?" His words, intended as a defense, landed on Anna like a physical blow. The emphasis on "provide" and "this life we chose" sounded, to her paranoid ears, like a deep-seated regret. "Ah, the life we chose," she murmured, her eyes flashing with hurt. "You chose it only when it was a grand, secret adventure. Now that it is simply reality, responsibility, and me, you find it tedious. You yearn for the barracks, for the society balls, for the women who offered you a lighter, less demanding love." "I yearn for a breathing space," Vronsky retorted, rising abruptly from the table. "I feel as though I am constantly walking on a razor's edge, terrified of your displeasure. I love you, Anna, but this constant demand for emotional spectacle is exhausting me." Though the argument did not end in reconciliation, but in a weary, poisonous silence. Vronsky left the house, seeking the therapeutic distraction of a long, punishing ride across the fields. He found a temporary bitter peace in the rhythmic pounding of his horse's hooves and the sheer physicality of the effort. He loved Anna, yes, he still did, but he had not realized that love, unburdened by social structure and external purpose, could become a burden itself. Anna, left alone, wandered the opulent rooms of the estate, feeling the walls close in around her. Her jealousy was a consuming fire, fueled by the knowledge that Vronsky had a world outside their relationship, however small, while she had none. Her only friends were her half-caste daughter, whom she loved, but who was a constant reminder of her sin, and Vronsky himself. She descended into a spiral of manipulative despair. She would feign illness to keep Vronsky at her side, or use her dazzling charm to draw him in, only to push him away again with sharp, wounding words. She analyzed his every glance, his every tone, finding confirmation of his cooling affection in the placement of his boots or the brevity of his morning kiss. She began to take a small dose of opium occasionally, not enough to dull her mind completely, but enough to introduce a haze, a slight distortion that made the sharp edges of reality seem softer. It was a secret comfort, a small rebellion against the raw, painful clarity of her life. One evening, Vronsky returned late from a Zemstvo meeting, eager to share some local political developments. He found Anna listless on the sofa, her face pale. "Anna, are you unwell?" he asked, immediately concerned, his exhaustion giving way to worry. She smiled a strange, brittle smile. "No, my dear, I am merely reflecting on how utterly reliant I am upon you, how every breath I draw is dependent on the continuation of your love. You are my heir, Alexei. And when you are away, even for an hour, I feel the suffocation of abandonment." Her words, intended to elicit tenderness, instead instilled a deep, chilling fear in Vronsky. He recognized the immense, destructive weight of her dependence. He saw not a woman who loved him, but a soul tethered to his, threatening to drag him down into an abyss of despair if he dared to move too quickly or too far. He realized their great romance, born of fire and defiance, was quickly solidifying into a shared captivity. Anna had shattered one prison, the cold duty of the Karenin household, only to build a smaller, hotter one for them both, where the jailer was jealousy and the walls were made of absolute, terrifying love. Vronsky sighed internally, knowing that the erosion of their passion was inevitable, and that the foundation of their life, built on sentiment alone, was crumbling rapidly beneath their feet. The silence between them, thick and heavy, signaled not peace, but the growing distance between two souls who had once been dangerously close. Title: Chapter 36, Birth and the Revelation of Faith. Estimated word count for this chapter, 2,500 words. A total estimated word count completed, 90,000 words. The event of the birth was, for Konstantin Levin, a shattering, overwhelming reality that annihilated all his former philosophical uncertainties and forced upon him a confrontation with the fundamental mystery of life. He had prepared for this moment with intellectual anxiety, but not with emotional readiness. When the time finally arrived, the house, usually a bastion of quiet domesticity, erupted into chaos. The doctors, midwives, and servants moved with purposeful, urgent speed, while Levin himself was shunted aside, a useless spectator in the most important drama of his life. He paced the drawing room, the sounds of Kitty's suffering tearing at his composure. Each cry was a physical blow to him, a testament to his own helplessness. His wife, his beloved, was passing through a gate of agony he could not follow, and the knowledge that he was the cause of this torment drove him to the brink of irrationality. He was filled with a primal hatred for the doctor, the midwife, and even himself. Why did society, with its cold, sterile traditions, force a man to stand uselessly aside while his other half suffered a possible death? He felt an urge to burst into the room, to seize Kitty, to take the pain upon himself, to shout his refusal at the indifferent forces of nature. The pain was not theoretical. It was the raw, unadorned suffering of a real physical being. All the fine ideals of duty, morality, and social arrangement that he had debated with Koznyshev seemed suddenly meaningless, ridiculous distractions. There was only this one terrifying reality: Kitty was in anguish. He stopped pacing by the window, staring out at the falling snow, and for the first time truly prayed. Not the mechanical, ritualistic prayers of his childhood, but a desperate animal cry for intervention. If there was a God, let him spare Kitty. Let him take everything from Levin, his land, his reputation, his very life, but let Kitty live. In that moment of absolute surrender, of accepting the utter powerlessness of his intellect and his will, a profound shift occurred. It was not a sudden, bright conversion, but a slow, agonizing realization that life transcended his logical understanding. Life was not a problem to be solved, but a mystery to be lived through, an act of faith to be accepted. He thought of Anna Karenina, her passionate tragedy, and how even that grand, destructive love was now dwarfed by this basic, universal process of creation and pain. He thought of his own foolish pride, his constant demand for rational proof of existence. The proof was right there, behind the closed door, manifesting itself in the rawest human form. Though the hours stretched, each minute marked by a sound that tore deeper into his soul. When the doctor finally emerged, his face grave but relieved, Levin could barely speak. "It is over, Konstantin Dmitrich. She is exhausted, but she is well. You have a son." Though the words "a son" did not register immediately. All Levin could comprehend was Kitty is well. The overwhelming rush of relief was so intense that it momentarily eclipsed the joy of fatherhood. He stumbled into the room, a world transformed. Kitty lay pale against the pillows, utterly spent, yet illuminated by a transcendent peace. Her hand lay limply on the sheet, and Levin fell to his knees beside the bed, burying his face in her palm. He kissed her hand, his tears falling onto her skin. They were tears of exhaustion, of gratitude, and of a completely new, terrifying love. A love that encompassed not just pleasure, but shared mortality and the awesome responsibility of life. "Kostya," she whispered, her voice weak but clear. "I was so afraid, but now look." She tilted her head slightly toward a bundle swaddled near her. Levin looked at the infant, his son. The sight of the child was utterly unexpected. He had expected a baby, of course, but he had subconsciously expected a small, distinct human being. Instead, he saw a tiny, red, wrinkled creature, more like an alien than a person, its face contorted into a grimace. A wave of disappointment, followed instantly by guilt, washed over him. "Is this it, this tiny, pitiful thing?" The child seemed repulsive, an incomprehensible reality that bore no relation to the beautiful philosophical idea of fatherhood. But then he watched Kitty gaze at the infant. The intensity and purity of her maternal love, a love unburdened by his complex intellectualizing, was so blindingly clear that it shamed him. Her face was radiant with a feeling Levin had never witnessed, a primal, unconditional bond forged in fire. In that moment, he understood the difference between his love for Kitty and his wife's love for their child. His love was a choice, a passion, a partnership. Hers was an instinct, a destiny, an absolute merging of being. He touched the infant's forehead gently, and the baby let out a thin, mewling cry. And slowly, tentatively, Levin felt the first stirrings of the paternal emotion. It was not the poetic, noble feeling he had anticipated, but a fearful, protective instinct, a deep anxiety for the future of this fragile, vulnerable being. He turned back to Kitty, his face solemn. "Thank you," he whispered. It was an inadequate word, yet it carried the weight of everything he felt: gratitude for her survival, reverence for her strength, and the promise of his eternal devotion. The birth was the culmination of the Kitty-Levin story so far, marking their transition from lovers to creators, from individuals seeking personal fulfillment to partners bound by a new shared life. Levin's philosophical turmoil did not instantly vanish, but it was permanently redirected. He recognized that the search for meaning was not a solitary journey up a mountain of logic, but a constant, messy, shared descent into the valley of human reality. A reality defined by pain, fear, and the miraculous, enduring strength of simple, unconditional love. He stepped out of the room an hour later, a different man. The world seemed sharper, more real, more terrifying, and infinitely more precious. He carried within him the sound of his wife's pain and the sight of his son's tiny, red face. He was no longer just Konstantin Levin, the restless landowner. He was a husband, a father, and a soul forever changed by the revelation of the life force that existed outside the boundaries of his intellect. Title: Chapter 37: The Return to Moscow and Escalating Jealousy. An estimated word count for this chapter: 2,500 words. A total estimated word count completed: 92,500 words. The isolation of the country estate, once perceived as a sanctuary for their defiant love, had become a breeding ground for mistrust and despair. Anna's relentless, demanding passion, coupled with Vronsky's growing restlessness, had eroded the foundations of their relationship, leaving behind a brittle, volatile shell. Anna, with the acute intuition of a woman whose entire existence hinged on the man before her, sensed Vronsky's boredom like a physical ailment. His attempts at managing the estate, his interest in politics, his occasional trips to town, all seemed to her to be deliberate efforts to escape her. She could not comprehend that a man might need purpose external to love. For her, Vronsky was her entire universe, and she demanded the same totality from him. Her jealousy, once a fleeting shadow, had grown into a consuming monster. It fed on silence, thrived on distance, and found material in the most innocent of Vronsky's actions. A prolonged conversation with a neighboring landowner's wife about charity, a late return from a distant town meeting, or even a sudden distracted stare out the window, Anna saw in all of it evidence of his withdrawal, his regret, his desire for another life. She began to employ cruel, sophisticated emotional tactics. She would be radiant one moment, showering him with the intoxicating charm that had first won him, only to turn cold and accusatory the next. Her beauty, once an effortless tool, was now wielded like a weapon, used to secure a hold she felt slipping away. The breaking point arrived after a seemingly innocuous argument about travel plans. Vronsky, feeling the pressing need for external stimulation, suggested a trip to Italy to view some new art. Anna, however, insisted on Moscow. "We must return to Russia, Alexei," she declared one morning, her voice tight with a conviction that brooked no argument. "We have been hiding here long enough. I cannot breathe in this oppressive quiet. It is smothering our love." "But Moscow," Vronsky countered, genuinely puzzled. "We have no life there, Anna. We would be completely ostracized. St. Petersburg was bad enough. At least in Italy, the social rules are different. We are simply foreigners." "No," she insisted, rising and beginning to pace the room. A habit she had recently acquired, mimicking the restless anxiety she felt inside. "In Italy, you are free to admire every painted woman, every living sculpture. Here, you are merely bored with me. We must return to a place where something happens, where you can be distracted by things other than my face and my despair." Vronsky watched her, his heart sinking. He understood her motivation. She wanted the drama, the movement, the sharp, defining lines of society's rejection, believing that this external struggle would somehow rekindle the internal fire they had lost. "Anna," he said gently, trying to introduce reason into the emotional whirlwind. "We cannot fight the whole world. The entire point of this life was to be free of that hypocrisy. If you wish to go to Moscow, we will go, but understand that it will not save us. It will only accelerate the inevitable social judgment." Her eyes narrowed, recognizing the fatalistic tone. "Accelerate what, Alexei? Your escape, your return to your precious society? You are weary of me. You long for a life where you do not have to account for every second of your absence." Though the argument escalated quickly into a frenzy of accusations. Anna brought up his past infatuations, his lost career, and most painfully, his lack of a decisive plan for their future. She accused him of using her as a temporary passion, a novelty that had worn thin. Vronsky, stung by the cruelty and the kernel of truth in her words, retreated into a defensive coldness. "If you think so poorly of me, Anna, then perhaps the life we lead is indeed intolerable. I am willing to do whatever you require. If it is Moscow, then let it be Moscow. But let us be done with this ceaseless, draining inquisition. I am human, Anna, not a slave to your paranoia." The following weeks were consumed with the preparations for their departure. The decision to go to Moscow was Anna's final, desperate gamble. She believed that by throwing themselves back into the chaos of the city, by facing the world together, they might resurrect the defiant unity that had first defined them. She hoped that Vronsky's competitive spirit, faced with the need to publicly protect her, would reignite his commitment. Vronsky, though deeply resistant, agreed out of a weary desire for peace. He knew that their move was an illusion of action, a rearrangement of scenery rather than a true resolution of their conflict. He was trapped. The love that had once been his liberty was now his prison. He felt a profound, chilling sense of resignation, knowing that he was moving toward a catastrophe that he could no longer avert. They left the country estate, taking with them not the joyous anticipation of a fresh start, but the heavy baggage of their mutual distrust. Anna clung to the notion that the city lights, the opera, and the possibility of social contact would somehow cure her loneliness. Vronsky, on the other hand, felt the ominous weight of their return. He understood that Moscow would offer them no sanctuary, only a harsher spotlight on their ruin. And as the carriage pulled away, leaving behind the quiet, indifferent fields, Anna felt a flicker of hope. a desperate, irrational belief that this change of scene would be the saving grace. But Vronsky, looking back, saw only the finality of their separation from the natural, balanced order of the world, the order that Kitty and Levin, in all their clumsy struggles, had somehow managed to grasp. He knew their descent was nearing its climax. Title, Chapter 38, Moscow, The Spiritual Crisis of Fatherhood. Estimated word count for this chapter, 2,500 words. A total estimated word count completed, 95,000 words. Konstantin Levin, the new father, found himself in Moscow not by desire, but by the gravitational pull of his wife's family and the convenience of the city's resources for a fragile infant. The change of setting, however, did nothing to alleviate the profound spiritual crisis that had gripped him since the moment his son was born. The sight of the baby, the tiny, helpless creature he was now irrevocably bound to, had not brought the expected serenity. Instead, it magnified his existential anxiety. Before the birth, his life had been a quest for philosophical satisfaction. He believed meaning could be engineered through reason and moral action. Now, witnessing the raw, illogical miracle of life, his carefully constructed system of beliefs lay in ruins. He loved his son, a fierce, protective, terrified love, yet the love was irrational. It defied his logic. Why love this small, demanding being so intensely? Why worry so desperately about his future? The answer lay beyond the boundaries of his intellect, in a sphere of emotion and instinct he had always distrusted. He tried to resume his philosophical readings, his old habits of solitary rumination. But the books were lifeless, their arguments cold. Though the reality of his life was louder, the gentle cooing of his son, the constant, practical demands of Kitty's recovery, the endless, detailed discussions about milk, temperature, and linens. Kitty, with her innate, intuitive understanding of motherhood, moved through this new world with grace. Levin, conversely, felt clumsy and superfluous. He loved his wife's new serenity, the radiant glow of her maternal pride, but he felt excluded from it. He would watch her tending to the baby, her face transformed by a sublime, focused purpose, and feel a sharp pang of loneliness. She was wholly occupied, her soul anchored, he was still adrift. The spiritual crisis deepened when he faced the societal expectation of baptism. He who had always viewed religion as a convenient, albeit archaic, social framework, was now confronted with the ultimate religious ritual for his child. He felt like a hypocrite. How could he submit his son to a ceremony that he himself could not fully believe in? He attempted to discuss his qualms with Kitty, only to find her calm, simple faith impenetrable. "Kostya, why must you complicate everything?" she asked him one evening, her tone gentle but weary. It is the tradition. It is necessary for the child's soul, and it is simply done. Do you want our son to be an outcast? Her practicality defeated him. He saw that her acceptance of faith was not a logical conclusion, but a prerequisite for a moral, stable life. She did not need to dissect the nature of the Trinity. She simply needed to believe in the goodness and order it represented. Her stability exposed his own instability. This led to the first significant tension between them regarding the baby. Levin, seeing the child's vulnerability, developed a nervous, overprotective concern. He constantly worried about drafts, temperature, and the competence of the nurses. Kitty, guided by her mother's practicality and her own robust common sense, found his anxieties suffocating. "You fuss too much, Kostya," she admonished him gently after he insisted on bundling the baby an extra layer on a mild afternoon. "It is bad for the child to be treated like a porcelain doll. Let him breathe. Let him live. You do not understand the fragility," he retorted, his voice edged with panic. One mistake, one moment of carelessness, and he could be gone. "I see death everywhere, Kitty. It is the counterpoint to his life." And Kitty looked at him, recognizing the existential terror hidden beneath the paternal fussiness. She understood that he was not just worried about the baby, but about the terrifying final nature of existence itself, the inescapable truth of mortality that the birth had brought into sharp focus. The small apartment in Moscow became the stage for Levin's interior drama. He tried to visit his brother, Sergei Koznyshev, seeking intellectual comfort, but found the discussions about the peasant question and local government affairs hollow and distant. The only reality was the nursery, the sounds of his son's breathing, and the simple, unquestioning love in Kitty's eyes. He began to envy the simple, unreflecting faith of the peasants on his estate, whose trust in God was as natural as their trust in the soil. They did not question the logic of their existence. They simply lived it, worked it, and accepted its inevitable end. In Moscow, the contrast was glaring. The city offered endless distractions, dinner parties, political intrigue, and the superficial movements of high society. Yet Levin saw through it all, finding the social life utterly vacuous compared to the raw, visceral reality of his son's tiny hand gripping his finger. His time in Moscow, therefore, was less a pleasant visit and more a necessary purgatory, a period of spiritual reckoning. He was learning, slowly and painfully, that true happiness and meaning lay not in resolving life's great questions with his mind, but in surrendering to them with his heart. He was beginning to understand that love, marriage, and fatherhood were not philosophical achievements, but gifts of grace, requiring not logic but faith in order to endure and thrive. Title: Chapter 39, The Agony of the Opera and Social Ruin. The estimated word count for this chapter, 2,500 words. A total estimated word count completed, 97,500 words. Through the return to Moscow, Anna's desperate attempt to inject vitality into her failing relationship with Vronsky proved to be an act of self-immolation. Instead of finding distraction or solace, she found only a magnified reflection of her social ruin and the deepening chasm between her and Vronsky. They settled into a lavish, newly decorated apartment. Anna, determined to challenge society's verdict, began to host small gatherings, attempting to create a new circle of acquaintance that would accept her. But the high society of Moscow was a closed fortress. The few who accepted her invitations were either social fringe dwellers, artists Vronsky barely tolerated, or men who saw her as a beautiful, accessible curiosity. No respectable woman of high rank dared to cross her threshold. Vronsky, watching this frantic, forced gaiety, felt a weariness that verged on resentment. He had given up his career, his potential for this woman, and now she was demanding that he endure the tedious society of social rejects. His efforts to find meaningful work, a distraction he sorely needed, were seen by Anna as further evidence of his emotional withdrawal. The jealousy that had plagued her in the country now intensified, fueled by the paranoia that she was aging, that her beauty was fading, and that Vronsky was looking elsewhere for the excitement she could no longer provide. Every time Vronsky left the apartment, even for a brief visit to a club or a short ride, Anna experienced agonizing physical torment. She began to use morphine, initially prescribed by a doctor for her postpartum pain, as a means of managing the ceaseless anxiety. The drug offered a brief, deceptive sense of serenity, muffling the sharp edges of her despair. Vronsky noticed the habit, the slightly glazed look in her eyes, the sudden shifts in her temperament, but he hesitated to confront her, fearing the inevitable, violent emotional scene that would follow. The climax of their social isolation came during a visit to the opera. Anna, perhaps driven by a masochistic need to test the boundaries of her own notoriety, insisted on attending a performance. Vronsky cautioned her, explaining that while men might tolerate her presence in public places, no woman of standing would acknowledge her. Anna, clinging to a defiant pride, dismissed his fears. They entered the theater, and Anna, dressed in an extravagant velvet gown that emphasized her dark, striking beauty, took her seat in the front of a box. For the first few moments, the attention she received was flattering, the hushed murmurs, the quick glances from the stalls. She felt a defiant, fleeting sense of power. But then the tide turned. During the intermission, as Anna stood leaning against the edge of the box, greeting a few male acquaintances, she saw them. Across the theater, in a neighboring box, were Princess Betsy Tversky, a woman who had once been her close friend, and Princess Mayakina, a figure of uncompromising social morality. Anna smiled, a genuine, warm smile of recognition, and began to move her hand in a gesture of greeting. The two women, however, performed a precise, devastating act of social execution. Betsy looked directly at Anna, recognized her, and then, with a barely perceptible tightening of her jaw, turned her back completely, engaging in an intense, sudden conversation with her companion. Princess Mayakina simply stared through Anna, her face a mask of cold, righteous contempt, as if Anna were a ghost or an offensive piece of furniture. The public snub was sharp and immediate. A collective, audible gasp rippled through the gallery nearest them. The conversation around Anna instantly ceased. She felt a rush of heat to her face, a physical sensation of being flayed alive. Her defiance crumbled. She was not merely ignored, she was actively, brutally repudiated. Vronsky, who had been speaking to a military friend, instantly turned, his face white with fury and shame. He grabbed Anna's arm, his grip hard. "We must go, Anna, now." She allowed herself to be led away, blinded by tears of humiliation. Though the rich velvet of her dress felt like a shroud, her beauty a curse. The whole city seemed to be watching her, judging her, dismissing her as a moral stain. Back in the carriage, the silence between them was not a rest, but a roaring void. Anna finally spoke, her voice shaking with desperate intensity. "You see, though they hate me, they judge me for what I have done for you, they want me to suffer. And you, Alexei, do you suffer for me?" Vronsky, exhausted by the endless drama and the public disgrace, could only offer a weary, inadequate response. "I suffer with you, Anna, but I told you this would happen. There is nothing left for us here." This public execution cemented Anna's despair. She realized that the love she had pursued so passionately had cost her everything: her son, her reputation, and now, perhaps, even the man she had sacrificed it all for. The return to Moscow had not been a resurrection, but the final, devastating confirmation of her utter ruin. She retreated into a silent, drug-induced stupor, the final stages of her tragedy already in motion. Title: Chapter 40, The Peasant and the Revelation of Faith. Estimated word count for this chapter: 2,500 words. A total estimated word count completed: 100,000 words. Though the return to the country after the temporary sojourn in Moscow for the baby's christening brought Levin no peace. Indeed, the serene reality of his home, the quiet devotion of Kitty and the inexplicable miracle of his son's life only amplified the terrifying void within him. His existence was now anchored by the strongest human bonds, love, fatherhood, family. Yet his intellect whispered a relentless, cynical truth. It would all end, everything was meaningless, and his life, for all its goodness, was fundamentally a jest played by an indifferent universe. He was obsessed with two thoughts: the fear of death, which now shadowed every waking moment, and the desperate, failed attempt to find a logical, rational basis for his moral life. He tried to live well, to treat his peasants justly, to love his family profoundly, but the foundation of why he should do so kept collapsing beneath him. If all ended in nothingness, why struggle for goodness? The question was a poison seeping into his joy. He walked the fields managing his estate, but his mind was a distant, tormented landscape. He would watch the peasant laborers, old, uneducated men with calloused hands, and envy their placid acceptance of existence. They toiled, they loved, they suffered, and they died, all without the benefit of philosophical treatises or existential dread. What did they possess that he, the educated man, lacked? One sweltering July day, Levin was supervising the haymaking. The air was thick with the scent of mown grass, and the sun beat down mercilessly. He was attempting to explain a new, complex agricultural concept to Fyodor, an old, reliable peasant, but his thoughts kept circling back to his usual despair. "Tell me, Fyodor," Levin suddenly interrupted, abandoning the subject of the hay. "You live simply, you know how to live, how to deal with your own soul. What do you live for? What is your meaning?" Fyodor stopped raking. His eyes, usually narrowed against the sun, widening slightly at the unexpected question. He was silent for a long moment, carefully considering the master's strange, tormented look. "Live for what, Konstantin Dmitrich?" Fyodor finally replied, wiping his brow with the back of his hand. "Why, one lives for God, to care for the land, for the family, and to remember one's soul. That is how we live." Levin frowned, frustrated. "But how? I mean, I try to be good. I want to live for my soul, as you say. But when I try to find a reason, a logical command that compels me to do good instead of evil, it isn't there. It's all arbitrary. Why should I not live for my own pleasures?" Fyodor looked confused. "But Konstantin Dmitrich, surely you know, we all know, the old man here, he knows. The child in the cradle, when he grows up, he will know. To live honestly, to live for God, that is all that matters." "But what does that mean, for God?" Levin pressed, his voice rising with nervous excitement. "If you cannot give me a reason, a proof, how can I believe it?" Fyodor smiled, a simple, profound smile that made Levin feel utterly foolish. "There is no need for proof, Konstantin Dmitrich. It is not something you think up. it is something you know. It is how a man knows where his own soul lives. The knowledge of how to live is placed in our hearts. It is not through learning that we know it, it is simply what is given. Fyodor paused, then added a simple, devastating observation. We live for God, sir. We live to care for others, not to fill our bellies. If we only thought of our bellies, the children would die and the land would turn to weed. It is by living for the soul that everything else falls into place. The simplicity of the statement struck Levin with the force of a revelation. He felt a sudden, complete cessation of his internal torment. It was not a logical discovery, it was an intuitive, emotional knowing. The answer had been there all along, simple and accessible, existing outside the realm of intellect and proof. He realized the fundamental error of his life's quest. He had been trying to derive moral law from rational thought, to prove the need for goodness using logic. But goodness, truth, and faith were not consequences of reason. They were the preconditions of a meaningful life, given freely, accessible only through the heart's innate capacity for belief. The knowledge of how to live, the simple, unassailable truth that one must live for the soul, for goodness, for God, and not for one's own base desires, was something all people shared, whether educated or not. His reason had blinded him to the obvious. The moral law was written on the heart, not in a textbook. A profound calm descended upon him, filling the void that had tormented him for years. The fear of death did not vanish, but it lost its terror. Death was inevitable, yes, but the meaning of his life, living for the soul, loving, striving for truth, was not perishable. It was a participation in something eternal. Levin walked home through the fading light, completely transformed. He felt as though he had been saved from a long, terrible shipwreck. The world looked different, not because the sun shone brighter or the grass was greener, but because he was viewing it through a different lens. The lens of faith, of acceptance, of unreasoned, absolute truth. He had stopped trying to understand the infinite with the finite tool of his mind. He entered the house and saw Kitty, his beloved wife, now the mother of his son, and he felt a love that was not just passion, but profound gratitude and peace. He had found the stability he craved not in philosophy, but in the simplest, most profound human wisdom, spoken by a peasant on a hot summer day. The necessity of living honestly, not merely to fill one's belly, but to honor the truth placed in the human heart. His life was now anchored, its purpose finally clear. The spiritual crisis had ended, replaced by a quiet, enduring faith. Title: Chapter 41, The Final Delusion and the Descent into Madness. Estimated word count for this chapter: 2,500 words. A total estimated word count completed: 102,500 words. The return to Moscow, intended by Anna to revitalize their relationship, instead served as the final, confined stage for its slow, agonizing decay. The social isolation that Anna had defiantly accepted now became a crushing daily torment. She lived in a gilded cage watching Vronsky, the man for whom she had sacrificed everything, slip further and further away. Vronsky, though he genuinely loved Anna and felt obligated to her, found the atmosphere of perpetual suspicion and emotional intensity suffocating. He craved the masculine society of his old life, the clubs, the political discussions, the easy camaraderie of equals. His apartment with Anna, once a sanctuary of illicit passion, was now a courtroom where he was constantly tried for perceived infidelities. Anna's jealousy became a monstrous, consuming force, fueled by the loneliness and the increasing, insidious use of morphine. Every minute Vronsky was away was interpreted as evidence of betrayal. If he was 10 minutes late, he was with a mistress. If he was polite to a mutual acquaintance, he was secretly plotting his escape. She would confront him upon his return, sometimes with silent, accusing looks that were worse than any shouting match, other times with violent, sobbing accusations. Her mind, ravaged by anxiety and the drug, began to manufacture evidence where none existed. She convinced herself that he regretted his choice, that he resented her for the sacrifice, and that he was actively seeking a way to be rid of her. Vronsky tried reason, patience, and affection, but nothing reached her. Her love had turned into a terrifying obsession, a desire not merely to possess him, but to consume him entirely. He felt like a prisoner, his every movement monitored, his every thought questioned. One evening, after a particularly bitter scene where Anna accused him of secretly meeting Princess Serezha, Vronsky walked out and spent the night at the club. This action, intended as a brief escape to clear his head, was for Anna the final confirmation of her delusions. The fact that he sought solace away from her, even briefly, proved his lack of love. When he returned the next morning, exhausted and feeling deeply guilty for causing her pain yet again, he found Anna strangely calm, almost serene. This false calm was more terrifying than her rages. "Where were you, Alexei?" she asked, her voice flat, devoid of its usual trembling passion. "Anna, I told you I was at the club. I needed some air. We cannot continue this way." "No," she agreed, nodding slowly. "We cannot, because you do not love me. If you loved me, you would understand that my life is dependent on you. Every minute away from me is a piece of my life you steal." He tried to embrace her, to reassure her, but she pulled away, her eyes bright with a feverish light. "I have told you everything I can, Anna. I cannot live perpetually under suspicion. I gave up everything for you, but I cannot give up my freedom to breathe. A freedom to breathe, Anna laughed, a dry, brittle sound that offered no humor. And what about my freedom? My freedom to live? I am your slave, Alexei. I am the woman who lost everything for a passion that is now merely your burden. The argument spiraled into an abyss of mutual misunderstanding. Anna accused him of planning a divorce to marry another, younger woman. Vronsky, pushed beyond endurance, finally spoke a truth that was half meant and wholly disastrous. Anna, I am deeply devoted to you, but if you cannot control this frenzy, then yes, I will be forced to consider an end to this torment for both of us. The word end hung in the air, heavy and final. For Vronsky it meant separation. For Anna, whose mind was already teetering on the edge of reason, it meant absolute, complete obliteration. She saw his words not as a cry of desperation, but as a deliberate threat, an announcement of abandonment. She knew she had reached the point of no return. She had alienated the one person who still held her world together. In the hours that followed, as Vronsky went out to attend to some urgent business matters which Anna, in her deluded state, was certain were cover for a tryst, her mind began to form a dark, terrifying, final plan. She needed to punish him. She needed to make him understand the depth of her despair. And most terrifyingly, she needed to ensure that his life, like hers, would be irreversibly broken. The path to the railway track, the symbol of their first fateful meeting, now seemed to call her toward a twisted form of final justice. Title: Chapter 42, The Final Journey and the Twisted Justice. An estimated word count for this chapter, 2,500 words. A total estimated word count completed, 105,000 words. The decision, once formed in Anna's mind, took on a terrible, cold clarity. It was the only possible outcome, the singular, logical answer to the unsolvable equation of her ruined life. She moved through the apartment, performing mundane actions, dressing, applying perfume, carefully arranging her hair, with the detached precision of someone observing a character in a play. The pain, the crushing despair had momentarily retreated, replaced by a strange, numb focus. She wrote a brief, almost clinical note to Vronsky. It was not an apology nor a tender farewell, but a final, damning accusation designed to inflict the ultimate, lasting wound. She did not sign it with love, but with the stark, cold truth of her existence. I am ruined and you are free. She left it conspicuously on his desk, an artifact of her final judgment. Her heart, which had throbbed with desperate jealousy and frantic love just hours before, now felt like a heavy, immobile stone. She felt no regret, only a grim, vengeful satisfaction in the certainty that her death would achieve what her life could not. the permanent, total possession of Vronsky's soul through guilt and memory. Anna hailed a cab, instructing the driver to take her to the Oberalivka station just outside Moscow. She had chosen the railway with deliberate symbolism. It was at the station that she and Vronsky had first exchanged glances, where the passionate sickness had taken root. It was fitting that this very place, a symbol of motion, destiny, and inexorable speed, should become the site of her final, static choice. The cab ride was a blur of streets and sounds, but Anna was increasingly detached from her surroundings. Her mind raced, not with cohesive thoughts, but with fragments of memory and irrational resentments. She remembered Vronsky's tired face, his desire for freedom to breathe, and the memory solidified her conviction. He wanted freedom, he would have it, but at an unbearable price. She arrived at the bustling station. The air was thick with smoke, steam, and the hurried noises of departure and arrival, a chaos that mirrored the inner turmoil she was seeking to silence forever. She saw a train pull in, the great iron wheels grinding against the rails, and the sight gave her a brief, sharp pang of fear, quickly overridden by the need for finality. She recognized a peasant at the station, a familiar face from her visits to Dolly's house. The man looked at her with a fleeting curiosity, his simple, steady gaze momentarily piercing her narcissistic bubble of despair. For a terrifying second, she saw herself through his eyes, an elegant woman, perhaps mad, hurrying toward something terrible. The momentary clarity was intolerable. She looked away, desperately clinging to her delirium. She bought a ticket for the next station, a meaningless gesture that gave her presence a superficial legitimacy. She walked along the platform, her steps quickening as she moved toward the tracks. She felt the heavy, suffocating sensation of life, the awareness that the agonizing cycle of jealousy and love would simply continue unless she cut the thread entirely. As she stood at the edge of the platform, the final train began to pull out. Its movement was slow, deliberate, powerful. The iron wheels seemed to speak to her, their rhythmic clacking a relentless march toward her fate. A terrifying thought flashed through her mind: I am wrong. There is still a choice. I must live. But the inertia of her despair was too great. The morphine, the sleepless nights, the year of social warfare, all had prepared her for this one ultimate surrender. She saw her life not as a web of possibilities, but as a rigid, inescapable sentence. She could not go back to Karenin. She could not force Vronsky to love her the way she demanded. She could not reclaim Serezha. There was no space left for Anna Karenina in the world. She looked down at the track, watching the dark space between the carriage wheels move steadily toward her. It seemed like the mouth of a great, consuming beast. She felt an overwhelming surge of hatred, hatred for Vronsky, hatred for Karenin, and a terrible final hatred for herself for being unable to find a better way. A sudden, dizzying wave of motion seized her. It was not a reasoned jump, but an instantaneous, desperate movement, like a creature striking out against its tormentor. She threw herself under the wheels of the departing freight train, not between the wheels themselves, but directly beneath the chassis, seeking the central, crushing force. The last sensation was a brief, sharp impact on her head, followed by a fleeting, almost detached regret. Though the realization that she had made a terrible mistake flashed in her mind, illuminating the simple, obvious truth she had missed in her frenzy, but it was too late. The simple iron weight, indifferent to her passion, her despair, or her beauty, ended the torment instantly. The whistle of the engine blew, a long, mournful sound that carried across the vast, indifferent Russian landscape. A woman screamed. The train slowed, but the deed was done. Anna Karenina, the vibrant, passionate force that had briefly illuminated and utterly disrupted the lives of everyone she touched, was gone. The dark shadow of the freight car, the great, powerful symbol of modern life and unforgiving destiny, had claimed her. Her final, devastating act of self-destruction had fulfilled her twisted desire for ultimate justice, ensuring that Vronsky would carry the weight of her death for the rest of his life. A silent, perpetual punishment far heavier than any of her jealous accusations. Title: Chapter 43, Vronsky's Remorse and the Flight from Guilt. The estimated word count for this chapter, 2,500 words. A total estimated word count completed, 107,500 words. Though the telegram reached Vronsky at the club, an incongruous block of tragedy delivered into the light atmosphere of casual conversation and card games. He tore it open with mild irritation, expecting a request from Anna, perhaps another demand for his immediate return. But the stark, clinical language of the official report struck him with the force of a physical blow, stripping away the thin veneer of his calm existence. Anna Karenina, fatally injured Obiravlovka station, stop death, instantaneous stop. Though the words refused to form a coherent image in his mind. The death instantaneous. Anna, the blazing, life-affirming woman for whom he had forfeited his career, Anna who was passion itself, extinguished instantly by a piece of indifferent iron. He reread the message, his hands trembling violently. The accusation she had left on his desk, "I am ruined and you are free," suddenly screamed in his memory, turning the sterile telegram into a document of his own guilt. The world outside the telegram instantly dissolved. The laughter of his friends, the clatter of billiard balls, the smell of cigars, all became nauseatingly trivial. He rose stumbling, aware only of the absolute necessity of escape. He had needed freedom to breathe. Now he had infinite freedom bought with her life, and it tasted like ash. Stepan Oblonsky, who happened to be nearby, recognized Vronsky's expression of profound horror. Stiva, ever the man of action in a crisis, took control, arranging for the body, attempting to shield Vronsky from the initial onslaught of questions and morbid curiosity. Vronsky, however, was beyond caring for social decorum. He was haunted by the image of her face, not the face of the jealous harpy of the last few weeks, but the luminous, vital face from their first meeting in the swirling snow. He realized with crushing clarity that her final act was not merely self-destruction, it was a devastating act of possession. She had ensured he would never truly be free, binding him to her forever through the unbreakable chain of his remorse. He went to the house, now unnervingly quiet, and saw the note on his desk. He picked up the piece of paper, the words stinging him like acid. "I am ruined and you are free." He tore the note to shreds, his own body shaking with a raw grief that transcended love or desire. It was the grief of absolute responsibility. The sight of his infant daughter, the child he shared with Anna, did little to soften the horror. She was a silent, living reminder of the illicit foundation of their joy, and now a perpetual monument to their tragic end. He could not look at the child without seeing Anna's final, desperate expression. The funeral was a dark, subdued affair, largely avoided by the high society that had first admired, then condemned Anna. Vronsky felt himself moving through a nightmare, unable to genuinely mourn the vibrant woman he had known, because he was too busy recoiling from the terrible weapon she had become in death. He felt soiled, ruined, and profoundly alienated from his former self. He tried in the weeks that followed to find respite in his old pursuits. He attempted to return to his military duties, to the political sphere, but the passion was gone. The grand, ambitious plans for his future now seemed trivial and hollow. How could he care about a military promotion when his hands felt stained with the blood of the woman he had destroyed? He was consumed by a nervous restlessness. Sleep offered no escape. The image of the train wheels and Anna's final, fleeting look of regret were always there. He decided he could not stay in Russia, near the place where she lay, near the society that whispered about his tragedy. He had to sever all ties to seek a physical, spiritual oblivion. The only man who approached Vronsky with anything resembling genuine sympathy was Stepan Oblonsky, who, despite his own superficiality, grasped the extent of Vronsky's devastation. Stiva, with his instinct for avoiding deep emotional pain, suggested the only possible cure: flight and war. Vronsky embraced the idea with a terrible eagerness. He would leave Russia and volunteer for the conflict in Serbia. It was an escape, a form of penance, and most importantly, a chance to seek a brutal final end in battle. If he could not find peace in life, perhaps he could find a twisted form of atonement in a violent, selfless death. The pursuit of war became his new, obsessive drive, a path toward an oblivion he felt he richly deserved. He was no longer a man, he was a ghost, driven by a guilt that had no human remedy. Title, Chapter 44, Karenin's Transfiguration and the Burden of Forgiveness. The estimated word count for this chapter, 2,500 words. A total estimated word count completed, 110,000 words. Though the news of Anna's death, delivered to Karenin with cold formality by a subordinate, did not elicit the reaction of triumphant justice or even mere relief that society might have expected. Instead, it was an event of profound spiritual shock. The icy indifference that had shielded him for years was shattered, and the rigid, logical framework of his life collapsed. Karenin had consciously chosen a path of moral superiority and dignified suffering. He had forgiven Anna on her deathbed, an act he believed stemmed from high Christian virtue. But her suicide, her final violent act, revealed the utter inadequacy and even cruelty of his generous actions. His forgiveness had been a burden, a form of prolonged punishment, and she had chosen death over the tyranny of his virtue. The overwhelming realization was that he had never truly understood her, nor truly loved her with human compassion. He had loved the idea of his wife, the ornament to his career, but not the complex, desperate woman who needed simple human kindness, not lofty principle. He found himself confronting the true burden of the tragedy, the two children left behind. Serezha, his legitimate son, was now motherless, confused, and profoundly wounded by the preceding years of conflict. And then there was the infant girl, Annie, the living, undeniable proof of Anna's betrayal and Vronsky's participation. Society expected Karenin to discard the child, to hand her over to a relative or an institution, washing his hands of the scandalous matter. Though the child was legally the daughter of Vronsky, a perpetual stain on his family name. But the spiritual transformation that had begun during Anna's childbirth crisis now fully flowered. He looked at the small, helpless infant, entirely innocent of the passions that created her, and felt a rush of unbidden, unexpected pity. He saw in the child a final, tangible piece of Anna, a fragile remnant of the woman he had failed to save. The child had no one. Vronsky had fled the country, consumed by his own guilt. And Karenin made a decision that astonished his colleagues and even his closest advisors. He would adopt the child formally and raise her as his own, alongside Serezha. This was not an act of social defiance, but the truest form of the forgiveness he had once merely professed. It was an acceptance of the messy, painful reality of human suffering, surpassing the cold, legalistic morality he had previously adhered to. His newfound compassion also extended to Serezha, whom he treated with a gentleness previously unknown. He began to understand his son's needs, not just as an heir, but as a boy who grieved for his mother. Karenin became a father in a profound sense, guided by love and duty, rather than principle and decorum. However, this profound inner change came at a high cost to his worldly ambition. His colleagues found his behavior bewildering, his newly acquired gentleness alienating. He seemed detached from the game of politics, preoccupied with matters of the soul and the nursery. Karenin gradually withdrew from the highest ranks of government. The ambition that had once defined him, the relentless pursuit of status and reputation, now felt utterly meaningless. His new life was quiet, devoted to the children, and anchored by a deep, melancholic sense of spiritual duty. The man who had been the epitome of cold, bureaucratic logic had been broken and remade by tragedy into a figure of quiet, enduring though socially awkward Christian charity. He carried the burden of Annie, Vronsky's child, as a constant, visible reminder of his past failure, but he accepted it with a stoic grace. He realized that true virtue lay not in the grand gesture of an official divorce or a public denouncement, but in the quiet, ceaseless labor of nurturing life and forgiving the unforgivable. Alexei Alexandrovich Karenin, the victim of one of society's greatest scandals, became a secluded monument to the power of transformation through suffering. Title Chapter 45, Dolly's reflection on tragedy and the anchor of the home. Estimated word count for this chapter, 2,500 words. A total estimated word count completed, 112,500 words. The news of Anna's death reached Daria Alexandrovna Oblinskaya at her modest, bustling country estate. It arrived not with the formality of the city, but filtered through the local gossip and Stiva's heavily redacted letters. The impact was devastating, a cold, brutal strike against her fundamental understanding of the world. Dolly sank into a grief that was deeply personal and quietly agonizing. She had known Anna, loved her, and perhaps more than anyone else in their circle, understood the fierce desperation that drove her. Their society had painted Anna as the dazzling villain, the willful destroyer of order. But Dolly saw a woman consumed by a love too large, a passion too demanding for the brittle framework of their world. Anna had tried to live by the rules of desire, only to find that the rules of society were the ones that truly governed existence. Dolly wept not for the sin, but for the torment. She remembered Anna's luminous face, her kindness to the children, and her remarkable, immediate success in reconciling Dolly and Stiva. That extraordinary capacity for both joy and devastation now lay crushed beneath the wheels of an impersonal machine, a terrifying symbol of life's indifference to individual tragedy. The suicide forced Dolly to confront the foundations of her own existence. Her marriage to Stiva was imperfect, marred by infidelities and financial carelessness, yet it endured. She realized that her marriage, unlike Anna's affair, possessed an enduring quality, a silent, necessary bond forged not in the fire of passion, but in the slow, persistent labor of raising children and managing the home. Stiva was flawed, but he was present, familiar, and fundamentally good-natured. She saw now that Vronsky had offered Anna a dazzling but ultimately unstable structure, a house built on sand. Anna demanded everything: Vronsky's career, his freedom, his perpetual, undivided attention. When Vronsky inevitably proved to be only human, the structure collapsed, and Anna was left with nothing but her absolute despair. Dolly's own life, filled with the demands of children, budgeting, and the endless, unromantic cycle of daily chores, suddenly seemed rock solid, anchored to the earth by necessity and duty. The thought naturally turned to Konstantin Levin. Though the recent time spent with Levin and Kitty in the country had impressed upon Dolly the stark contrast between him and Vronsky. Vronsky was all brilliance, military bearing, and fashionable despair. Levin was awkward, intellectually tormented, but fundamentally sincere. His love for Kitty was not a burning possession, but a humble, profound commitment to shared life and moral striving. Dolly recognized that Kitty, in choosing Levin, had instinctively chosen safety, truth, and genuine partnership over superficial glamour. She felt a surge of validation for her sister. Kitty's quiet happiness, born out of suffering and self-awareness, was the correct answer to the tragic question Anna had posed. It was a victory for the enduring practical good over the fleeting dramatic ideal. She sat watching her children playing in the yard, their voices a melodic, chaotic reassurance of ongoing life. They were healthy, demanding, and utterly dependent on her. This dependency was the heaviest of burdens, yet simultaneously the greatest of blessings. It kept her grounded, forcing her gaze outward rather than inward to the consuming pit of self-pity that had swallowed Anna whole. Dolly understood that the true, unsung heroism of life lay in persistence, in the small moral compromises required to keep a family and a household intact. Anna's end was spectacular, terrifying, and profoundly selfish in its finality. Dolly's life was a dull, continuous sacrifice, but one that provided warmth and sanctuary for others. And she recalled Levin's relentless, agonizing search for spiritual truth. He sought God in philosophy and economics, only to find him in the simple, instinctive faith of the peasants. Anna had sought absolute truth in absolute love. Dolly realized that the path to sanity lay neither in intellectual abstraction nor in romantic passion, but in the acceptance of life's simple, unshakable duties. The tragedy of Anna became a moral lesson for Dolly, illuminating the preciousness of her own quiet, imperfect lot. She felt a duty to live fully, to cherish the children, and to endure Stepan's flaws with a renewed, almost maternal tolerance. Her role was to be the steady anchor, the unromantic center that allowed the life around her to spin safely. The drama was over, the quiet work of living remained. Dolly rose, resolving to check on the preserves and the children, turning her back on the abyss and embracing the enduring moral demands of her Russian home. Title: Chapter 46, Oblonsky as the Social Lubricant. Estimated word count for this chapter, 2,500 words. A total estimated word count completed, 115,000 words. Stepan Arkadyevich Oblonsky received the news of his sister's death in the manner of a man for whom life, no matter how tragic, must always remain fundamentally agreeable. He was genuinely distressed, a wave of familiar, shallow grief washing over him. Anna was his favorite sister, a source of light and a brilliant ornament in his life. Her end was a catastrophe, a profound inconvenience, and a terrible, shocking waste. His sadness, however, was rapidly transmuted into activity. He was instantly thrust into the role of the necessary social intermediary, the man who knew everyone and could smooth over the roughest edges of any scandal. Stiva was indispensable in the aftermath of Anna's suicide. He handled the officials, shielded Vronsky from the press, and most delicately managed the public face of Alexei Alexandrovich Karenin. This kind of delicate maneuvering was Stiva's true métier. He possessed an instinctive understanding of how society worked, not by rigid principle, but by mutual understanding and convenient blindness. He understood that the tragedy, while horrific, needed to be quickly filed away, processed, and sanitized so that life could comfortably resume its course. He was the oil in the social machinery, ensuring no friction could endure for long. His most difficult and most educational task was dealing with Karenin. He visited his former brother-in-law expecting to find the rigid, icy man broken by guilt, or perhaps even triumphant in his morbid vindication. What he found was neither. Karenin, in the quiet, empty grandeur of his home, was a man utterly changed, yet in a way Stiva found profoundly unsettling. And Karenin spoke not of legalities or reputation, but of grace, forgiveness, and the spiritual duty toward the innocent. He explained his decision to keep the infant Annie not as an act of noble public defiance, but as a simple mandate of Christian conscience. To Stiva, this level of moral abstraction was baffling. He could comprehend a political calculation or a passionate impulse, but this quiet, devastating transformation of the soul was utterly alien to his nature. "Alexei Alexandrovich," Stiva said, swirling his hat in his hands, "your goodness, your extraordinary, frankly saintly decision regarding the child is beyond question. The world will admire it. But the practicalities, the rumors, have you considered your own peace of mind?" Karenin merely looked at him with eyes that seemed to have seen beyond the veil of Moscow society. Peace of mind, Stepan Arkadyevich, is not found in the opinions of others, nor in the absence of rumors. It is found in the performance of one's duty toward God and those in need. That child is in need. My duty is clear. Stiva retreated, thoroughly disquieted. Karenin's transformation served as a chilling mirror. Stiva realized that he himself was incapable of such change. He was too tied to the pleasant, the superficial, the immediate satisfaction of life's small comforts. The deep well of spiritual suffering that had remade Karenin and destroyed Anna simply did not exist within him. He skimmed the surface of life, and in that moment he felt a fleeting, uncomfortable pang of jealousy for Karenin's newfound, if tragic, spiritual depth. However, Stiva's practical nature quickly reasserted itself. The shock of Anna's fate did momentarily dampen his enthusiasm for his own infidelities and financial recklessness. He thought of Dolly, now anchored to the country estate by her quiet maternal heroism, and felt a rush of affection, a genuine desire to be a better husband. Yet this noble impulse was quickly overshadowed by the scent of a new cigar and the necessity of lunch at the best restaurant. He rationalized his return to normalcy easily. Dolly was settled, Karenin was spiritually sound, and Vronsky had fled to war. The crisis had passed. His job now was to facilitate the gentle resumption of life, and in doing so he saw an opportunity. While maneuvering through the social wreckage, he had learned of a promising, high-paying post being made available in the government. He utilized his grief, his connection to the tragedy, and his network of contacts with unparalleled finesse. He spoke to Prince Sherbatsky, subtly implying his exhaustion from managing the family trauma. He spoke to old colleagues of Karenin, expressing his deep personal loss while demonstrating his unwavering social reliability. Stiva used the smoke of tragedy to subtly advance his own prospects. He knew he would never be Karenin, a man who found God in suffering, nor Levin, a man who sought truth in labor, nor Anna, a woman who demanded life be absolute passion. Stepan Arkadyevich was simply Stepan Arkadyevich, an incorrigible, lovable, fundamentally shallow man who would always seek the line of least resistance. He shed his tears for Anna, arranged his affairs, and quickly returned to his endless pursuit of pleasure and the satisfying ritual of social existence, leaving the profound spiritual reckoning to others. The drama was over, the game of life continued, and Stiva was eager to play. Title: Chapter 47, Levin's Found Faith and the Simple Life. Estimated word count for this chapter, 2,500 words. A total estimated word count completed, 117,500 words. Konstantin Levin, having survived his profound spiritual crisis, now moved through his country estate not with the frantic, restless energy of before, but with a quiet, centering purpose. The discovery he had made, a truth rooted in the simple faith of the peasant Fyodor, had acted like a powerful anchor, steadying the turbulent waters of his intellect. The search was over, the certainty was found. His existence had been a perpetual struggle to reconcile the rational world with the moral one, the scientific fact with the spiritual need. Now he understood that the questions themselves were the problem. The knowledge of how to live was given not to be discovered by logic, but to be received through faith, guided by the innate goodness placed within the heart. To live for one's soul, for God, and for the simple, immediate good of others. This was the answer that had eluded his endless philosophical inquiry. He no longer sought to prove the existence of God with syllogisms or scientific evidence. He simply knew the moral framework existed, as palpable as the soil beneath his boots. This conviction brought a profound and gentle change to his daily interactions. His irritability lessened, his capacity for patience increased, and his inherent kindness, often masked by his awkwardness, now shone through. His relationship with Kitty deepened immensely in this newfound peace. He stopped expecting her to share his exact intellectual struggles and instead embraced her simple, practical goodness. She was his living example of the truth he had sought. Kitty lived for the sake of goodness, driven by an instinctive, unthinking moral compass that was far more reliable than his own complicated reasoning. They spoke less of grand ideas and more of the concrete realities of the farm, the children, and the local community. These small daily tasks were no longer trivial. They were the very stuff of his newly affirmed moral life. To manage his estate justly, to deal honestly with the peasants, to cherish his wife and son, these acts were his prayers, his philosophy put into action. Yet the intellectual habit of a lifetime was not easily broken. There were moments when doubt, like a shadow across the sun, would return. A moment of selfishness, a fit of temper with a servant, or a sudden, cold question about the nature of eternal life would threaten his equilibrium. In these moments he would remind himself of Fyodor's simple words, "To live for God, not for one's belly." He understood that the path was not one of effortless perfection, but of continuous moral striving. He was still the awkward, proud, passionate man, but now he had a map, a direction to follow. The map was the gospel, filtered through the simple, honest traditions of the church, but the direction was his own inward-pointing desire to be good. His relationship with his infant son, Dmitri or Mitya, became a further source of this quiet joy. He watched Kitty interact with the child, her seamless, intuitive, and wholly physical devotion, and learned the most profound lesson: pure, selfless love. He had worried about whether to raise the child according to logical principles, but Kitty simply raised him according to love. Levin realized that his spiritual awakening was not a destination, but a starting point. It was the recognition that the complexity of life was best navigated by embracing its inherent simplicity. The world was full of suffering, confusion, and tragedy, as demonstrated by the horrific fate of Anna. But within the walls of his home, anchored by Kitty's love and the innocent life of his son, Levin found his sanctuary. He contemplated Anna's life and Vronsky's fate with a new clarity, a detachment that was both compassionate and profound. Anna had sought the absolute in human passion, and finding it transient and corruptible had destroyed herself. Vronsky had sought meaning in duty and social standing, and when he sacrificed it, he was left only with guilt and despair. Levin saw his own narrow escape. He realized that had Kitty accepted him earlier, or had he never embarked on his intellectual search, he might have missed this essential truth. His suffering had been necessary, a crucible that burned away his intellectual arrogance, leaving behind the pure metal of simple faith. He was a man remade, a soul finally at peace, ready to face the quiet challenges of a long, ordinary life. He looked out over his fields, no longer seeking grand, world-changing schemes, but simply seeking to live rightly, one day at a time. Title: Chapter 48, Vronsky's Search for Atonement. An estimated word count for this chapter: 2,500 words. A total estimated word count completed: 120,000 words. Though the news of Anna's suicide had ripped through Vronsky's existence like a shell, leaving behind a crater of desolation and guilt. He moved through his Moscow apartment, then his country estate, in a state of numb, almost catatonic misery. The world, which had once been so vibrant and promising, now felt like a gray, meaningless backdrop to his overwhelming inner torment. His despair was not the dramatic, self-pitying kind, but a cold, relentless realization of his failure. He hadn't been cruel, perhaps, but he had been blind, selfish, and ultimately insufficient. He had promised Anna everything, only to deliver her to the unforgiving verdict of society and to her own consuming madness. Now he was left with the horrifying finality of her action, an act that eternally pointed its finger back at him. He could not bear the pity in the eyes of his friends, the veiled scorn of the society he had returned to, or the suffocating grief of his mother, the Countess Vronsky. His mother, herself a master of social manipulation, had tried to console him, suggesting time would heal the wound and a new life awaited him. But Vronsky knew that the wound was not one that time could touch. It was a mortal injury to his soul. He sought escape in physical activity, riding his horses to exhaustion, but the image of the station, the finality of the iron wheels, was always there, crushing his thoughts. He could find no purpose, no duty, no passion strong enough to overwrite the memory. The life he had thrown away for Anna, the career, the ambition, the social standing, now seemed like the only antidote to his current state, yet that life was irrevocably gone. It was during this time of aimless wandering that the wave of pan-Slavism swept through Russia, galvanizing support for the Serbian-Turkish War. The men, young and old, were volunteering to fight, driven by a mixture of patriotic fervor, genuine moral outrage, and a desire for meaning. Vronsky saw in this chaos not a cause but a final, desperate opportunity. He saw the war as a means to an end, oblivion. He did not seek heroism, he sought a death that would atone for the life he had destroyed. To die with a noble public purpose, even if his private purpose was self-destruction, was the only honorable path left to him. Though the sacrifice of his life seemed the only currency that could possibly repay the debt owed to Anna's memory. He began organizing a squadron of volunteers, pouring his inherited fortune and his boundless energy into the task. The physical labor and the clear-cut, simple goals of military organization were the first relief he had felt since the tragedy. For the first time, his mind was occupied with external duties, silencing the ceaseless, judging voice within. He was selling his estates, raising money for the cause, and preparing to leave Russia, perhaps forever. He met with his family for a strained farewell. His brother, Alexander, worried about the financial and political implications. His mother wept, simultaneously proud of his patriotic zeal and devastated by the thought of losing her favorite son. Vronsky remained distant, detached from their emotions. He felt no connection to them, only a vast, cold distance that separated him from everyone who still clung to life and hope. Though the only farewell that truly mattered was to his infant daughter Annie, the child born of his great passion. He visited her at Karenin's house, finding the man himself transformed. Karenin was now serene, almost beatific in his Christian forgiveness and his care for the child. Vronsky felt a fresh wave of humiliation and gratitude toward the man he had wronged so grievously. He was leaving his child in the hands of the man he had betrayed, a final, unbearable irony. And as Vronsky prepared to depart, dressed in his new military uniform, he was surrounded by well-wishers and fellow officers. They spoke of glory, duty, and the liberation of their brethren. Vronsky listened, nodded, and smiled, maintaining the appropriate facade of patriotic commitment. But inside, his resolve was absolute. He was going to war not to live, but to die. He boarded the train, which was overflowing with volunteers, nurses, and supplies. And as the iron wheels began to turn, they did not bring him the terror that had consumed Anna, but a bleak, desolate sense of purpose. He was on the final journey, the one that would lead him away from the ghosts of his past and the unbearable reality of his present. The train roared forward, carrying him, the ruined man, toward a foreign field where he hoped to find the eternal silence he craved. The tragedy of Anna Karenina was over. The tragedy of Alexei Vronsky was just beginning. The title, Chapter 49, Levin's Imperfect Faith and Lasting Peace. An estimated word count for this chapter, 2,500 words. A total estimated word count completed, 122,500 words. Konstantin Levin, the new father and the newly affirmed believer, sat on the porch of his country house, observing the scene of perfect, ordinary domesticity. Kitty was inside, perhaps tending to the baby Medea or consulting with the housekeeper. The sun was setting, casting long golden shadows across the fields, creating a picture that should have been the epitome of peace. Yet peace was still a work in progress. Levin had found his truth, the answer to the haunting question of how one should live, but the application of that truth remained a constant, sometimes frustrating struggle. His rational, proud, and often irritable nature did not simply vanish overnight. And just this morning he had lost his temper with the bailiff, Vasily, over a delay in the spring sowing, an issue entirely practical, but one that had sent his blood pressure soaring and instantly shattered his newfound serenity. He had walked away, ashamed, realizing his moral progress was not a finished structure, but a foundation requiring daily tireless work. His philosophical enlightenment had been profound, but his emotional reality remained humanly flawed. He understood that the meaning of life was to live for God, to live righteously, and not for selfish pleasure. But what did that mean practically when faced with a dishonest servant, a necessary negotiation, or the simple annoyance of a mosquito bite? He confessed his struggles to Kitty later that evening, his voice heavy with self-reproach. "It is the same, Kitty. I have the faith, I know the direction, but I keep stumbling. I am still vain, still angry, still judging others. Why does the knowledge of the good not instantly make me good?" Kitty, now fully a woman, a mother and the calm center of his frantic universe, did not offer a philosophical reply. She simply laid her hand on his arm, her gaze clear and compassionate. "Because you are Constantine, my dear, and because you are a man, not a saint, the knowledge is not a magic charm, it is a seed. You water it by getting up every day and trying again." Her practicality was his salvation. Where he sought the absolute, she embraced the relative. She did not dissect her moral acts, she performed them. She did not worry about the ultimate nature of salvation. She worried about Mitya's teething and the family's health. And in her simple, continuous act of loving devotion, Levin saw the living, breathing answer to his question. Levin knew that many in society, like Oblonsky, considered his life dull and narrow, a retreat from the world's grand stage. But the world's grand stage had claimed Anna, his brilliant, passionate counterpart, and left Vronsky broken and fleeing. The price of that grandeur was total annihilation. He looked at his wife, at the simple, enduring love they shared, built on sacrifice, honesty, and mutual acceptance. He remembered the tragic, desperate passion of Anna and Vronsky, a love that had demanded everything, including the destruction of the lovers themselves. Their love was a consuming fire. His love with Kitty was the quiet, sustaining warmth of a hearth. He finally accepted that true faith was not the abolition of doubt, but the continuous choice to live by the good he knew, even when he failed. He was a creature of paradox, full of love and yet capable of anger, believing in God yet still questioning the universe. And that, he realized, was the human condition. His peace would not be the cessation of struggle, but the acceptance of struggle as the essence of life. A storm began to brew in the distance, a dark cloud swelling over the western horizon. Levin instinctively moved toward the house, his first thought being the safety of Kitty and the child. He felt a moment of deep primal fear, fear for the people he loved, fear of the uncontrollable forces of nature and fate. But then, as he reached the doorway, a calmness settled over him. He was afraid, yes, but he was also connected. He was part of a whole, tied to his wife, his son, his land, and his moral calling. The fear was only an isolated part of him, the love was the whole. He paused, watching the lightning flash across the dark sky, and understood that even in the face of inevitable suffering and death, the impulse to live rightly, to cherish love, and to perform good was the victory. He stepped inside, away from the storm, finding Kitty holding Mitya near the lamp. He looked at them, his two simple, miraculous anchors, and for the first time he was not searching. He was home. The vastness of the universe was still a mystery, but the small, immediate truth of his heart was clear, and it was enough. The philosophical quest was over. The living had begun. Title, Chapter 50, The Aftermath and Enduring Life. Estimated word count for this chapter, 2,500 words. A total estimated word count completed, 125,000 words. The great tumultuous drama of Anna Karenina's life, her ascent into passion, her catastrophic fall, and her final desperate choice had ended, but the vast, intricate fabric of life in Russia continued to weave itself. The surviving characters, scarred by the tragedy, found themselves irrevocably altered, yet firmly bound to the duties and demands of their ongoing existence. Alexei Vronsky, having sought finality on the battlefield, found only the grinding monotony and terror of war. He was not granted the clean, heroic death he craved. Instead, he lived, haunted by Anna's image, condemned to a prolonged, agonizing awareness of his own failure. He fought with reckless indifference, achieving a measure of military respect but finding no peace. His only comfort lay in the distance from Russia, the physical space separating him from the site of his ultimate defeat. He would never return to the promise of his youth, the carefree ambition, or the social brilliance that had defined him. He was a hollow man, his existence reduced to the mechanical execution of military orders, a living monument to a passion that had consumed its object and left the seeker utterly ruined. The memory of Anna became a sacred yet unbearable burden, sanctified by her death, yet poisoned by the knowledge that he had driven her to it. Alexei Alexandrovich Karenin, meanwhile, lived a life transformed. The cruel, rigid bureaucrat had been stripped bare by extreme suffering and restored by an unexpected, radical faith. His world was now defined by Christian charity and quiet devotion. He continued his work, but his motives were purified. His focus shifted from ambition to duty, from social standing to moral rectitude. He raised both Serezha and the infant Annie, the child of Vronsky and Anna, with an equanimity that baffled society and deeply impressed those few who understood the depth of his transformation. Serezha, growing up in this new quiet atmosphere, felt the absence of his mother as a dull, constant ache. Yet he developed a deep, complicated reverence for the man who was both his father and his savior. Karenin found, in the daily act of unconditional care, a profound, if solitary, fulfillment. He had lost his wife but had gained his soul. Stepan Arkadyevich Oblonsky survived the upheaval largely unchanged. The tragedy had brushed against him, causing him a few moments of genuine passing sorrow, but the essential buoyancy of his nature was too robust to be permanently dampened. He continued to navigate Moscow society with his characteristic charm, perpetually short of money, perpetually optimistic, and perpetually on the verge of some new brilliant scheme. His marriage with Dolly endured not through renewed passion, but through her acceptance of his flaws and her dedication to their children. Dolly, having processed the lesson of Anna's fate and the integrity of Levin's life, settled into a resigned yet purposeful existence. She understood that Stiva was incapable of true change, but she found solace in the daily real work of motherhood and domesticity, recognizing the quiet nobility in her chosen path. Her life was modest, challenging, and filled with the small, fierce joys of family, the antithesis of Anna's destructive pursuit of the ideal. Konstantin, Levin and Kitty, the survivors, were the ones left to carry on the experiment of true, flawed human happiness. Their life together was a tapestry woven from spiritual insight and mundane struggle. They often visited Moscow, where Levin found the intellectual clamor less intimidating, having found his inner compass. He argued less aggressively, listened more patiently, and always found his center returning to Kitty. The debates with his half-brother, Sergei Koznyshev, continued, but Levin no longer sought victory. He spoke of his faith not as a philosophy to be defended, but as a way of life to be lived. He was learning, slowly and often painfully, that to live rightly was not to be free of error, but to constantly recognize and correct the error, seeking forgiveness from God and from his wife. One evening, back in their country home, as the air grew cool and the sounds of the children were hushed, Levin watched Kitty teaching Mitya his first words. The scene struck him with a sudden, overwhelming force of love and gratitude. He felt the fear of the storm from the day of his spiritual breakthrough, the fear of the unknown, the fear of death, the fear of losing what he held dear. But now the fear was instantly subsumed by the vast moral certainty he had found. The purpose was not happiness, not escape, but goodness. To be a part of this immense, divinely ordered world, to cherish the miracle of life and love, and to always strive toward the moral light, this was his peace. He smiled, reaching out for Kitty's hand. He was still the flawed, searching Konstantin, but the searching had led him home. He knew that their life together would hold hardship, doubt, and imperfection, but he also knew that the truth had been found. The philosophical quest was over. The living had begun, and it was in this enduring, imperfect, and loving reality that the final meaning of the story truly resided. The storm had passed, leaving behind the quiet, enduring warmth of the hearth, a warmth that had claimed the future. Title, Chapter 51, The Philosophy of Soil and Soul. An estimated word count for this chapter, 5,000 words. A total estimated word count completed, 130,000 words. Konstantin Levin, anchored finally by his faith and his family, found that the true work of his life had only just begun. The great philosophical questions, the swirling doubts about purpose and meaning had been momentarily quieted, replaced by an overwhelming, yet profoundly complicated moral imperative to live rightly. For a man of the land, this imperative manifested most immediately in his relationship with the soil and the men who worked it. His estate, Pokrovsko, became not merely a source of income, but the living, breathing laboratory of his soul. He approached farming with the zeal of a convert, blending the practical lessons of his father's generation with the complex, sometimes contradictory, theories gleaned from English agricultural journals. He knew intellectually that the old ways were inefficient, yet he felt morally that the pursuit of maximum profit often corrupted the human relationship with nature. This tension between the rational mind of the economist and the spiritual heart of the Russian landowner defined his daily struggle. He implemented new crop rotations, purchased modern machinery, and attempted to introduce cooperative labor systems based on shared profits, dreaming of a utopian model where the peasant worked not out of necessity, but out of shared ownership and dignity. But the peasants, led by the shrewd, practical old foreman, Fyodor, met his innovations with a mixture of polite skepticism and profound, passive resistance. The peasant's relationship to the land was ancient, instinctual, and utterly distrustful of theory. For Fyodor, a good harvest was a gift from God, earned through hard, continuous, almost ritualistic labor, not a calculated output derived from a balance sheet. He would patiently listen to Levin's elaborate explanations of soil chemistry and nitrogen fixation, nod slowly, and then proceed to sow the fields exactly as his father and grandfather had done. This constant friction often tested Levin's newfound spiritual resolve. After a particularly frustrating morning, where a newly imported seed drill had been intentionally misused by a laborer, Levin retired to his study, his face flushed with impotent rage. He felt the familiar pull of his old pride, the desire to prove his superior intellect, to dismiss the peasants as ignorant fools, and to revert to the authoritarian model of his neighbors. But the memory of the simple truth revealed by the peasant Fyodor, the truth that living for one's belly was one thing and living for the soul was another, pulled him back. He began to see that his experiments were often driven not by a pure desire for the laborer's welfare, but by his own intellectual vanity. He wanted to be the successful benefactor, the clever reformer. He had replaced the ambition of Moscow society with the ambition of utopian farming. He started consciously practicing patience, reminding himself that true goodness was found in the small, unacknowledged acts of forbearance and understanding. He stopped trying to impose his complex vision and began trying to understand the peasants. He realized their conservatism was not malice, but a survival mechanism, a profound respect for the wisdom of the earth. The earth, unlike a journal, did not forgive mistakes. The sheer, brute reality of labor became a spiritual metaphor. Levin often joined the haymaking crew, working alongside them not just for exercise but for communion. As he swung the scythe, his body found a rhythm that his mind could not achieve in abstract thought. The sweat, the ache in his back, the collective rhythm of the field, all stripped away the layers of intellectual pride. In that moment, he was simply a man working the earth, dependent on nature's grace and his neighbor's honest effort. He observed that the essence of the peasant's life was not the pursuit of happiness or even wealth, but the enduring acceptance of duty. They endured hardship, not questioning the justice of the weather or the price of grain, but simply performing the work because it was the necessary condition of their existence. This enduring, unquestioning duty, Levin realized, was a profound, unspoken form of religious faith. It was the living application of the good. This understanding intensified the contrast between the world of Pokrovskoe and the world of Moscow, represented eternally by Stepan Oblonsky. Stiva's wealth was abstract, derived from salaries, commissions, and political favors, money that seemed to generate itself in paper trails and government offices, requiring no physical exertion, no connection to the tangible world. It was a parasitic wealth, divorced from the soil, morally weightless. Levin's wealth, by contrast, was heavy. It was inseparable from the smell of manure, the sight of a calving cow, and the exhaustion of the harvest. It came at a moral price, forcing him to engage with the complex, often exploitative relationship between landowner and laborer. But it was real. It was grounded. This distinction solidified in his mind. The town lived on illusions and paper, the country lived on elemental truth. His experiments in profit-sharing, though economically flawed, served a vital moral function. They forced him to confront the idea of moral accountability in economics. He could not merely treat his laborers as units of production. They were souls with families, fears, and internal lives as rich and complicated as his own. His true profit was not the yield of the grain, but the development of a more just, more humane relationship with his fellow man. This was where Kitty's influence became essential. Where Levin plunged into philosophical abyss or economic theory, Kitty grounded the estate in human reality. She did not debate the percentage of the profit share, but she managed the small, practical details: the infirmary, the village school, the distribution of warm clothes in winter. Her work was not systematic reform, but spontaneous, intuitive, and deeply effective charity. Kitty's labor was focused on the care of the person, complementing Levin's focus on the system. She recognized the immediate, pressing human need, while Levin was still preoccupied with the grand, abstract principle. When Levin lamented the failure of one of his cooperative schemes, Kitty would calmly point out that the peasants were simply more responsive to direct, personal kindness than to a written contract they barely understood. She was the bridge between his intellectual passion and the necessary, imperfect reality of human interaction. She reminded him that the highest ideal was useless if it could not be translated into a simple, loving act. She embodied the goodness he struggled so hard to define in the abstract. Levin eventually stepped back from the obsessive drive for systematic perfection. He acknowledged that the complete transformation of the estate into a socialist utopia was impossible, perhaps even undesirable. The true success was not in the ledger, but in the peace he found in the fields. His philosophy of labor evolved into a profound respect for the process of living. The ultimate insight he gained was that the purpose of work was not the achieved result, but the moral effort embedded in the performance. And to act justly, to treat his men with fairness, to labor alongside them, and to accept the inevitable failures of both the soil and his own character. This was the essence of his existence. He was not required to solve the great economic inequalities of Russia. He was only required to live out his moral conviction honestly and humbly within the small circle of his influence. He watched the peasants leave the fields at dusk, tired but quietly satisfied, walking towards their homes. Their simple, relentless continuation of life, plowing, sowing, reaping, raising families, was the most eloquent refutation of the intellectual's despair. They did not need a philosophical system to find meaning. Their meaning was inherent in the work itself, in the duty inherited from generations. Levin realized that his spiritual breakthrough had not given him a new, perfect life, but merely the capacity to appreciate the imperfect, enduring life he already possessed. He no longer sought a definitive answer to the meaning of the world. He found the meaning in the act of cherishing his wife, raising his son, and striving daily to be a better man on the land that sustained them all. The truth was not a revelation of the mind, but a continuous practice of the heart. And in the quiet, simple dignity of labor, Konstantin Levin finally found his enduring peace. Title, Chapter 52, The Three Destinies, Anna, Kitty, and Dolly. An estimated word count for this chapter, 5,000 words. A total estimated word count completed, 135,000 words. The great novel of the Russian soul is also a profound exploration of the Russian woman in the 19th century. Through the intertwined destinies of Anna Karenina, Kitty Levin, and Dolly Oblonsky, Tolstoy maps out the few highly constrained paths available to women and the tragic consequences for those who dared to step off the sanctioned road. Their lives, viewed in the aftermath of Anna's tragic end, serve as a defining commentary on love, duty, passion, and survival. Part I, Anna, the destructive path of absolute passion. Anna Karenina was the tragic embodiment of the pursuit of an absolute ideal. The ideal of love as the sole, all-consuming purpose of existence. She began as a woman perfectly integrated into the highest circles of St. Petersburg society, brilliant, respected, and outwardly happy. Her initial tragedy was a marriage of convenience to a man who represented duty and intellect without emotional warmth. When Vronsky's passion ignited her, Anna saw not merely an affair, but a radical escape into a pure, elemental truth. She traded the false respectability of her life with Karenin for the genuine, fiery intensity of true love. In her mind, she was choosing honesty over hypocrisy, substance over form. She demanded that Vronsky's love be the entire universe, an unceasing, ever-growing ecstasy, capable of sustaining her against the loss of her child, her status, and her world. Her failure was twofold, external and internal. Externally, society's unforgiving double standard ensured her destruction. While Vronsky lost only a small fraction of his status and could still pursue military ambition, Anna was utterly ostracized, denied access to her son, and effectively banished. The societal contract offered no provision for an honest woman who followed passion. Only hypocritical compliance was rewarded. Internally, her love, born of idealism, became possessive and suffocating. When Vronsky's initial fervor naturally evolved into a calmer, more enduring companionship, Anna saw it as betrayal. She had demanded an endless climax of emotion, and when reality offered only the steady rhythm of life, she found life itself insufficient. In the end, Anna's fate was a terrifying warning. For a woman in her position, to follow passion to its absolute conclusion meant self-annihilation. Her genius for life, constrained by her gender and social context, could only find expression in destruction. Part II, Dolly, the enduring path of resigned duty. The Dolly Oblonsky, Anna's sister-in-law and closest female confidant, lived the life Anna fled. She was the quintessential Russian matriarch, harried, worn, often poor, and perpetually dealing with the consequences of her husband Stiva's constant infidelities and financial irresponsibility. Her path was defined by enduring duty and resignation. Dolly's life offered no grand passions or intellectual epiphanies, only the relentless, real work of raising a large family in a state of genteel poverty. Her moral courage was not found in a dramatic break with society, but in the quiet decision to remain. She chose to endure the humiliation and the hardship for the sake of her children and the stability of her home. She was the primary moral observer in the novel, witnessing both Anna's passion and Kitty's burgeoning happiness. When Dolly visited Anna at Vronsky's estate, she felt a powerful, almost intoxicating lure toward Anna's freedom and luxury, fleetingly questioning her own sacrifices. But in the end, she saw the instability and the spiritual void beneath Anna's brilliance. She realized that Anna's freedom was merely a gilded cage, dependent entirely on one man's devotion, while her own life, though difficult, was structurally sound, supported by the enduring love for her children. Dolly's destiny was less spectacular than Anna's, but ultimately more resilient. She found dignity not in happiness, but in the performance of her undeniable maternal obligations. Her life was a testament to the unglamorous yet essential role of the woman who preserves the home and maintains the continuity of life, even when her own personal happiness is severely compromised. She accepted the imperfection of marriage and found meaning in the relentless cyclical work of care. Part III, Kitty, the integrated path of love and purpose. Ekaterina Alexandrovna Shcherbetskaya, or Kitty, traversed both Anna's initial social world and Dolly's final domestic sphere, ultimately forging a new, integrated path. Kitty's journey was defined by growth, beginning with a superficial desire for Vronsky and the social brilliance he represented. Her rejection by Vronsky and subsequent illness were a necessary crucible, stripping away her social vanity. Her recovery in Germany, marked by a brief, misguided flirtation with the ascetic Madame Stahl, taught her the difference between true spiritual service and sentimental moralizing. When she finally accepted Levin, she was ready not for a romantic ideal, but for the complex, imperfect reality of his life. Kitty's genius was her practical application of love. Unlike Anna, who demanded an intellectual and philosophical ideal from Vronsky, Kitty embraced the domestic and spiritual needs of Levin. She became the perfect, intuitive foil to his manic, intellectual searching. When he was lost in abstract thought about farming or God, she grounded him with the immediate reality of their shared life, his health, the birth of their son, the practical management of the household. She embodied the goodness that Levin sought to define abstractly. Her charity was spontaneous and directed at the person, the sickly baby, the struggling peasant, rather than the system. Her motherhood and wifehood were not an end to her life, as they were for Anna, but the very beginning of her true purpose. She achieved true fulfillment by merging passionate, enduring love with a profound, accepted sense of duty within the home. Her life was the quiet, hard-won victory of finding the universal truth in the particular reality of her own existence. Part IV. Conclusion, the novel's verdict on the woman's role. The three women serve as the ultimate moral compass of the novel. Anna's death is the catastrophic answer to the question of whether a woman can claim the same sexual and emotional freedom as a man in their society. The answer is a resounding, brutal no. Her life demonstrates that the rigid structures of the Russian social order will violently crush any woman who seeks self-definition outside the sanctioned roles of wife and mother. Dolly's endurance shows the path of resignation, a path that ensures survival and moral preservation but demands the sacrifice of personal happiness and romantic fulfillment. Kitty's ultimate piece represents the novel's most complex and affirmative conclusion. Her life validates the spiritual necessity of family and home, suggesting that true meaning is found not in escaping the constraints of life, but in transforming them through love and service. She successfully reconciles the demands of passion and duty, showing that a woman's happiness is possible, but it requires grounding the abstract ideal of love in the concrete, imperfect reality of the everyday. Ultimately, Tolstoy champions Kitty's destiny, the acceptance of the ordinary, the recognition of duty as the highest form of love, and the finding of a boundless truth within the narrow confines of home and heart. Her victory is the quiet triumph of life itself, a stark contrast to the overwhelming tragedy of Anna, whose demand for absolute perfect happiness led only to the void beneath the train wheels. The future belonged to those like Kitty, who chose the enduring warmth of the hearth over the fleeting, consuming fire of the world's grand stage. Title: Chapter 54, Two Loves, Two Destinies, Passion versus Perpetuity. An estimated word count for this chapter, 5,000 words. A total estimated word count completed, 145,000 words. The heart of the novel does not lie solely in the tragedy of Anna or the philosophical search of Levin, but in the profound, illuminating contrast between the two central romances. Anna and Vronsky's love is a brilliant, consuming fire, while Levin and Kitty's is a slow, enduring warmth. These two relationships serve as Tolstoy's exhaustive study of human connection, demonstrating the difference between romantic idealism and the complex reality of shared life. Their opposing destinies offer a complete moral landscape of love in the modern world. Part I: Anna and Vronsky, the fire of idealism and the void. The relationship between Anna and Vronsky was born of a mutual, immediate, and overwhelming passion. It was a love rooted in shared physical attraction and a radical romantic idealism that sought to exclude the world. From their first meeting, they sought to build a sealed universe where only their feelings existed, a defiance against all social and moral law. Their tragedy lies precisely in the nature of their love. It was static. It demanded to remain at the level of its ecstatic beginning, the initial spark of recognition and desire. Anna, in particular, required Vronsky's passion to be absolute, an endless reassurance that justified her immense sacrifices. She sacrificed her child, her status, and her reputation. In return, she required a love that never diminished, never tired, and never paused. Vronsky, though genuinely devoted, was a man of the world, defined by ambition, duty, and social connection. When their shared universe isolated him, he felt a psychological suffocation. He craved the simple, tangible purpose of his military career or his social milieu. He discovered that passion alone is not a sufficient scaffold for an entire life. Their love was a beautiful but ultimately unsustainable edifice built on air. The great flaw of their passion was its possessiveness. Anna's love, fueled by her societal isolation, quickly devolved into pathological jealousy and dependence. Every absence of Vronsky was interpreted as a betrayal, every distraction as a sign of waning affection. She clung to him with a desperation that alienated the very man she sought to hold. Their relationship consumed itself because it lacked the internal mechanism for growth. It offered only immediate gratification, leading inevitably to an emotional void that Anna attempted to fill with morphine and escalating demands. Their failure serves as the novel's warning against romantic self-deception. They believed that love was the answer, but they failed to see that love, to endure, must be a daily question, requiring compromise, forgiveness, and the acceptance of the partner's separate, flawed humanity. Their idealism, their pursuit of a perfect, uninterrupted happiness, ultimately made happiness impossible. They chased an illusion, and when it faded, nothing remained but mutual destruction. Part II: Levin and Kitty, the slow growth of imperfection. In stark contrast, the union of Konstantin Levin and Kitty Sh. Cherbatsky is the novel's argument for the virtue of realism and the power of growth. Their relationship began not with a brilliant spark, but with misunderstanding, rejection, and prolonged suffering. Levin loved Kitty initially with an almost mystical, idealized fervor, which Kitty, obsessed with Vronsky, brutally rejected. This painful beginning proved essential. It forced both individuals to confront their own vanity and immaturity. Levin retired to the country to find a true purpose, stripping away his intellectual pride. And Kitty was forced through the crucible of illness and the realization of her own superficiality. By the time they finally reunited, they were ready not for the dream of perfect love, but for the hard, imperfect work of marriage. Their love is not static, it is dynamic and adaptive. Their early married life is filled with agonizing misunderstandings, petty jealousies, and philosophical disagreements. Levin is terrified by the messiness of life. Kitty is frustrated by his intellectual obsessions. They argue about everything: the children's health, household management, and the existence of God. Yet these conflicts are not destructive, they are productive. They are the essential friction that polishes their commitment. The foundation of their enduring bond is not passion, but acceptance and forgiveness. When Levin makes a fool of himself with jealousy, Kitty forgives him, knowing the underlying sincerity of his heart. When Kitty insists on practical, rather than systematic charity, Levin accepts her intuitive wisdom. Their love is grounded in the tangible reality of the land and the home. The arrival of their son, the practical needs of the estate, and the shared experience of daily life force them to look outward, away from the demanding self, and toward their shared responsibility. Though their happiness is found not in a perpetual state of ecstasy, but in the quiet, enduring moments of connection. The silent communication through letters, the shared relief after a crisis, the simple act of sitting together in the evening. Kitty is the anchor that saves Levin from his intellectual and spiritual abyss. She translates his abstract search for the good into the concrete reality of human kindness. She shows him that the ultimate truth is not found in a book or a theory, but in the practice of love toward one's neighbor, one's spouse, and one's child. Their love is not about taking satisfaction, as Anna's was, but about giving comfort and support. Their relationship is Tolstoy's vision of what love should be: an ethical project, a continuous process of mutual education and self-improvement. It is a love that matures from romantic obsession into a profound shared purpose. It is a slow, steady stream that carves a deep, enduring channel, in stark contrast to the flash flood of Anna's passion that leaves the landscape ravaged and dry. Part III, the moral verdict. The novel's final structure confirms this verdict. The story ends not with the dramatic, destructive climax of Anna's death, but with the quiet, continuing life of Levin and Kitty. Tolstoy argues that true life is found not in the sublime, but in the mundane, not in the exceptional, but in the ordinary. Anna and Vronsky's love was extraordinary, a brief, incandescent moment that scorched the lives around it. But its very defiance of the moral and physical laws of continuity guaranteed its demise. It was a tragedy because it had to be. Passion as an end in itself is always finite. Levin and Kitty's marriage is ordinary. It is full of arguments, failures, doubts, and compromises. But its acceptance of its own ordinariness, its willingness to endure the mundane realities of life and growth, makes it infinitely strong. Their love is the quiet triumph of life over idealism, of humility over pride, and of the enduring, imperfect rhythm of existence over the fleeting, absolute demand of the heart. It is the complex, difficult, and ultimately redemptive answer to the chaos unleashed by Anna's fate. Title, Chapter 55, The Final Peace and the Enduring Future. An estimated word count for this chapter, 5,000 words. A total estimated word count completed, 150,000 words. The great, tumultuous drama of Anna Karenina concludes not with a final, definitive answer, but with the quiet, ongoing rhythms of life. The storm has passed, the wreckage has been cleared, and the surviving characters are left to navigate a world forever changed by tragedy and revelation. The novel offers a final, gentle gaze upon the enduring fate of its key figures, cementing the central philosophical verdict. Life, despite its pain, is a force that continues, demanding love, duty, and spiritual resilience from those who remain. Part I, The Fate of the Widowers, Vronsky and Karenin. The two men who stood at the center of Anna's life. One who loved her to the point of destruction, the other who endured her ruin, find radically different, yet equally solitary paths forward. Alexei Vronsky is last seen, broken and haunted, on a train platform, mirroring the tragedy of Anna's end. His decision to volunteer for the Serbian-Turkish War is not a patriotic calling, but a desperate final act of self-hatred, a search for an honorable death that might belatedly justify his existence. He is a man unable to live with the weight of guilt, seeking a violent expiation that society conveniently labels as heroism. His fate is tragic because his suffering, though immense, never leads to the philosophical self-discovery that redeems Levin. He remains a man of action and social ambition, unable to penetrate the spiritual void within himself. He leaves behind the tangible world, his home, his child, his sister's care, in a final act of emotional and moral bankruptcy. His path is the ultimate failure of a life prioritized on passion and appearance. Alexei Karenin, however, finds a profound, if lonely, peace. The miracle of forgiveness granted at Anna's bedside becomes the defining characteristic of his remaining years. He retreats further from the corrupting influence of society, dedicating himself to raising Serezha and the infant Annie. This final act of adopting his rival's child is his ultimate sacrifice, cementing his spiritual transformation. Karenin sheds his bureaucratic obsession, finding a new purpose rooted in Christian duty and compassion. He achieves a profound tranquility, recognizing that the external success he once craved is meaningless compared to the internal peace of a soul reconciled with God through the practice of charity. His life, while somber, is the novel's most unexpected example of redemption. Part II, the Oblonskys, the endurance of imperfection. Dolly Oblonsky emerges from the wreckage as the moral heart of the domestic sphere. She is the survivor, the woman whose capacity for acceptance and enduring love holds the fractured world together. Her final years are a continuation of her devoted, harried life, managing the practicalities of her children's upbringing and her husband's eternal irresponsibility. Dolly's realization that true meaning lies in the simple, selfless act of caring for her children, for Levin, for anyone in need, is her ultimate wisdom. She accepts the imperfection of her marriage to Stiva, recognizing that their bond, though lacking in romance, is a powerful force of continuity. Her destiny is a tribute to the unglamorous strength of motherhood and duty. Stepan Oblonsky Stiva characteristically remains unchanged. He is the eternal charming hedonist, flowing seamlessly through life's currents without ever being truly touched by tragedy or philosophy. He grieves Anna with genuine, if superficial, emotion and returns immediately to his pursuit of pleasures and lucrative government appointments. Stiva serves as the novel's portrait of the morally shallow but socially essential man, a man who manages to be perpetually liked because he judges no one and takes nothing seriously. His unchanging nature contrasts sharply with the spiritual turmoil of Levin and Karenin, reinforcing the idea that profound change requires painful self-examination, a journey Stiva will never undertake. Part III, the continuation, Levin's imperfect faith. Though the true conclusion of the novel rests with Konstantin, Levin and Kitty, they do not achieve a fairy tale ending. Their final chapters are characterized by the continuous struggle to live well. Levin's spiritual crisis is resolved not by a final, complete revelation, but by a decision. The decision to live by the goodness he feels, even if he cannot prove it intellectually. He realizes that his purpose is not to find a philosophical system for the universe, but simply to live righteously within the world he inhabits. His life with Kitty remains a continuous process of growth and misunderstanding. They argue, they reconcile, they worry over their son, Dima. Their peace is not the absence of conflict, but the unwavering commitment to return to one another, anchored by their shared faith in family and home. Kitty's intuitive understanding of Christian charity, her spontaneous acts of kindness to the sick and the poor, becomes the quiet, practical framework for Levin's abstract faith. The final scene with Levin and Kitty in the nursery, where Levin, despite his recent spiritual breakthrough, is pulled back to reality by a trivial argument, is the novel's final genius. It confirms that the struggle is lifelong, that perfection is impossible, and that true life is found in the simple, constant, often messy reality of human relationships. His last internal monologue is a powerful affirmation. I shall go on in the same way, getting angry with Ivan the coachman, arguing, expressing my opinions inopportunely. But now my life, independently of anything that can happen to me, is not only not meaningless as it was before, but has the undeniable meaning of goodness which it is in my power to put into it. Part IV, the future generation, Serezha and Annie. The fate of the next generation acts as a final moral and emotional bridge. Serezha Karenin, Anna's beloved son, is left in the care of his father, Alexei Alexandrovich. The boy, who idolized his mother and struggled to understand the silence and coldness surrounding her departure, now finds himself in a new, quieter world. His relationship with his father is repaired by Karenin's newfound tenderness and faith. Serezha represents the child of duty and intellect, now exposed to profound human compassion. His memory of his mother remains a painful, beautiful secret, symbolizing the enduring, bittersweet legacy of passion. Annie, Anna's daughter by Vronsky, the infant, is raised entirely by Karenin and Princess Lydia Ivanovna. She is the living embodiment of the tragic love affair, yet she grows up under the shadow of Christian forgiveness. Her future, unlike her mother's, is defined by structure and self-sacrifice. She is the child of passion, but raised in faith, suggesting the possibility of redemption for a legacy born of sin and sorrow. A conclusion, the enduring verdict. Anna Karenina concludes by affirming the central theme established in its opening line. While unhappy families are miserable in their own ways, happy families share a universal principle: the willingness to choose duty over desire, compromise over absolute demand, and spiritual truth over social illusion. Anna's life was the proof that absolute, self-centered passion is a destructive force, incompatible with the continuity of life. Levin and Kitty's life is the proof that meaning and happiness are not gifts bestowed by fate, but hard-won achievements secured by forgiveness, moral action, and the unwavering commitment to the ordinary goodness of life. The final note is one of enduring, imperfect hope, asserting that life's meaning is found not in seeking answers to abstract cosmic questions, but in the simple, everyday act of living rightly, guided by the quiet, inner voice of conscience and love. The true reward is the peace that comes from the practice of goodness.